Welcome, dear viewers. We are in beautiful Switzerland. Here in Biel, Bienne is taking place the biggest chess festival of the Switzerland. It's the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. And in the heart of the festival is a Grandmaster Triathlon, the unique event that has no even in the world. It's where the Grandmasters are battling out in all three time formats: Blitz, Rapid, Classical, and there is even Chess 960. And today we are approaching the finishing line because it's around number 7 of the Classical portion already. My name is Angelika Valkova and I'm joined by Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans, amazing chess expert and great commentator. And we're going to help you and guide you through the games today. Today we're approaching already almost the finish. Tomorrow will be the last round. But I think a lot of drama is going to happen today. What do you think, Arturs?
Yeah, Angelika, absolutely. It feels it's very close. It's been a long distance, 2 weeks essentially of chess action, a lot of unexpected moments, missed opportunities, time scrambles, etc. So we're back essentially to the classical chess. I'm very happy. This is also the way to determine the winners of both GMT Masters and Challengers. So yeah, stay tuned and grab some popcorn.
And Arturs, today we might even already have someone who will clinch the lead, but not in the Masters. Let's take a look at the current standings. As we see, in the Masters, everything is very tight at the top. We see Salem together with Vladimir Fedoseev is tying for the first place with 24.5 points. After them, with 1.5 point distant, is Aravind with 23 points. Meanwhile, Murzin is far behind with 18 points, with no real chance to catch up the top 3. But in the Challengers, Arturs, I think here where the fun is starting, today we might have the winner. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if Nicolas wins his game, then essentially he has clinched the victory in the challenges, because once again, to refresh your memory, dear viewers, what's the format of the tournament? In the classical tournament, you get 4 points for the victory and 1.5 for a draw. So here you can see Nicolas has over a 5-point lead over Aram Jacobi and in the second place. So that's why if he wins today, that's it. But is he going to do it? Of course, we are going to see, because all 4 players are fighting really hard.
And we have very exciting pairings for today. And we see that in the Masters, we have Vladimir Fedoseev with white pieces facing Volodar Murzin. Wow, this is a matchup I'm looking forward to, as well as Salem against Aravind. It's very important. I mean, these 2 matches, as we were also mentioning yesterday, they will be not Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin and Salem against Aravind, but it will be Vladimir Fedoseev against Salem. They will look at each other's game. They will see how they're doing, because it's going to be one of them. Of course, there is still chance for Aravind. He is still just 1.5 point behind. If he wins today and tomorrow, he still can win. And what about challengers, Arturs?
And the challengers, it's also pretty much similar. We are readying for the final showdown. For Nicolas Theodorou, who faces today Renat Jumabayev, maybe this is the best chance, try to win the tournament, because I don't think he wants to leave everything for the final round. Either way, it really depends who is in the best shape in the particular day. So far, Theodorou has been showing some very impressive chess so far. Yesterday, he outplayed David Navarro seemingly from a drawn endgame, but we checked it with deeper analysis. It was very, very complicated.
Yeah, it was extremely complicated endgame, and he made it. We see the players are getting ready on the stage, approaching. I just saw Nicolas also marching to his game. And talking about his performance here, I mean, he started so badly in the Chess 960 tournament. He was on the last place, having the worst tie breaks. But then he's leading after the Rapid event. Suddenly he wins classical games and he's like marching forward and getting good results in the Blitz as well, and still leading the event. We see meanwhile Salem is facing Aravind. Their players are getting ready. But Arturs, what would be the most exciting pairing of this round? Or do you think all of them are really spicy?
I think all of them. Also, Salem against Aravind. This perhaps is the final shot for Aravind, because nothing yet is set in stone. Yesterday, the Indian Grandmaster was having clearly a superior position over Fedoseev, but he misplayed it, allowing one of the tournament leaders to escape. And as you can see, the games have officially started. We're getting the first couple of moves, so let's maybe sit here for a minute and see in which direction this round is going to take us.
Yeah, we see already on one of the boards it's quite advanced. We see on the left, the first board to the left is Vladimir Fedoseev against Murzin. We see there was d4, knight f6, c4, c6 played. So we see that there might be some Slav defense if Black would go with the queen's pawn forward, but still unclear what is going to happen because there is a big choice for white in this position. Meanwhile, on the second board to the left is Salem against Aravind. We see both players played with a queen's pawn, and they are just waiting for Saleh to go either to go for a queen's gambit or to go for London. Who knows what he will play? And Arthur's, what is in the rest of the two games?
Yeah, so here you can see Jacobian against David Navarra on the right side. He's chosen to play the Sicilian Pulsar, and here Navarra has to make a pretty big decision. Does he go for open Sicilian, fire up the center, or play? Yesterday, for example, there was this game of Rinat Jumabayev against, by the way, against Aram. So Aram plays the same defense for a second day in a row.
Oh, and he has two black pieces in a row, which also...
Yeah, not really great pairing for him, so to speak, but he trusts his openings, and Navarra now is contemplating about his choices. On the other board, Niklas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev, it's pretty much the same position as Salem against Aravind. They're just thinking about which direction to take the game.
So Arthur, shall we take a look at the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Vladimir Murzin, see what is white currently thinking about? Because there is a position the players are not playing the moves quickly, and see what Vladimir might think about here.
I mean, the pace is a bit surprising because, I mean, already 3 minutes have passed and none of the boards have played more than 2 or 3 moves. So usually it's a bit faster. They enter some longer lines, so something like 6, 7 moves typically are made. But here, perhaps Vladimir is slightly surprised by the choice of Murzin playing the... Actually, I'm not sure how to call it. It's like some sort of delayed Slav, or it's just a classical Slav. The big idea is to play d5. And I think that they played before... If I'm not terribly mistaken, some sort of a London or Trumpowski. No? It was the exchange Slav. I'm trying to remember.
So what I was researching before this game, they
here,
played...
in Biel.
In Biel, they played exchange Slav in the Rapid, and also exchange Slav Bishop f4 in the Blitz, one of the games.
Okay. So I probably remember it wrongly.
But I remember that Fedoseev was playing Trumpowski against some of the player, but yeah, but it was not Murzin.
All right. Yeah, this is a bit unusual move order. And naturally, white has a million choices. White can play knight c3, knight f3, maybe even some London, some Trumpowski maybe. And also we know Fedoseev being a very creative player, so he doesn't really mind to steer away from the opening prep. We saw this yesterday. He was playing against Aravind. He experimented a lot in the opening phase. So, of course, his knowledge is very, very impressive. But, I mean, the element of surprise at the highest level is very important. So I'm pretty sure he's just researching what else is here.
Definitely it is, because whenever you play knight f6, I mean, first of all, you can expect Nimzo, you can expect King's Indian, you can expect all the openings, but now transposing in a way to Slav. Do you think he's using this to not to transpose to the same exchange Slav which was played? Because it would be really smart, since the players already had exchange Slav, which was the take immediately after the second move, so that d4, d5, c4, c6, maybe we can show it on the board very briefly. So the d4, d5, c4, c6, take, and then immediately white went for bishop f4. So basically getting such position.
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, these lines normally used to be considered to be quite equalish, but I mean, trends are changing all the time, and now more and more players are playing this, and there is some pressure after all. So everything is being reevaluated, like also the French, the exchange variation used to be like not a very serious opening, and yet people start to play it, and there are some interesting press positions. So either way, I don't really know what's the idea of the prep here, but this is definitely not random, right? It's definitely, there's a very good reason why it's exactly knight f6 and c6, exactly this move order. So I'm pretty sure that during the prep, Voldar here navigated some lines here just to get what he wants.
But it's very nice to see already that we have first of the surprises in the round, and the pace is slowed down for this moment. Vladimir is taking his time trying to figure out. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the whole overview of the rest of the games and see if we see something special there. And you know, Arturs, what catches my eye instantly is the second game from the right. It's David Navarre against Aram Hakobian. Looking at the bishop on b7, what is going on there, Arturs?
This is very interesting because I had a discussion with David yesterday. I think it was yesterday. We were discussing about... Oh, wait, sorry, not David. My apologies. It was not David. It was Radoslav Wojtaszek. So Radoslav Wojtaszek here was with us in the studio, and we discussed exactly this line.
Oh.
And I asked him, what's the current word on the reputation of this variation? Because that's usually something that most players... that's the word that's flying around. Is this line playable, not playable? Is it dangerous, not dangerous? So I'm not really big into this line, but he essentially said, yeah, it's of course perfectly playable for black. That's the word right now, but you gotta be very, very careful here.
Yeah, because first looking at this position, I see the bishop on b7. It's been surrounded by the pawns. There is no way for bishop to go out. But I assume there should be ideas to bring the bishop out with c5. That's what I wanted to say, and it's immediately played on the board. So now the bishop is not a weak piece, so to say, not a bad piece, but it's now opening the long diagonal.
Let me try to recall, Angelica, what was the main variation. So we're going to roll back a bit. So this is a very interesting move order. And again, we discussed it in a different game, why this is happening. Because this is a very interesting way to avoid Sicilian Rasalimo and try to transpose to the Sveshnikov. And you're like, what kind of Sveshnikov is here? Because there is a line which used to be pretty popular. White could play knight d5, hit a pawn on d6, black plays d6, followed by bishop f4, e5, bishop g5. There you go. We're playing one of the main lines of the Sicilian Sveshnikov. And the reputation of this line is really good. And if we would go back very far, you would ask, but why e6 and why not knight c6? So here after knight f3, knight c6, why all the hustle? Why don't we play d4, c takes, knight e4, knight f6, knight c3, the Sveshnikov in the classical way? Well, I think I already answered the question, because there's the Rasalimo, which of course is still a very big discussion. We already saw this a couple of times here in Biel. And I mean, of course, black is still having a pretty okay position here, but this is the most testing line. And that's why this e6 is a very smart way, try to avoid the Rasalimo. So what principal approach is to play knight c3, knight c6, and now the only drawback of this variation is the knight c6 and e5 line.
Oh, very nice waiting move is 6, but this e5 pawn now, it's controlling all the dark squares, and I see that also computer slightly prefers the position for white here. Yeah, because of the space, probably.
Yeah, this is definitely the opening prep, and I'll try to pull up those lines. I'm not sure I'm going to remember. I think the main line was queen c7. Hitting the pawn on e5, f4, and queen b6. So this is a very, very fashionable line. Black tries to exploit the weakness on e3, white plays c4. There's a bishop b4 check. You're going to play bishop d2 because there's going to be something nasty happening on the e3 square. So white even plays king e2. There's f5, and here there's some modern theory. I'm not really sure, again, what's the word. Is the more precise mode e takes on f6, or the move knight f2? Very, very big theory here.
Very sharp line, Arturs.
Exactly, but this bishop b7 is like a sideline. Maybe already it's a modern new line.
Yeah, probably. And both players look like they knew it, because I see that also David played fast in that position, didn't he?
Yeah, he played bishop e2, so bishop b7 is one of the recommendations of the engine. c5, black fixes the problem of the bishop. Castles, queen c7, so you see the players simply changed the move order, and they got here. So I think what we're seeing, Angelica, the position is very unbalanced. So the pawn structure is non-identical. And black might have interesting ways to complicate matters with some inspired moves, even like f5.
Is there also idea to go for d6? Okay, for now, of course, you don't want to do it because the bishop would have betrayed. But I just don't like this pawn on d7. That is pretty much weak. But I think this is like the biggest drawback, so to say, of the black's position.
If you play d6, then I think white should have some better position. I mean, here actually tactically fails because I can, let's say, I can take twice.
Yes.
I can take twice, and as you can see, your knight on d5 is left hanging because you cannot remove it because of the pin. Doesn't really mean that we cannot play d6 at some point later, but I think there's something like f5 or even maybe c4. C4, bring out the bishop somewhere on the dark squares, but I would be looking at something like this, to be honest. Even without knowing any theory, e takes, g takes, rook g8, maybe a long castle, f5, try to complicate the matters.
Looking at this opening choice of Aram, I feel like he's being ambitious in this game. He's trying to get many imbalances in the position. What do you think, Arturs? Do you agree that he's trying to push?
Yeah, he's trying to create some kind of game here. Mm-hmm. But again, this is still the opening prep. So both of the players appear to be fairly comfortable with it. c4, I think, makes sense. Push away the knight. Also, white is eyeing for the knight d6 threat at some point. So this is going to be a very interesting game.
Yeah, while Aram is taking time, let's take a look at the rest of the games we haven't checked just yet, because the games have been advanced slightly. For example, we see just probably an update from the game on the very left. It's the Vladimir Fedoseev against Vladimir Murzin. So we do have the exchange Slav position. So they transpose there. Later we'll take a look what is happening there. Meanwhile, there has been not so many moves played on the board, on the second board to the left, Salem against Aravind. It's a queen's gambit accepted, Tarash.
Something, yeah.
Wait. or is this the? No, it's not the gambit. It's not Shara Henning gambit. No.
It has some Tarash vibes, but definitely it feels like more like Queen's Gambit. Except, normally I gotta say I don't really care about the titles of the openings, as long as we understand what's going on. And sometimes, there's the border between one line, the other line. Like it starts as the Reti, it continues as the Catalan. Now it's the Tarash, and now it's the whatever. Yeah. So as long as we understand what's going on, I think I'm good.
And also on the right, the first board to the right, it's Nicholas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev. I see London on the board, so also something exciting. Arturs, your choice. Shall we go to Saleh's? Oh, he played d5. Oh, he pushed forward. I think we should go there. That was the answer, right?
Yeah.
Where should we go? Saleh answered. We should take a look at this.
We're gonna check the game, one of the most principal games of the round. This is a bit unusual setup, I think, from black, because if you go back a bit from the starting position, so this is the current position, only 4 moves have been played, and the players are taking their time. Actually, it's the Emirati Grandmaster who is mostly taking the time, because he already has spent 12 minutes. d4, d5, knight f3. So knight f3 is mostly a nice waiting move before white wants to play c4 or maybe bishop f4, for example. There are many players who automatically respond with knight f6. And now you play c4. And the difference here is that after d takes on c6, you play e3, you play bishop takes on c4, and then you're going to grab the center. And sometimes in these lines, if we start with d4, d5, we play c4 immediately, d takes on c4, and let's say you want to go the same, e3, then black can suddenly play e5. Mm-hmm. So you see, not including knight f3 and knight f6, the e5 square remains uncontested. And for example, this is not really so great, because I think it was something like knight c6, bishop e6, long castle. Black gets a really great game. So that's why this knight f3 is mostly like a waiting move before playing c4 or maybe London. But this c5 is not the main move, but it's a very fighting choice.
So basically what black is saying, black wants to play Queen's Gambit, but from their perspective, because black is offering now opponent c4 in the spirit of the Queen's Gambit. Doesn't it resemble it, Arturs?
Yeah, it does, but white has a tempi after all.
Of course.
Right, so, black is trying to punish white immediately after the opening choice, essentially, but, c4 is a very common way to meet it. C takes on d4, I think white could play something like c takes on d5, queen takes on d5, and include knight c3. This is the typical idea here, and I'm not really sure what's the status again of the popularity of this line, like this at e5.
I'm sorry, is it reversed Shara Henning Gambit?
Reversed what?
Shara Henning.
What is that?
It's like the same, but with the white pieces you can get it. So
I've never heard of it. So you keep surprising me, Angelica. Like one day you mentioned me in Mexican defense, and now it's Sharak something.
Actually, Mexican defense was played by Aravind in the other game against Salem. That was what I was expecting him to play, but we don't have.
What was it again, the name?
Von Schara Hennig.
I think I'm going to forget already.
This is, I can show you how it starts. So it was move d4, d5, c4, c5, c4, e6, knight c3, or was it c5? 1 second, and c5 here.
Oh, this is the Tarash, no?
So there is some line, 1 second. So you take on d5, pawn c takes on d4, queen d4, knight c6.
And now queen a4.
Yeah, so this is kind of what I was trying to point out, that this looks like reversed.
I see.
Yes.
Okay.
But for that reason, you have to play first queen a4 check and then take on d4.
I already forgot the name.
Yeah,
sorry. Forgive me. It's a very complicated name. Anyway.
So you can learn something from me too, but mostly I learned from you, Artur.
All right. So c4, d takes on c4 is accepted, the pawn, and white plays immediately d5. This is, even without knowing a lot of theory, very normal way to play. You want to play knight c3, 4, cap center, ignore the pawn on c4, and if black tries, hold on to it. He does it at the expense of the development. So that's why knight f6, knight c3, e6, e4, I mean, these moves make perfect sense. And e takes on the e5. The only thing here, I think, instead of the e takes on the e5 move, white might also include e5. Sometimes these lines are really tricky. I have to confess, I don't know them. Like, is it d4 here, or is it knight e4? Might be some d4, d takes, and whatever.
I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, because black is up 2 pawns and up 2 not central pawns. Okay, 1 central pawn and also side pawn, but.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably not really relevant, right? I mean, e5 is very often a move so that you can take on d5 with a knight, keep it there. But anyway, I mean, e takes was played, and now you see we're resuming back to the normal chess, h6, and I think Aravind wanted to get this position, so he is thinking about some a6, b5 ideas, so it's definitely going to stop it with a4. And here the big debate is, who is right? White has a strong pawn on d5. Is it a strength, or actually the bishop on d6, the blockade is a very strong counter-argument?
Which position, for which side would you prefer here? Because it looks like the d pawn, although it's isolated pawn, as you're mentioning, is it a weakness, is it a strength? But it's moved much further forward, and there is no blockading pawn, which is normally controlling it. Because usually when there is isolated pawn, it's on the 4th rank, and it's being blocked by the other pawn of white, but of the opponent, sorry. But now the pawn is already on d5. Would you prefer to play this position with white, or against this pawn with black?
That's a very good question. I think it's early to tell. At least I am going to say that I understand why Aravind went here. So he was looking for a sharper game. He got it. It's unbalanced game, and I don't think that you need to also invite Saleh with a special invitation. He's going to accept it anyway, because he's playing with white, and of course also he's one of the leaders. So this is a very principled fight for both players. I suppose we're going to see. I mean, I don't think this engine's evaluation currently, that's why this having a tiny advantage, it really matters. And here what matters though is if Saleh can figure out the continuations. So I would say maybe h3 makes sense, stopping some bishop g4, and there could be room for some inspired chess here. You know, okay, maybe I'm crazy here, but there could be moves like knight b5, perhaps even b4 pawn sacks to put the bishop on b2 and try to play it in a very dynamic way. By the way, how Saleh typically plays, but is b4 even playable? I have no idea.
Interestingly, these two players, I mean, Salem won against Aravind 2-0 in the Blitz portion of Biel Chess Festival. Also, in the classical, Saleh won that game against Aravind. We always keep on recalling this game, because it looked like such a winning game for Aravind, and then he just made so many strategic mistakes, trading the queens, and he lost that game. And also in the but in the rapid, it was Aravind who won against Salem. But we see, so the first tournament starts, Saleh wins in rapid, but then he loses classical, he loses 2 games in Blitz. Now we are coming one more day of the classical. looking at his opening choice, it feels like he wants a fight. He wants a revenge for sure, and that's what also Saleh. I mean, Saleh is always, as Artur, you were mentioning, Saleh is always welcoming the sharp games, and probably we expected. Meanwhile, h6 is on the board.
Yeah, and also for Saleh, I'm not really sure if somebody else has done it. He might make some history here because he has won the MT Open tournament. He has won the Challengers tournament. And now if he is going to win the Masters tournament, this will be a very impressive trifecta, essentially, winning all the strongest Open tournaments here in Biel. I would have to check if somebody else has done it, but at least to my memory, no, I don't think so.
Because Challengers and Masters is a new,
it's a
new
format,
model.
that's why.
Yes, but probably there were some players who won, of course, both the Open tournament and then coming for Masters. But he might set a new hat trick of the history, so to say.
Indeed.
So h6 stopping the bishop g5 right now. Salem is taking time, so let's take a look to the final game, which we haven't checked yet. And if we get the overview, we see it's a game of Nicolas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev on the very right. It's the first game from the right, and we see London on the board. Is it surprising choice, Arthurs, or?
Well, London has been already played here in Biel several times, and it's a very popular choice, even at the highest level. Some of the best players in the world believe that there's almost no play left because everything has been studied so carefully that they're basically now playing just 960 and London no longer works. But I think for us, everybody else, we find it still to be perfectly playable, and you can always mix up the move order. So I'm not really surprised. It gives White the easier game. This bishop e2, it's a bit slow move, and maybe Rinat doesn't immediately recall it because you can see he has spent a bit of time. But if I would roll back the previous move, so White typically wants to play something like c3, knight e2, put the bishop on d3. Let me just make some moves so that you are on the same page. Let's say here, so castle, bishop d3, knight c6. Let's say I'm playing with black. I don't understand what I'm doing here. So I want to play knight e5, bishop b7, maybe queen f3, queen h3, and go for some kingston attack. So it's very, very easy to play for White, and c takes on d4 typically responded with e takes on d4. So that's the idea. But this bishop e2, this is something else.
And I'm trying to figure out what, because usually there could be problems for White with opponent b2, since the bishop is so early developed to f4 and an e3 is being played. So this defense of the b2 square is one of the key moments, and Black will always have some queen b6 attacks. Okay, we see knight c6 is on the board, but I'm just trying to figure out what is this bishop e2 move? Is he just trying to castle as fast as possible? Is this his strategy to finish the development?
I don't know. Like maybe he's avoiding some lines. The engine quite didn't like it. And I think also Rinat was quite surprised, and that's why he spent his time trying to compare some lines. Very often this is how it goes. So let's say you're playing with black, and your opponent plays something you have never seen before. Like it's a normal move, but either you have never seen before or you don't remember. So what you're then doing is you try to recall the lines that you know, for example, with the bishop not on e2 and bishop on d3, and you try to compare. So how does it feel in that line and this line? So why would you put the bishop on e2 and why not on d3? And what is the difference? And sometimes the answer is not really so obvious.
Yeah, probably there is some new line which Nicolas was analyzing with his coach and found that bishop e2 move is playable, and then the castle is happening. Personally, for you, Arturs, what do you do in such situations when your opponent is playing some okay move, but it is not a part of the theory which you know of? Do you approach it like, do you try to find the best move, or do you also try to kick him from his preparation?
Yeah, the desire to kick the opponent away from the preparation is very natural, but by doing so, you might also be making suboptimal moves. So I think I would just play my game. And here you see bishop d6 is played. I think I understand what Nicolas is trying to do. So he's not playing the classical London setup, but he is going for the c4. Yeah, this d takes on c5.
Oh.
Because we already saw some similar games in the Trompovsky variation with the bishop on g5, there's bishop f6 and c4 idea. So that's why this bishop e2 should castle, not playing c3 already here. I had a feeling that after bishop e2 and castle that he was aiming for c4. Completely different idea. And answering your earlier question, what about some queen b6 here? I mean, maybe it's a playable move, and I don't think White will play something slow as b3. I would say either knight c3 or c4 might be a move. And do you enter these lines without any serious prep? It's very, very scary. As you can see, White enjoys a very big compensation. Black is underdeveloped. So unless you know what you're doing, you probably don't want to go here.
My coach from Ukraine told me that taking on b2 is bad, even if it's very good, you know. So always when you're taking on b2, you have to double check, triple check. You have to go for the take or on b7, so it also works for both of the sides. You have to go there only if you know it's working, because if you enter some theoretical line, you don't really want to get there. But we see Rinat is taking time after this c4 break. Let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because we have some updates from one of the games. In the challengers, it's David Navarra against Aram Hakobian. We see there is already a pawn on d6. There have been some trade happened. Bishop on e4. There is a bishop pair for White. I suggest we dive in straight away to the game, because this looks like, looks like a huge update from what we saw earlier.
Many moves, like this is move 15, and Black has spent only 5 minutes. So this means that the Armenian Grandmaster is well prepared. Yeah, really well prepared. So what we're seeing, White has two bishops. White has a pawn on d6. It remains to be seen. Is it a strength or is it a weakness? We see that Black has pretty active pieces. But with the last move, I think that White is thinking about some a3, b4 ideas. Wait, I'm looking also here. Is there knight c2 fork? Try to kill off the bishop on e3. Because White didn't stop it with the last move. Or maybe that's the move that Hakobian doesn't know.
Maybe just this move, just normal move, which you play, which probably is not the best move, but you're trying just to get the opponent out of the preparation.
Yeah, but also I think when White is going for these positions, White's one of the major trumps is the bishop pair. And perhaps Aravind, Hakobian was a bit surprised that White easily allows it to be traded. So let me just put it on the board. So why not knight c2 here? Why not this? There might be, of course, the automatic move rook c1. But also there could be a room for a sneak move f3. I see the engine slightly doesn't like it. But the point is you cannot take on a1 because the take with e4, I collect the knight, and two bishops then are stronger than the rook. So that would be the idea. And the bishop cannot retreat because the knight is hanging. So takes, and now maybe a bishop retreat. And at least I think you want to check this position a bit more closely. So that's why here Hakobian is not rushing with knight c2, but you're right. Let's move back a bit and see how did they get there.
Yeah, absolutely, because we had the position with the pawn on e5, completely different position we had on the board. We saw this, c5 was played, opening up the bishop, and queen c7. This is the moment we left. This queen c7 was played. C4, targeting the knight.
Yeah, these two things are under attack. So considering the speed, how quickly Navarra played c4 and played knight e6, this suggests that he knows. He knows this line. I mean, for me, this is not super obvious because do I want, by the way, if I go to this position, do I want the pawn on d6? It's not clear because is it a strength or is it a weakness? Because I do give up the d6 weakness. Like I think ideally here, if I go back to this position, I just want to put the knight on d6 for free. Or maybe I want to find a way, I push away the knight, I play knight d6, I play queen d6, and maybe I play a rook d6 and I keep the heavy piece on d6. So that's why for me this is again not super obvious. But yeah, the speed suggests that he knew it.
But there was probably no way to defend the pawn. Of course, after c4, but instead of c4, you might have other move.
I mean, there was f4.
Yeah, just f4 defending the pawn, and then after...
I mean, we discussed f5, but the engine didn't like it. So here the engine says that, I mean, not the engine, but the bar, because we're not working with the engine here. The bar suggests that f4 is not the best move. I think we're going to trust David's pressure here. So c4, knight e6 takes, queen b6, and the move bishop e3. Andrew marks as a mistake, and maybe already here, Jacobian was kind of out of the book.
Ah, so already here he started taking time.
Yes.
It makes a lot of sense. If he's in preparation, he's not expecting like the worst move from the computer, from the opponent, and so now this is current position. Queen d2 has been played.
I have a feeling he has to play knight c2, because if white is allowed to play, let's say here, and you don't have knight c2, and you go back, this could be a very big problem. So this is a deadly pin. Bishop c5 is incoming, and knight e4 does not work, because at least I can just take it and play c5, collect the pawn on d4, look at this chain of the pawns.
Very powerful. That's a dream. That's a dream scenario for white.
Yeah, that's why this queen d2, he probably was a bit surprised. And what's the alternative? Maybe it's a5? Try to make sure that there is no a3, b4. But is there no a3, b4? Oh, wait, again, there's knight c2, of course. Yeah, because I was looking at this line again. I saw there might be b4, takes, and you need to watch out for your back rank.
Oh, that's a big problem.
Maybe, I don't know. Engine again laughs at me, but I'm just telling the ideas, right? So I would say knight c2 looks reasonable unless Jacobian wants to keep the knight.
Yeah, knight c2 looks very tempting. If the line is going correct, you're going to trade one of the white's bishops, and this is one of the advantages of the white's position. So there is a bishop pair. We were mentioning it already a few times. So if black manages to at least neutralize one of the bishops, there might be some problems with defense of the pawn on d6 because it's a pawn on the dark square, and if black is taking and trading the dark square bishop, the pawn on d6 might get weaker. So maybe we can try to make this line work. Let's try to analyze this knight c2.
Okay, let's put rook c1 on the board. The most natural move, probably queen b2 doesn't work because of some terrible pin here, like queen b2, bishop d1. It doesn't look good. So probably knight e3. Again, I think knight d4, this is the idea I'm always looking at with some e5 ideas to secure the knight. It doesn't work because of c5. Yeah, same stuff.
And again, we're getting this very nice pawn chain b4, a3.
Right. So probably he's going to take with e3, queen e3. The bishop is hit. Where does the bishop go? To c6 or g6? I don't know. Maybe bishop g6 just to protect the king a bit. And the million-dollar question here is how to evaluate this position. Like the pawn on d6, can it be taken or not taken? If black castle short, for example, what is this position? Like the pawn on d6, how does it help white? Probably white wants to play some at future b4, c takes on b4, and c5 to have a strong pawn center here. Very big decision here for Jacobian, because if he hasn't studied this position more carefully, like he probably knew that if white plays something like bishop e3, there's the maneuver bishop e4, and that's it, then analysis ends. And now you're here. Now what?
Now you're at practice. Now you're at this position. You knew it in theory, but this is now the fight. And for Aram, it's very important because of the overall standings. He's on the second place after Nicolas Theodorou, and he still has a chance to get to the first place if he plays well today, because tomorrow it's going to be a showdown. Tomorrow it's going to be Aram Jacobian against Nicolas Theodorou, huge fight. So there is still an opportunity for Armenian Grandmaster to get to the first place, but for that he has this very tough game right now against David Navarro's black pieces.
And also I think he's not really risking anything, so for Jacobian, if he draws, that's basically bye-bye to his chances to win the tournament. And he's almost secured the second place, so why wouldn't he try to risk? Of course, he's going to try to make some risks, and that's why, of course, the opening choice here makes perfect sense. Does knight c2, knight e3 fit his ambitions? We're going to see.
We're going to find out later. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to check what are the updates from the rest of the boards. We see Arthur's on the first board to the left. There has been already some development. We see that the bishop or pinning the queen. We have the exchange Slav position. with some fianchettoed bishop, very interesting one. Other than that, on the second board to the left, it's Salem against Aravind. We see some peace sacrifice. Or what is going on? Is it a peace sacrifice? Ah, no, there is a tactic.
There's a trick.
Maybe let's go there. What do you think? Let's show it to
Okay,
you.
I already opened up this game, but
of
we're
course.
going to go to that game. Yeah, immediately right after this. I promise. There's no blunder. There is no peace blunder in the other game. So it's just a tactical trick. So first and foremost, what I'm seeing here in this position, Angelika, is again we have the exchange Slav of swords. So is it something that Fedoseev noticed in his prep against Murzin, that maybe he feels that Murzin doesn't feel comfortable in these exchange Slav positions, so he's always going for these positions against him?
What I can tell you is for sure, because Fedoseev won. First of all, he came here to Biel, he won the rapid, and it was an exchange Slav. Then in the classical it was a draw, but in the blitz it was 2-0 for Fedoseev, and one of the games they played was also in exchange Slav bishop f4 line. So I think out of this you might expect that your opponent will try to do something else, try not to get into those exchange Slav bishop f4 variations. And now we see bishop is not outside of the pawn chain, it's on d2. So it makes a lot of sense now that we are putting plus 1 plus 1, 2 plus 2, and we're getting 4 on the board.
I'm also thinking about Vladimir's approach in general, like the way he has played here in Biel. He's playing a lot of offbeat lines. Is this his typical approach, or he's preparing something really serious for the World Cup and Grand Swiss? And he doesn't want anybody to see. Like, I know this. Like, this has been happened before. Like, you play a tournament before, you're prepping for something like major. We're talking about the Grand Swiss in Samarkand. I think it's in September, the World Cup, end of October, November. And those are essentially the largest FIDE tournaments to fight for the World Championship, right? So, of course, I mean, that's the highest stakes chess because you qualify from these tournaments directly to the candidates, etc. So maybe what we are seeing here, like, we saw this in the game against Aravind yesterday. We saw this before where he's like going for these worst positions, but I'm thinking maybe he's just, avoiding some stuff, right? Because I think that his opening knowledge is superb, and maybe he's just, trying to play a bit offbeat chess here, but I could be wrong though.
It does make a lot of sense, and Arturs, have you also done it yourself when you had some very important event? I don't know, maybe some national championship or World Cup or Olympiad, whatever, and you had an event before that, and have you decided to go for some different openings, not to show your main repertoire, what you prepared for the next event?
Not yet, but I also will be going to the World Cup.
Oh.
Yeah, because I made it there.
Yay!
Somehow, yay for me. And I'm planning to play a tournament before that, in the European Club Cup, if I will agree to play. And that might be also my approach, just to get in the rhythm. But if I would prepare something really serious for the World Cup, I would definitely not play in the European Club Cup. I would tell you that. I think I would most likely practice it with my sparring partner somewhere online, play it a lot, study it a lot, but not reveal the cards for one of the major tournaments of the year that I'm playing a new system.
So it's some anonymous account, not ones that can be found like...
Oh, you know everything
like
about
before
anonymous accounts. Yeah, like we know this history of Richard Rapport and Dingler Wren. Nothing stays hidden really, but anyway. Yeah, it could be the case here, or maybe just Vladimir just enjoys playing some offbeat chess here.
Yeah, just a hint to future opponents of Arturs in the European Club Cup, in case they were watching right now the stream. But of course, no one will know what will happen in a few months. So
let's go back a bit.
Let's go back, of course.
Yeah, let's go back.
How did we appear here?
So these are the starting moves. I think we left it here. C4, C6, knight C3, D5, and your exchange, Slav. Knight f3, knight c6, and e3. It's a rather surprising move. Because I would have thought that for the exchange Slav, the bishop always needs to go out to f4. That's my understanding. And this is only when you lock the bishop with e3.
Maybe now there could be queen b6 after bishop f4.
This is just theory. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what happens after queen b6. Is it knight a4 or something to protect the pawn? But this is how black often plays from black's perspective. Keeps the bishop locked and gets a solid position. And maybe Fedoseev's idea is that the bishop on c1 is not so passive, because on d2 it might have a different role. And the very characteristic idea for the exchange Slav is to have this easy pressure at the c file, something like rook c1, queen b3, knight a4, knight c5. So you try to do something there on g6. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it looks strange to make a fianchetto also in the exchange Slav, because I do play exchange Slav, so I play with white the queen's gambit, and if someone plays Slav, I play exchange Slav. And I was told that in exchange Slav, if the opponent with black is going for fianchetto on the king side, it's not good. I mean, the bishop doesn't have much role targeting the d4 square, but there might be some ideas of maybe pushing e5 at some moment, but that would create an isolated pawn on d5. I mean, it's very tough.
Yeah, but you know, Angelique, the first question I'm having here, why not bishop f5, the most obvious move. And maybe there's some tricky lines with bishop b5. Like, it looks quite familiar to me. Like, I can't immediately recall what is this, but
queen b6, queen a4, probably.
Could be. Let's not speculate.
Yeah.
I mean, this could have been like a different continuation here, but as you can see, knight d5 played very quickly, and bishop b5. So that's what Fedoseev wanted. So he wanted the bishop pair. And now this position looks very similar to what we saw in one of the previous round games of Frederick Svane. Completely different opening. I'm going to roll back now from the very beginning. You're going to see why I'm doing that. The Caracan with e takes, I think it was against Murzin. So Svane played this against Murzin. I don't remember which round, but there was this idea with, I was showing you, I don't remember the actual moves, but there was this idea to play bishop b5, also apply the pressure here against the knight, take on d7, play c3, play bishop d3, and play the exchange Caracan, and you have the bishop pair. So why this is relevant, because the current position we are seeing, it kind of feels similar, same maneuver. Bishop b5, knight e5, get the bishop and retreat. So I think that Fedoseev saw Svane's game against Murzin, and he thought, okay, this is interesting, right? So you can get the bishop here, it works. There's always the lasting pressure, and maybe I can get it done in this variation.
Yeah, and that's why he's trying to go for it. Definitely, it's a very interesting approach. But looking at the time situation, he was spending time in the opening. So what has happened is most likely that he decided this over the board. So he didn't prepare it, but he decided this over the board. Could it be? Or you still think that Vladimir might be in the book in his preparation?
Yeah, it's tough to say. Not always the spend time means that the player is out of the book. Maybe he's trying to recall. Some people like to play games just to give the opponent the impression that they still don't know anything. And maybe he knows it very, very far from here. I think we simply have no context, so we don't know. But either way, it's going to be a very interesting strategic battle. Notice also the last move for Murzin. He played this rook fc8. And I know a very similar position, Angelica, with the bishop on d6. I know this position. No, wait, sorry. I think it was with the bishop on e7. Exactly the same position, but with the bishop on e7. And the classical idea for black is to play e6, knight e8, knight e6, and go for some stonewall. So let me put it on the board. Let's say something happens here. I'm just making some random moves. I want to put the knight on d6 because it looks like a cospat, and the knight on d6 surprisingly stands well in these positions. So black wants to play f5. Very often in these positions, the bishop is on g2. You want to play g5, g4, h5, h4, go for some kingset attack. So I wonder if those rules apply to this position. We might see knight e8, knight e6. At least this rook move, rook fc8, it suggests that Murzin is going to focus on the queen side.
It might be what we see, but definitely the bishop on g7 is going to make a big difference in that position. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the overview of the rest of the games because there was at some moment. Yeah.
Yeah, you wanted to go to the
yes,
crazy game.
I just wanted to just quickly get update from the game of Salem against Aravind because there was attack on the knight. There was a knight sacrifice.
Yeah, let me show you this
Just
moment.
very quickly.
Let me show you this moment. We left it here. H6, H3. Yeah, H3 we didn't see. Stopping bishop G4. Makes sense. A6, A4. Of course, makes sense. You stop B5. You don't want black to play B5, C4, aggressively at once on the queen side. So bishop F5 was played. Knight H4. Okay, so Saleh again is moving the knight essentially in the same fashion he already did it in the classical tournament against Frederiksvane, even though that was a different opening. So you see very often these ideas, they repeat. And bishop D3, so he wants the knight to the5. Very, very similar idea. I love that. So
Yeah,
there was a
that's a
trade,
trade.
and knight C6.
Oh, this is very nice. This is first what we saw at the bird's eye view, and I was like, okay, there was a knight sacrifice, but you cannot take it. You're going to lose a queen.
Yeah, it's a very common trick, of course. And why knight C6 and not knight D7? Because I think that Aravind feels that the knight to D7 is going to apply pressure against his pawn. For example, the moves we saw, knight F5, knight E7, black already is threatening to take on D5 with the same trick. So he was essentially dealing with the knight on H4. A very, very interesting sequence. Look at this once again. So knight H4, the knight to the5 is going to be a problem. You could have played G6, so you take on D3, you play knight C6, and you deal with the knight with knight E7. And knight E3.
And this is the current position what we have. Aravind got for sure a great opening here, but while he's taking time, let's go to our very first break in the round 7 of the classical portion. Dear viewers, we hope you're enjoying the broadcast and the show and the games which are the Grandmasters delivering. We're going to be right back in a few moments. See you in a bit. Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The action is heating up here at the Grandmaster Triathlon. We have already round number 7. We're almost closing the tournament. Today we might know even the winner of the challengers, and we would love to guide you through the games together. My name is Angelika Valkova. I'm joined by Grandmaster Artur Snakeshans, and we have so far very exciting openings in all of the games. And one of them is, I'm interested a lot, because this is a Nicolas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev, which is the first board to the right. We see there has been some advanced pawn on the queen side. Artur, what do you think about that position? Shall we take a look at the game?
That's a good call. Also giving a very quick roundup of what else is happening. There's not a big development so far, like only 1 or 2 moves have been played. The character of the games remains the same. So yeah, let's absolutely go. The tournament leader, Nicolas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev. And as I understand, today, Angelika, there's a very special event.
It is, because it's Rinat Jumabayev's birthday. He's 36 years old today, so huge congratulations to Rinat. And he's playing against the leader, the current leader. This is his present of today. And I think it's very tough generally to play when there is some big event like birthdays happening and taking on the leader of the tournament. But I hope it's going to bring him some energy and power in this game. What about you, Artur? What is your experience to play?
Usually not great because I'm getting distracted. I think I have played 3 times or 4 times during my birthdays. Usually, yeah, I mean, everybody congratulates, writing and everything, so it feels like it's some sort of a festivity, and I have difficulties to concentrate. But, I mean, you're a chess professional after all, and already here in the tournament, we had 1 birthday of Murzin, one of the players of the tournament. He already celebrated his 19th birthday, so we have 1 more.
Yeah, 1 more birthday boy, and looking at the position, he's not backing down. He's playing. I mean, the b5 move probably means that he wants to put the bishop on b7. But is it so aggressive, or is it so ambitious move as it looks, or is it just a normal developing move? Because there is nothing left for the bishop.
Right. I would put it this way: this position is more poisonous than it looks. Because it feels like black is about to play bishop b7, rook c8, queen e7, rook d8, and he has a good position. But I'm afraid that it's more trickier than that, because sometimes when we see a symmetrical pawn structure on the board, we think that the other side has solved all the opening problems. A very big discussion is going to be what happens if I play e4, e5, and that's one of the core ideas. So let's say here. I'm not really sure if this is the best moment, but let me just show it. I want to play e4. So what happens now? So I want to play e5. For example, black plays bishop b7, completes development. I'm playing e5. For example, black puts the knight on d5, takes, and let's say, it probably doesn't work. Yeah, I just wanted to. Yeah, I'm missing knight e4 and checkmate on g2.
Oh.
Yeah, but the point is, I wanted to get this position. Maybe bishop e7 is the accurate way to play. So let's say instead of bishop e7, black would have played bishop b7, e4, for example, queen e7, e5, and knight e7. So my point was that in these positions, white might have a chance to develop some sort of a king set attack. So I'm not even talking about the famous Greek gift, bishop h7, knight g5, queen h5, queen h7, checkmate. This is a very common pattern. I'm talking like some general typical attacking ideas on the king side with a pawn on e5. So this might be feeling for black not so obvious. So the move bishop e7, I think it suggests that Jumabayev is, of course, well aware of the idea, and he treats this move as a necessary move to counter e4. I might be wrong, but I think that's the case here.
Yeah, looking at the position, white is fully controlling the e4 and e5 moves, so black has to be ready any moment with this position. But this bishop from c5 to e7 move, how does it exactly prepare us against e4? Or what is the idea of the move? So is it just that removing the bishop so there will be no rook c1 ideas, or is it more, Arturs? What can you
It's a
tell?
good question. Let me try to guess. So e4 could be the move. Can I play knight d7 immediately and try to control the e5 square? Doesn't feel right, to be honest, yeah, because white plays e5 anyway. So I was thinking bishop f6 could be the idea to control the e5 square, but maybe this is not the way. The other idea I was thinking was knight g4 with the same idea, but again, I think white does play e5. I mean, maybe this bishop e7, Angelika, is just a precaution move against rook c1, just to make sure there's no knight jumps. So e4 is a very committal move, obviously. It does weaken the d4 square. You know, I think what's going to happen, most likely Niklas is not going to rush with the move e4, and he's going to include most like queen e2, rook d1 first, for example, here, rook d1, target the queen, and after queen b6, maybe look for the right moment to play e4 right now. And then again, go for all of these kings to attack ideas, e4, e5, knight g5, etc. And I'm wondering if Jumabayev somehow can counter this e4, e4 with e5 himself.
Yeah, it's a big question. If there could be a way to prepare this e5. But you were mentioning these moves as knight g4 and knight d7. Could there be something like this?
It could be, yeah, but is this the right moment to do it?
Because there might be bishop e4 all the time. You have to be careful. Bishop is controlling e4.
That's another idea. Very good point, yeah. So white could be playing queen e2 and try to keep all the cards available for him. And this bishop e7 is... yeah, but why not bishop b7? I'm not sure I fully understand. Maybe here white could play knight e4, which is also a pretty famous idea. After knight e4, bishop e4, you have the same pressure. Maybe some could combine with some knight g5, some Greek gift ideas, some rook c1 ideas, and the bishop on c5 here is feeling weird. Let's say you play queen b6, again bishop h7, knight g5, and
so on, and just mate somehow.
Yeah, so maybe it's actually like a multi-purpose move against knight e4, because if you now play knight e4, I don't have to take it. My bishop is not under attack, and I could do something else. Maybe there's just no difference. Yeah, it could be like the difference is so tiny that it's just a move.
And for Rinat Jumabayev, it's not only pressure of the birthday, it's also that Nicolas Theodorou has been a super tough opponent for him. First of all, he lost to him in rapid. Then they played the classical against each other. If you recall this, Arturs, Rinat Jumabayev played this knight h4 move in the opening with white pieces, and it was a mistake. And then basically what happened in the game is that Nicolas rolled over on the king side with all the pawns marching forward. It was a heartbreak to see Rinat blundering this in the opening like this. And even in Blitz, Rinat lost one game and one he played in a draw. So it was 1.5 to half a point for Nicolas Theodorou. So super tough match right now for Rinat Jumabayev. But we have updates from some other games. So let's take a look at an overview, because I see that in the second game to the right, it's a game of David Navarra against Aram Hakoban. The pawn is all the way on h5. What is going on there? There is pawn on d6, we were discussing it earlier. By the way, it's under attack. Now it's the pawn on h5 all the way there. King for black is still in the center. Arturs, shall we dive into the game, or do you see something else going on in the other boards?
The other boards are feeling pretty much the same the last time we left them. Of course, we are going to check them. Yeah, let's dive in and see what's going on. So Navarra against Hakobian. It seems that Hakobian decided to trade the knight for the ducks for bishop. That was the last time we visited it. So this was the sharp Sicilian Paulsen, one of the tricky lines. And he has decided to keep the bishop on h7, not on b7, as we can see. The pawn on d6 is under attack.
And on b2? D6,
And on b2.
b2.
And on b2 as well.
But king is still in the center for black.
Yeah, but can you expose it? Yeah, that's it's a big question. Is there something you can do about it? You know, I'm thinking, do I want to protect the pawn on d6? Because I'm more thinking about, not about the pawn on d6, I'm thinking, where's my plan? So, where is it? I have the pawn majority at the queen side. And I think it's going to involve some sort of a b4 push. b4, c takes c5. That's what I want. So, I would love to get something like this, where black is forced to take with the c-pawn. Of course, he's not forced to take with the c-pawn. I would love to play c5, bishop f3, rook d1, c6. I have now the strong pawn on d6, and the b-pawn supposedly doesn't matter. I'm doing great. But probably, Angelika, you're going to have a very logical objection. What about queen b4?
Yeah, definitely.
And maybe there's some lines where I can exploit the open up queen side. But you see, the problem is that this bishop at h7 is staring at the b1 square. So there's no rook b1. But maybe there's going to be some very similar lines, like white can prep this b4 in a way. Maybe some sort of a a3. Let's say black also short. I play b4. The idea is to play c5, and if you play rook c8, I play rook d1, and maybe b5, a4, a5. So at least white's idea, I think it should be pretty clear that it should be at a queen side. And then you asked me this question earlier, Angelika, h4, h5. So it seems that Navarre is trying to play all over the board. And maybe he doesn't really want to give up his hopes for some kingside initiative as well.
Yeah,
I think it's very difficult to play like that.
it's very tough. He got, first of all, this d6 pawn, which once again we never know, is it a weakness, is it a strength, because it does limit some play for black, but it also been a target. Right now it is being targeted. But again, as you're mentioning it, queen, if there is any time queen b2, there might be ideas of taking on c5. Of course, you have to take care of your bishop on e2.
Right.
So queen b2, there might be queen c5, but first you have to move the bishop. And if black takes the pawn on d6, there might be ideas to bring, let's play some move maybe. Let's play b3, for example.
Which move?
b3, for
B3,
example.
okay.
Queen d6.
Yeah, I'm not really sure
Yes.
if black can take this pawn. That's
Exactly.
why, like,
So
is it the move?
So that's what I wanted to try, because then it feels like the d7 is going to be a big target if black will take on d6. So now
Assuming we find a way to exploit it.
And first of all, there could be doubling up on the d file.
It's a fair point. Like rook d2, show castle, rook d1, rook d8,
Rook
let's say rook
d6.
d6. That could be an idea. Yeah, give up the pawn on d6, make this a weakness, the rook is passive, and then maybe some aggressive f4, g4, f5, bishop f3. Looks like a very reasonable idea. Is it good? Remains to be seen. But yeah, b3 is a move.
David is still taking time whether or not his two pawns are under attack. And while he is taking time, let's get an overview on the rest of the games, because I see there is a strange position of the rook in the first game to the left. It's Volodar Murzin, who either took something on the square or he just played the preparational move to doubling up.
No, I mean, he's just rerouting the knight to d6. Volodar has really great coaching. He's here with his coach as well on site. So this knight e4 move, we are going to, in a moment, go to the full screen. The players are carrying out their typical ideas, so the game probably is balanced. Then what else we're seeing? Salem select against Aravind. It's still pretty sharp, but it seems that black has no opening issues. There's some pressure against the white central pawn. And that's it. And there's, of course, the game of Jumabayev against Theodorou. It's the symmetrical position. No moves have been played yet. Yeah, so maybe let's go to the Fedoseev versus Murzin and see what's going on there.
Let's go. Let's find out. We have seen similar positions a few moves before, but now we see the difference. There is a knight in the center standing on e4 for black. And as we just we're speaking about it, the bishop d3 has been played, targeting the knight on e4, and probably now it's going to be a big question for black. Do I play a 5 or do I not?
That's a good question. Because if you play knight e6, there might be knight c5. If you play a 5, you want to make sure you're not weakening your dark squares for no good reason. So it's probably balanced, but we're going to roll back a bit. I think we left it here, this position. Mm-hmm. And I was saying that black's idea is to play knight e8, knight e6. Now look at this. So here, bishop e2 was... Okay, that's a bit weird immediate retreat. I would have thought the bishop on b5 stands well, so you would start with some other moves, but ultimately maybe it doesn't matter. e6, knight a4, knight e4, bishop e1. So Fedoseev wants to keep the bishop here. That's why he doesn't allow the trade on d2. And rook c7. This knight is getting to d6 anyway. So bishop d3, knight d6.
We might see knight c5. Knight c5 looks tempting.
It does. But at the same time, I think we also couldn't rule out black playing e5 unexpectedly. Like, let's say knight c5, queen e7. And for example, you're like thinking, oh, I'm going to slowly and carefully improve my position. By the way, I just blundered the trick, knight e4. I just noticed, yeah, bishop d4. The knight is dropping, so you cannot do that. But let's say there's some scenario like king h1, rook c8, f3. You're thinking, you know, I'm going to put the bishop on g3, bishop on d3, rook on c1. My opponent is going to do nothing. I'm afraid he's going to do something. And that's why this e5, going for the IQP with a nice little pawn on d5, but getting a lot of activity, it's an idea that white has to account for. So here I would say that Fedoseev has nothing. Like, it feels like, I mean, he's going for this long-term pressure where his bishops are strong, but black's game is very easy. And also one of the drawbacks with some Slav lines is I think this pawn typically stands on a6. So with the move knight a4, white immediately applies some pressure here on b6, some fork ideas on c5. And with the pawn on a7, I mean, the knight b6 basically is not a threat ever. And also the knight on c5 will be easier to get rid of by playing b6, and the pawn on a6 is not hanging.
That's a good point, because normally you play knight a4 when there are some weaknesses on the queen side, but currently there are none, and always this a6 or b6 move can be played, but for now everything is being covered. But as you're mentioning, Arturs, does it mean that white is the one who has to be cautious in this position, not to miss the idea of the e5 any moment? And now we probably see the whole preparation with this bishop on g7 from Volodar.
I think that Vladimir played a bit artificiously, like this entire approach with bishop b5, bishop e2. I would have thought he wanted to keep the bishop on b5 to provoke the a6 so that he can exploit these weaknesses. And why he did not play, for example, rook c1 immediately. And then I assume black cannot play here, let's say e6, and try to play the same idea with knight a4. At least there's some pressure here, so let's say knight e4, bishop e1. It just somehow feels a bit different that what he has more options. For example, here, yeah, the bishop is still on b5. I might go here, I might go here, depending on how the situation develops. But he retreated immediately with his bishop on e2, which is a bit strange. But then again, I mean, chess is known to be a very concrete game, so he definitely has a big idea there.
Yeah, we have bishop b5, then coming back to e2, then again bishop d3. All these maneuvers, they definitely might mean something. Volodar is taking time in this position and trying to figure out, because rook c1 was just played, so no knight c5. So what Vladimir is doing, he's probably preparing these ideas. I'm already starting to wonder, Arturs. Are they...
Rook c8 is going to follow anyway.
Rook c8, yeah?
Yeah, I think it's like automatic move here, unless white is blundering something. So, like, you want to check very quickly. Is there some knight e4? You want to check it, yeah? So the point would be e takes on d4, rook c1 on queen a4. You want to make sure if white's not missing anything. So obviously knight e4 is rook c7, and you're just down a piece, of course, no good. But before you play rook c8, your planned move, you always want to make sure, is there something else? And there's nothing else, and then you play your move.
But is there e5 break, or it's a bit too early for it?
That's a very good question.
So
It
that's-
definitely is there. Like after e5, you want to open up the bishop, activate the knight. But is this the best moment to play it? That remains to be seen. Maybe knight c5, queen e7, d takes, and knight e5, and bishop e2 maybe, and the pawn on d5 is under attack. So something like e5, also for Murzin, he's not going to take this decision lightly. So maybe he's going to look for the perfect moment to play. But this means that e5 is always in the air.
And Vladimir has to be careful in the position, and Voldar will have this in his cards. Meanwhile, we still have 3 other games ongoing. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to take a look and see if there has been anything new. And I think the game which we haven't checked so much was Salem against Aravind Chidambaram. It's on the second to the left board. We see that there has been some development in the position, and looking at the evaluation bar, Arturs, it does prefer black a bit.
Yeah, because I'm wondering maybe White's misadventure, so to speak, started with the move knight e3. So this is the current position.
Let's probably pull up the position. Now, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah, this knight on e3. I'm not sure. Like this was what we saw a couple of moves ago. I think it was somewhere here. Yeah, this bishop d3 takes, knight c6 maneuver. You cannot take it. We show this. Bishop to check. The queen is under attack. You cannot do that. Knight e5, knight e7. And maybe this was a bit too much. Like now the bishop on c1 is a bit blocked. And I think that Salem wanted to have some pressure, maybe a5, rook a4, some rook lift, and go for some kingside attack. But also notice one thing, Angelika. White going to play knight c4. I mean, the pawn is always going to be under attack. So maybe he simply had to take on e7 here. And after queen e7 or bishop e7, I'm not sure which is the best move, do something else like a5, knight a4. Yeah, this knight a3. I'm not sure I like this move. Like, it's sometimes a very strong move, but is this the moment when it's a strong move? I'm having my doubts. Because now you see the queen goes to c4, so he had to stop knight e5. Look at this, by the way. Let's say I'm making some random move, a5. You need to watch out for bishop e5. Maybe bishop d4 or take on c3 and knight e5. The pawn is a weakness. It's not a strength.
It's not a strength anymore. Arturs, and also if we go a few moves back at the position where knight was still on f5, probably just to highlight to the viewers, you would love to take the bishop on d6 after knight e7, yeah. You would love to take the bishop, but unfortunately it's not working. The pawn is a big problem now. Now there are three attackers. There is only way to defend is rook d1, but I think then after rook d8, the pawn is going to be lost, isn't it?
Most likely. Like, and you're underdeveloped here as well. Like, again, every single position is very concrete. And if I would be able to play bishop f4 and d6, I would be doing great. But there's no bishop f4. And the queen stands on d6, and the pawn on d5 is weak. So it looks like White is not doing great. No, I wouldn't really say like in trouble, but I would say that Aravind is doing like great. He got exactly what he wanted. Also, look at the clock situation, 1 hour and 34 minutes versus White's 1 hour and 7. Looks good.
Also recalling their previous game in the classical, it is the same scenario, Arturs. We have Aravind who is getting a better position in the opening. We're having Aravind who is trying to outplay the opponent. In that game, he did outplay. He got a winning position. And then he was unrecognizable. He just played some very strange, he made very strange decisions, trading the queens, getting into the end game, then messing up it again and losing at the very end. Can we expect something again? Because one more time, yesterday he was also, he almost messed up pretty badly. He managed to save it, but it was also...
it's not like yesterday he was in trouble, but according to an engine, but it felt like his game is slipping away from his grasp. And his performance has been quite uneven, so to speak. Like Aravind has been playing very impressive chess, at least mostly the first part of the game. Like he had some very wild swings. For example, the game of this Fedoseev, right? Fedoseev completely misplayed the opening. He had close to winning position, maybe even strategically winning position. He misplayed it. Against Salem, who was doing really great, he had like almost a killing attack. He decided to trade the queens. Then against Frederick Svanek, he got in a big trouble right after the opening. Svanek had a killing attack. He didn't notice it. And then he turned around the game. So it's like very uneven games, right? So I think he probably is also not very happy with his own performance, I would say so. And also, I think we're going to have a guest who's going to say everything about playing uneven chess games. You sometimes just want to play good games, but it just I mean, somehow it doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We're going for a very short break because we prepared some surprise for you. We'll have a special guest in a few moments, so please stay tuned. We are going to be back with more action from Biel. Welcome back, dear viewers, to the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. And I'm so happy to have a special guest with us in the studio. Is Grandmaster from Belgium, the four-time Belgium champion, Daniel Darde. Daniel, it's nice to have you here.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. Happy to be here.
So you were participating in the Challengers tournament. Unfortunately, the top 4 qualified. But now that you're here in Biel, I mean, how is it for you? Because it's the first time for you being here.
Yes.
You're enjoying it.
Yeah, I definitely enjoyed having the chance to play here. Of course, let's be honest, my tournament didn't go great at all, like I hoped. But I mean, regardless of this, it doesn't really change any views of mine. Still happy to have been here. Yeah, I got the chance to check a lot of interesting games still, so I'm happy to be here and do this.
But we also have seen you trying your best in the Blitz. I mean, we were feeling that you're trying to catch up with everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying. I mean, I had a chance. I was at some point close, but yeah, at some point after some painful losses of mine, especially in the classical, I just kind of couldn't keep my mindset correctly. Like, it was very hard not to get emotional after such a painful loss. So, I mean, at the end, I didn't manage, but I still tried until the end, I guess. But yeah, it wasn't enough.
Now, talking aside of the tournament, there has been already a few days that the tournament officially finished for you, but you're still in Biel, you're still enjoying it.
Yes.
Tell us, please, what are your top picks of the restaurants or what you're doing these days here in Biel? How are you enjoying it?
No, actually, it's very fun. I got to see some places I didn't see before. I went also with a couple of other players. We found a basketball court. We played some basketball. I managed to swim in the lake also, so it was actually very nice.
You swam in the lake?
I swam in the lake, yeah.
Too cold? Or?
No, not at all. It was actually perfect temperature. We found a very nice spot. So yeah, for the rest, I also analyzed some games of the tournament still. But no, I'm not bored at all here. So I'm happy to be here anyway.
And also see you sometimes in the hotel lobby. You're playing with the
we're playing just Blitz in the evenings. Like, it's a routine at this point. So I'm still having fun, yeah.
So even though the tournament finished, still you keep on playing. And yeah, we still have the games happening. Now it's around 7 already. You can see now the whole overview of the games. Yes. Have you, before coming here, have you checked what's happening, or it's the first time you see it?
No, I've already checked approximately every game. Like, I always check immediately when they're playing. Like,
what can you share with us like about this round today? Like, in general, maybe just a few words about each game. What you think is happening, or what you think is going to happen, or what is the spiciest game or position we have?
I have no idea. Like, everything is kind of interesting. I thought, okay, in the Masters section, I think Aravind has more or less got everything that he wants. So in this position here, where he's blocking the D pawn, like, he's already very well developed and everything. Like, he just got what he wants already. So yeah, I don't think it's anything special yet, like close to equality. But I would be very happy to have black here. But actually, in this game of Fedoseev, like, he played. Yeah, I don't know, he played some idea in the exchange Slav. He played E3, which is not like very common necessarily, but it has some idea behind it. But I just think afterwards he didn't play it very accurately. Like, he kind of gave away like his chances. I think he could have played some other moves in the opening. I was checking a bit, which could have been more challenging. But okay, I think black is more or less fine there for the moment too, but it's still a game, of course.
And what about the challengers? I mean, they're also very interesting pairings today. David Navarre against Aram-Hakkabeh, and we have already like the pawn all the way on d6 in the position. And just a couple of words about this position.
Yeah, like, it's clear that Aram wants to win, basically. Like, he played this 4 knights with e6. It's like a typically very complicated type of Sicilian with a lot of theory. So yeah, his point is clear. He wants to win, but problem is white also has many lines to play against this, and they're more or less all like good. And of course, someone like David has a lot of experience, so he knows what he's doing very well. So I think in the current position, like, it can still get risky, but yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on now, because he played this. Yeah, he played some very particular line. I don't know, like. But it's hard to win with black, I think.
A bit later we dive in more detail, definitely.
Yeah.
And the final also game of current leader in the challengers, Nicolas Theodorou, against Renat Jumabayev. We also had experience playing against Nicolas. He's doing very well recently, like absolutely incredible. He won the Chess Cup. He won also the Greek League with his team. Now he's in Biel and he's crushing.
Yeah. He's been playing very well lately. I've seen also. He increased his rating a lot, I think, now. So, yeah, I don't know. He's been playing very, very accurate. Never really in trouble, I think. As far as I saw in any classical game, he was always very solid and rather precise. So, yeah, he's definitely running very hot. And yeah, after this game, we find out, I guess, if he already wins or not. But yeah, so far it's looking very good for him.
So let's probably pick one of the games. Which one we should start with? I mean, which one do you think we should go to? Do you have some preference?
No, not really particularly. Maybe maybe this Fedoseev game in the Masters. I don't know, because the Masters also like I think it's quite close there, right? For first place even.
Yeah,
like
they're
Salem
still
and
tie.
Fedoseev
They're
is,
still in tie, and also Aravind has 1.5 point behind them.
Yes.
So basically,
even a win, like he can just completely overtake them. Like that's the point.
Yeah, and of course in challengers it's a different story. We might see a winner today already.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, so we have the current position. We see the rooks are doubling on the C file for black, and also probably white is trying to do something. But yeah, we see the bishop on E1. Earlier he went away because the knight was targeting the bishop from D2.
Yeah, it's like now the position doesn't look like anything special, to be honest, for white. Like it's always like you have bishop pair, so you try to just do something. Like, but in this position, there's not really like potential to open the position, I would say. Like you cannot really go f3 and e4 because there's just like all of black's pieces are basically targeting d4, and black is just kind of sitting. But I thought in the opening it was maybe more interesting. Like he could have tried something else because.
Yeah, let's go back a few moves. So
yeah, so here it's like so in the game
we can go to e3 moment. Maybe.
Yeah, e3 maybe.
We can start with this, yeah.
Because at this point black already kind of equalized. But yeah, here it's like the most common position in exchange Slav. Everybody goes like bishop f4, but they're also like it has more or less been explored already. And e3 is also like it looks very, very harmless, but in reality it's kind of a test, I think, like because yeah, black basically wants to put his bishop on f5, which he didn't play in the game, but it's like main move, I guess. But if you play bishop f5 here, white goes knight e5 immediately, I guess is the point. And here you have some interesting lines, because if black goes e6, like the most natural, seemingly natural move to develop, yeah, here white strikes with yeah, either bishop b5 or maybe even g4 immediately, I don't know.
Oh.
This is a very typical idea.
G4.
And bishop g6, you have h4 now. And this can be a big problem, because yeah, I'm threatening h5 to trap your bishop. And yeah, if you try to escape, your structure is just very compromised.
Yeah.
So this g4 is actually like knight e5 g4 can contain some venom actually.
And he went with this e3. We also checked earlier. They played against each other, and there was exchange Slav in the tournament. So we were thinking that probably, well, Vladimir was expecting Volodar being prepared, because all the time he went with bishop f4. So maybe that's why he went for this e3 option. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's first of all easy because like Murzin, he plays a lot of Slav, so you can really prepare this. So for sure he has checked it, but yeah, g6 is probably
G6.
It's kind of sideline. I don't know if it's how many games there are, but I guess it's not the move you look at the most. Like first you look bishop f5 or e6, I think.
This position has happened in 32 games, so let me see.
No way, really?
Yeah.
That's not a lot, yeah?
Yeah, not a lot. So or a6 is a main move here, 96 move, and g6 is top 4, so it's the fourth move after e6, bishop f5. So
yeah, it's kind of how like these Lasker games, like he used
yes.
to in these exchange Slav, like he just plays g6, bishop g7. Computer says it's never that good, but it's very solid and hard to break, basically.
yeah, so he went here for knight e5 immediately.
Yes, this makes a lot of sense.
So with the idea, so probably some bishop b5, and of course taking on e5 wouldn't be so good. So yeah, bishop b5 was played.
Yes. Yeah, here he castled.
He took
Yeah,
first,
here I don't know if I like this too much, because from practical point of view, you release some tension also. Like maybe something he could do, like can he castle? Like let's say castle, castle, or I don't know if with or without. And now bishop takes c6, like this.
Ah.
And then bishop takes c6, just change, knight take, and bc. And now it's like very clear how you play. Just knight a4 and maybe b3, bishop a3, rook c1. And yeah, if you get something like this, it can be very annoying for black because you have this backward pawn and white doesn't really have weaknesses. So
Yeah,
I mean, it's solid, but at least it's easy, like to know what you're
it's a
trying to
clear
do.
target.
Yeah, yeah.
basically.
And black needs to figure out kind of how to prevent this setup for white.
Yeah, so and he decided to go for the 97. So from your side, it was you would say that you would go for the line with a trade on C6.
Yeah, probably like more practical. I mean, this is of course like you argue you have some symbolic advantage, but in these
Because of
close
the bishop
positions-
area.
Yeah, but I think it's not that much. Like black doesn't have many weaknesses or anything to worry about because knights are good in close positions, of course.
Yeah, and we see bishop d7, and here we started to wonder because bishop e2 was played.
Yeah.
It was. We were just wondering. I mean, maybe you can give some insights on this move.
I'm not sure I can, but I don't know. Like, yeah, it's in his style. Like he likes these type of positions. I think Fedoseev, where he just has a game. So I don't know if he minds to play this at all with white. But yeah, the bishop on b5 doesn't have much potential in this sense. Like you don't really want to change it ever on c6 and e2. Sometimes you can either just try to play slowly, like push some pawns, or put the bishop on f3 later. I mean, I don't know to be honest, but probably just go queen b3 and rook c1 at some point.
But at least he's pinning the knight, and also there are like less this e5 ideas in the position when
Yeah.
black
But
might have at some moment.
maybe he wants black to go e5, so he has a more interesting game. And also one reason could be like to prevent a6, b5 with tempo, let's say. Because now a6 you have knight a4, some immediate ideas, maybe.
So basically, if let's say rook c1 or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's anything special, but maybe
So-
a6. If you
So
move
now
then.
bishop goes back, and you ideally you would love to play knight a4.
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Yes.
But now you cannot because there is b5.
Maybe some prophylactical reason behind it, but
Yeah,
I don't
so
think black has much to worry about.
of course, here would love to have knight on a4, but even though there was no a6 played, and still he went for knight a4, we're discussing here that usually you would love to have knight when there is some a6
Yes,
played already
exactly,
to use
yeah.
these weaknesses, but now there are no weaknesses for blacks in the position.
Yeah, this is the problem. You have no weaknesses, so knight a4, you just kind of try to do something. You just hope your opponent goes b6, and then you have some bishop a6, some light squares. Because of course white can access light squares, and black cannot really, because he only has a dark squared bishop. Maybe some provocation idea behind this, but yeah, of course this is a big drawback. Like black can put his knight in the center now, prevent knight c5 altogether also.
And also knight e4 was played, so targeting the bishop, so Vladimir is trying to keep his bishop pair advantage.
This is typical type of move, yeah, this bishop e1. You just temporarily put it passively, you disconnect your rooks, but later you hope to go f3 and then get active again.
This, I believe, not exactly what happened, but bishop d3 he went, so he didn't go for f3,
Yeah, of
targeting
course.
the bishop, but...
Point is f3 is also like very weakening. Like you can go knight d6, knight f5, and then some drawback, like your center can crumble also with white, plus black can go e5 even.
Oh, yeah,
And
that's
then
true.
if he opens this up, then the e file, like e3 pawn is weak.
Yeah, the e3 is going to be definitely very weak. So, yeah, he went bishop d3, the knight slides back, and rook c1. We're getting closer to the current position.
Yes.
So rook c8, so all normal moves, and here b3 was played.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Like it's just probably some prophylactic move. Maybe if you go queen e2, let's say, or you move the queen somewhere, then knight take d4 doesn't, and your knight is not hanging on a4. I mean, here of course the rook is hanging on c1, so. But like just maybe defend the knight there in the future type of move, because how else can you really? You cannot really improve your position immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think black is very stable, so yeah, there's not much risk here, I think.
It makes sense. It weakens some dark squares, but of course the bishop is on g7, so it's a long way for it to exploit
Yes,
it.
yes.
So now queen d8. So most likely stepping away from knight c5.
Yeah, again, they're just playing very prophylactically. Like,
Just some mind games.
yeah, it's not exactly like the most entertaining position now, probably, but yeah, he goes rook c2, just preparing, trying to improve his position, maybe doubling the rooks on the c file at some point, but I'm not sure it will be enough.
Yeah, and it also will take a lot of time. You have to remove the bishop. You have to see where you put the queen. So
I mean, my guess it would be like some kind of long game and a draw, but I don't know, again.
but we might expect something happening on the c file, but
Yes.
not so clear. We might see also all pieces being traded.
Yes, yes.
Do you expect also that Volodar at some moment will try? Okay, I wanted to ask if he'll try to go for e5, but he played.
Yeah, now you
just
have your
now.
answer. Probably not. But
Yes, no, and
no, I don't know.
but we were discussing it just now when we were looking at this b3 move that there might be ideas to try to use this
Yeah, exactly.
squares.
Yeah, I think it's an idea to maybe have it in the future. I don't know. Like sometimes white tries to double his rooks on the c file, like rook c1, rook c2, and then black can try to go bishop a3 with tempo. And if white removes the rook, he can even go back to f8, and it's like white cannot really progress, you might argue.
Yeah, it looks. And we see also the evaluation bar goes a bit down, so it looks
Yeah.
like it's already. I mean, at that moment of e3, it was already equalized by black, but now we might say that black is on the comfortable side. But Daniel, if you would play this position, which side would you pick? Is it black or?
I have no idea. I would be annoyed with both sides because there's nothing really happening. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Honestly, it feels really hard to lose with either color if you don't do anything special. Like if you just stay put like this, like I don't think you can really damage your position. Only if somebody over pushes, like if black goes e5 in the wrong moment, white can take someday, and then you can have this isolated pawn, and yeah, sometimes the white can win like this, but Volodar is very stable in these type of positions, I think.
So you don't really like the positions, like the slow positions where you have to squeeze. You're more
No.
sharp.
Yeah, it's not my style, I think.
Yeah.
But
All right, we still have other games. Let's pull up the bird's eye view to see what else is going on. We don't see much on change in the game of Salem against Aravind, the second game to the left. But we still can go there to check the last moves. Meanwhile,
yeah, also the
there's
opening was interesting, I
Yeah.
think, in this game. But because, yeah, I don't know if interesting, but I've actually seen something like this before, and there's actually a lot of complicated lines, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe we can check this. I don't know.
yeah, so the current position we see rook d7 was just played.
Yeah.
Probably preparing something.
He's just doubling, I guess,
He's
trying
just
to
doubling.
improve position.
But yeah, let's move a bit backwards to the opening. Yeah, okay. First of all, with this
Yeah, he just
c5.
goes c5 here on move 2. Like it's not really common or something, but yeah. And here Salem went c4. It just kind of transposes, like not really transposes, but you have d4, d5, c4, c5 from black, and it's like you go knight f3 with white, basically on move 3.
It's basically reversed with extra tempo.
Yeah, and like he went d takes c4 here, white went d5. Like a lot of structures have this type of position, but not this position exactly, I think. Like you don't see this too much.
It was very deep preparation by Aravind, so knight f6.
Yeah, here he blitzed tempo. I think he played very fast. No, knight c3, e6, e4. Because here e take d5, he's still at 1 hour 58, I think, right?
Yes, this was happening. Yes,
Because-
yes.
Yeah, he played it quickly, right?
Very quickly, yeah.
Because here e5 is very critical actually instead of ed. Like, but ed is, let's say, very solid, but e5 is very sharp, and black can go knight e4 now. And I think you have some line like knight take d5, knight c6, and knight g5 or something, if I'm not mistaken. Something insane, but maybe it's
Wow.
not here.
Okay, maybe.
There's
Yeah,
like some
computer.
line, or not knight c6, but there's, b5, sorry. Is it possible?
b5?
Yes, knight g5 here. Is this, what does the computer say?
Yes.
Yeah, it's this, this exists, but this is insane. And black has to go queen a5 check.
Wow.
And now bishop d2 is not that good, because knight take or something, and then queen take, king take. Like this is not a big problem for black. But so white after queen a5 check, he goes b4, which has like an insane point.
b4?
Yes, c takes b3,
Ooh.
with idea bishop d2. And now if you get this endgame with knight take, queen take, and now suddenly b5 pawn is also hanging. So this is like some 0-0 position, but it's super sharp and concrete. But I guess that black was prepared for this.
But it's so weird, the same position without giving up a pawn on b3 is
Yes.
so much worse for white.
Yeah, it's just, you cannot really find this stuff,
Wow.
of course. So
It's
I understand his decision to go e take d5. Like, if your opponent plays very quickly and you go e5, it can go sideways very fast.
Yes, so Salem went for the more practical choice,
Yeah,
not,
for
to,
sure.
not to test the line.
Better not, yeah.
And yeah, bishop d6, and it already feels like a position. Okay, there is isolated pawn on d file, but there is a big blockade on the d6 square.
Yeah, the situation is usually like when white has this kind of like passed pawn on the d file quickly in the game. Like activity matters a lot, first of all, but also what pieces you you have still. But in this case, like black can easily go bishop f5, knight bd7. He has a lot of play. Like he can change light pieces with knight e5 sometimes. So therefore, it's like black's not really in trouble.
Yes, definitely. And okay, here, of course, white has to finish development. Castle h6 was played to stop all the bishop g5 ideas.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's like necessary, but it's definitely like sound for black, I would say.
Also white the same, no bishop g4 on the board. And now a6, of course, like looks very typical. The b5 is a big threat.
a4 can also sometimes be weakening for white. I mean, not here, I guess, because it's automatic, but in the future, you don't know. Like,
yeah, maybe b4 square is going to.
I've seen this type of position, and some points, some things happen, and black queen ends up on b4. So I don't know. Like, I mean, very far in the future.
Of course.
Okay.
But it could be a weakness. So bishop f5 was played. So knight h4.
Yeah, this is clear. Like he just wants to put the knight on f5 with white, but yeah, it's actually not that challenging. It appears.
Yeah. So bishop d3, queen d3, and here he already.
Yeah, knight c6, a strong move. Yeah, you like want to go even to d4 sometimes. So usually to e5, but yeah, this is a nice.
There are two squares now from c6, so that's why also knight goes to c6, not to d7, and then after knight f5 targeting the bishop, very strong knight e7.
Knight e7, of course, yeah.
Extremely strong. You cannot take the bishop. Also trading. I mean, trading the knight is possible.
Yeah, I mean the point is you have like less space with black because he has this passed d pawn, so it's generally in black's interest to trade light pieces. So knight e7 makes a lot of sense. You just kind of either force white to trade pieces, which would give you more space, or you force him to go back, like in the game.
Yeah, and
of course, the backwards move is generally an achievement for black, I think.
Yeah, and also it's blocking the bishop. Now bishop is also not really developed on c1, so we see rook d1 trying to defend and.
Yeah, here it's important also to note, that the knight c4 runs into like sometimes knight take d5 immediately, like some stuff, or bishop h2, knight take d5, more precise.
Ah, so first bishop.
Like this is usually like the ideal place to put the knight on c4, like in these Benonis, but here it fails tactically, so you're just not in time.
Yeah, because usually in Benoni you get this pawn on e4. You have the defense, and here you don't have it.
Maybe if white had like two moves, he could go knight c4 and queen f3 or something to prevent this.
If queen would be.
Then he would have a decent position maybe, but here it's just kind of tough, I think.
So queen c4.
Yeah, you don't really want to put the queen there, yeah.
It's not the best square for it for sure, and rook d7. Yeah, this is the current position right now, so Salem is taking time here. And big pressure is going to build on the pawn.
Black has some nasty ideas also, like if you make a developing move like bishop d2, you can try to put bishop on e5 and to d4, and then just kind of try to take the d5 pawn quickly. So it just looks like black is putting a bunch of pressure in the center, and it feels like white has to try to equalize, to be honest.
And also, there is no way to stop the bishop coming, because there will be always problem with d5. So these knights are kind of pinned to the pawn on the d5.
Yeah, they're just they just kind of have to sit there. It's not a lot of flexibility in the white position. Yeah, it's not very nice to stay put. I mean, I think eventually just the d pawn will fall, and you just kind of have to hope either to be very active or to take a pawn back in return, like some tactical way, or I don't know.
So do you think we're going to see a comeback for Aravind in this game?
I don't know. I don't want to make any predictions. I have no idea, but I think, black is not really risking much. So white is the one that has to try to find some stuff now.
And Saleh is taking time right now, so let's take a look at the overview. We still have two games from the challengers we haven't checked just yet, and it is a game of David Navarre against Aram Hakoban and Nicolas Theodorou against Rinat Jumabayev. Looking at the position, there is already queen in the center of the board for David. It's the second board to the right. And
he played queen e5, okay.
I feel like it's more spicy game to dive into. Let's
now
go there probably. Yeah,
it's getting interesting now. He didn't play like how I thought he would, but.
But he's still trying. Although, looking at this position, also a bit at the evaluation board, now says that black is slightly better because of the whole pressure on the b file.
It's not. I wouldn't say that I'm too surprised about this, but like just by looking at it, like optically, you think white is doing well. Like he has some some ideas like with queen in the center. Black's pieces are kind of
bit.
strange on the queen side. They look stuck. And white also has some ideas like to rook lift, maybe like rook d3, rook g3. Let's say you take on d3, yeah? Then you're threatening rook g3 immediately.
Then
Like
there
if you
is
pass,
big attack.
yeah. This is something to worry about also. So, like I wouldn't think that white is really in danger here, but issue is like you're kind of fixed on the d6 pawn with white as well, of course. And yeah, also like on the b file, like this rook has to stay stuck on, one rook is stuck on d1 and one rook is kind of stuck on c2, defending the b pawn.
Yeah, so one pawn is defending b2 pawn, the other one is
Yes.
indirectly defending the d6 pawn.
And the issue is you cannot really go b3 with white because black immediately will strike with a4 and then counterplay will become immense on the queen side. So
Yeah, so maybe just go a few moves back. I don't know, should
Yes.
we go, I don't know if we should go all the way to the opening, but
well, yeah, this
maybe
is
around
actually
this
known,
position,
yeah.
yes.
It's actually well-known stuff, but it's like I feel like this line is a very big memory test. I never played it with black, but I faced it with white, so it's very annoying kind of for both colors, and usually the one that's better prepared is like kind of more comfortable, of course, because it's so complicated. But
So did you get this position, like is 96 takes?
not this exact line, I believe, because it's not easy to understand these positions with.
It's not easy
probably
to understand what is a pawn, yeah?
Yeah, like it's either a blessing or a curse, you know, but yeah, generally white has bishop pair, so it looks always like nice for white, but it can crumble very quickly. Yeah, does it say that this is a mistake or?
Yes, it
Okay,
says
how can this move be like a obvious mistake? It's hard to understand, yeah?
it looks like a developing move. He plays the bishop forward.
It
but,
looks supernatural, but
But yeah, then once you combine this idea of this bishop e4 and this,
yeah, this is
Knight
super
C2
strong.
square.
This is so strong.
yeah, so he found this move. I mean, that's not the first move which you're looking, especially in the opening. Black hasn't castled yet, and there is already this bishop e4 move. So now, probably that's why the bishop e3 was a mistake, which computer is saying, although completely human move.
Yes. Actually, now that I think about it, it's maybe you just kind of force yourself to play bishop e4 by like elimination process, because
Yes.
if you castle, you have a3 and b4 immediately, or not?
Yes.
Yeah, then a3, b4, and you just kind of lose on the spot. Knight d4, by the way, you take and you go c5, and it looks horrible for black. Just losing
Yeah,
on the spot.
we were
yeah.
looking at similar lines.
this
This
is-
pawn chain is crazy.
So black has to play in a concrete way, of course. So bishop e4 is a very nice way to do so. Just introducing the threat of knight c2, and you just cannot defend against it, right?
Yeah, and he went for it, so trading the one bishop. So now it's already bishop against the bishop, and bishop g6. So now he's putting. I mean, this bishop is very nice, because in some moment the pawn on b2 is hanging. There is no rook b1, so
Yeah.
it looks nice. But of course, white will try always to trade this bishop with bishop d3 in some way. And of course, black is also targeting the pawn on d6, which we can also argue if black does want to take on d6 because of this ideas of pushing on the d7 square.
Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, he went h4. This is very complicated, to be honest, and it can go like, I feel like it's always a 3-result game, because sometimes white can have some attack on the king side, but if it doesn't work out, you're just positionally losing, kind of, because you'll either give up p2 or d6 pawn or
Yeah.
allow a lot of counterplay.
And queen c3 apparently was also a mistake.
Yeah.
The position, which is
so
logical.
tough.
You attack g7, you defend b2. It does look logical, but castle. And now rook d1. So now already you feel this kind of pressure in the position that Aram is placing on David, probably this d6 pawn on b2, and yeah, this bishop just here. Although computer is still saying, okay, it's around equal. It's not so
Yeah,
much.
it's
but
equal but not balanced, I guess,
Yeah.
just in this way.
for human eye, it feels more comfortable as for like having black in this position. Or
Maybe, I don't know, like
Stuff.
if you like understand this suddenly, yes, but like if you would give me maybe the position and I look for 5 seconds, like it looks like white is doing well and black is kind of passive maybe, or I don't know, but yeah, just if you look a bit at it a bit deeper, like it suddenly seems nicer for black.
you know, a5 was played, so stopping all these b4
Yes.
ideas, which potentially might
Even
come.
b3, I guess, because then you just go a4 and white does not want to open it at all.
Just opening up the whole queen side for
I
black.
can imagine now why queen c3 is a mistake, because maybe instead of queen c3, like an idea for white could be to not allow any counterplay. Okay, let's say rook d1, and if black castles here, maybe you could go b3 and try to meet a5 with a4. Even though it looks strange because you try to, it looks like you weaken b3. Like if you go a4 with white, rook b8, you always meet with rook c3, and then you can use this rook also as to swing to the g3. Yeah, and then no counterplay for now on the king side.
It does look much better than on the second rank. The rook.
Yeah,
is
you can use
improvement.
the rook. I mean, also on the g file. I don't know, but the only issue is. I believe that you cannot really attack on the king side as well, so
Yes.
it's just kind of equal anyway.
Yeah, so you cannot do both. You cannot do on the king side and queen side. But yeah, queen c3 was a mistake. So now a5. So b3 can never be played. And now bishop d3, probably already preparing this rook c2, trying to defend the pawn on b2.
Yeah, it's also maneuvering at the moment. I don't know.
Yeah, rook a6, so targeting the pawn. And queen a5 was the last move. We are currently, we are at the current position. The queen e4, e5 was played. So you were thinking that he would not go for this? You were.
I don't know. I really don't know still. But yeah, queen e5, like you put your queen in the center, but I don't know for the rest really. Maybe he just wants to follow it up with bishop take h7 and the rook d3, if nothing happens, and try to swing this rook over, kind of. But then of course, like d6 is hanging, so I don't really know what you do in the next moves.
I look at this position, I immediately see that there are a lot of heavy pieces on the queen side.
Yes.
They're targeting some pawns, but there is nothing really on the king side, and that's why I'm a bit wondering about this evaluation bar, which shows a bit down, and that.
Yeah, the computer is so good in defense, yeah, so it's like, I don't know.
Would you defend it well, this position?
Me?
Yes.
I don't know. In this tournament, maybe not. Maybe on some other day, but.
But yeah, and what would be your prediction for this game, or some expectation how the game might proceed? In
I think
which
it can go really three ways, but Aram will just try to win anyway. Okay, he has to win, but also like it's ideal. I think he's not necessarily unhappy with the position he gets, like, because there can be a risk, but then he's still kind of happy because he can also win, and like if white doesn't really make an all-in on the king side, you're also kind of happy because you're not really at risk and you can just play comfortably on the queen side. So I don't know. I don't think I would mind having the black pieces here.
And also talking about the current situations in the tournament, we pull up the current standings, and you can also take a look at them. Here we see that in the Masters, Salem with Vladimir Fedoseev having the tie for the first place, also Aravind 1.5 point behind. Meanwhile, in Challengers, there is a bigger gap. Nicolas Theodorou 5 points in front of Aram Hakoben. So if you could say, who do you think is going to win both of the tournaments? Probably it's tougher to say about Masters, but...
Yeah, like about Challengers, I would guess Nicolas anyway. Like he has been very consistent so far, so anyway, I would say him. Whereas in Masters, yeah, I don't know, I cannot really... If I had to put my money on someone, probably Fedoseev. I would bet on Fedoseev to win the tournament.
Does the current position in his game implements your decision?
No, not so much actually. I don't know. I just believe Fedoseev would win then. But yeah, it's not so clear. Like anything could turn around. And yeah, Salem has been playing so well. Like he made a very nice comeback in the classical actually. So he has a lot of character. So he's for sure he really wants to kill. And yeah, I don't know. It's actually really, really close, so I would not be surprised if I'm just wrong.
It could be also that Aravind is going to make a comeback.
Yeah, correct, yeah. It's not, I don't know.
It's very, very tough.
It just really depends on this game, and I don't know my prediction about this game, so.
You're not sure. But one more game we haven't took a look at. It looks pretty much mirrored considering the pawn structure, but there is a lot of action in the position, and earlier there were opportunities there white could go e4, e5, but of course it all was taking...
Exactly, yeah. This is a very typical idea, like...
Yeah, so the current leader, Nicolas Theodorou, against Jumabayev, for whom facing Nicolas in this tournament was pretty tough. He only had one draw in Blitz, all the rest of the games he he lost. So
Yes.
maybe your opinion about current position first of all. What do we see? And
Yeah, this is like typical Queen's Gambit accepted structure. So it was not the opening, I think, or yeah, but usually after d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, you get a lot of these symmetrical structures. But
it was actually London.
yeah, it was London, and then
but-
bishop e2
yes,
somewhere.
and then transposing.
But this is very typical for QGA, basically. And yeah, there's a lot of life in these positions, I think. Like, I've played them a lot with both colors. Yeah, so basically, the point is like kind of, as far as I understand, like, you kind of want your knight on d7 with black instead of c6 in the opening. So, like, he had the knight on c6 like 4 moves ago.
Okay, let's go back a bit. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, it's this type of position. Yeah, white went knight c3.
So this was first of all. This was the this was this London
Yeah,
position.
I don't know. I'm not very familiar with this orders.
And then
Like, he fought a bit before bishop e2, if I'm not mistaken. So
yes, he did. He
he
did.
fought like 6-7 minutes.
Yeah, 4.5, 5 minutes. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't know. So like, maybe it was an idea he had or something. I don't know if he.
He prepared it, or
I mean, yeah, it makes sense to prepare because he played London, but he thought a bit like here. Maybe he was just trying to reach this type of structure.
maybe he was trying to recall some things. But yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but
Or it was a bluff. You know, some players are.
yeah, but in knockout, it's like a
Yes.
bit more strange to think 7 minutes to bluff. Yeah,
Of
I don't
course.
know. Yes, bishop e2, not very typical. People go knight bd2 generally, but yeah, that's just a different theoretical
yeah,
game.
like-
Yeah, c3 or knight bd2. Bishop e2 is not seen as much. But okay, you get some. He got some interesting idea, I think. Bishop d6, dc.
Yeah, this was very nice, and then c4 immediately.
Yeah, it looks more boring actually, but like actually later I think it could get interesting. Yeah, he went dc immediately. Yeah, here's my point. Like in 2 moves, he went bishop d3 and knight e4. I think, in the next 2 or 3 moves. Yeah,
Bishop
here
d3, yeah.
if black knight would be on d7 instead of c6, and he could go bishop b7, he would be very comfortable. Because in these type of positions, the one who gets either knight e4 or knight e5 first is like kind of pushing.
Let me just try to make this position.
Yeah, I think black would be more comfortable, perhaps, because e4, e5 is also less dangerous, because then knight just comes to d5, kind of. And the point is, black can go bishop e7 and knight c5, and the knight can jump
Oh, of course.
and control like central squares. This
Knight
is
is
like,
more flexible.
yes, it's very typical in Queen's Gambit accepted. So the knight on c6 is kind of annoying for black, because knight e4 will come with tempo, and if you take, then bishop take e4, and you're pinning
then-
like the knight, and also bishop take h7 idea sometimes even.
Yes, so this would be.
Yeah, it's controlling a lot of
Yes.
squares.
And also, yeah, bishop takes h7.
Yeah, okay, in some rare cases, of course. But yeah, no, the king can even get weak in the future. Yeah, he went bishop e7, which is very logical, prophylactic against knight e4. I thought here e4, e5 is even an idea, but it's very typical also to
Yeah,
gain
we're also
space.
considering this. Yeah, that's.
But it can also be a weakness in the long run for white. Like if black changes pieces, he's very comfortable because you pushed your pawn a bit too far and he gets the d5 square. So
So you have to be very careful with this push. So he didn't go. He went for knight.
knight e4 is very sound, I think, yeah.
So he wants to trade the pieces. Now knight d5.
Yeah, rook c1, just immediate threat. Wonder if you can...
I'm just wanted to take a look at the evaluation bar because there was some. Okay, maybe it's just a glitch, but like somehow rook c1.
Yeah, maybe just... Can you not go knight take f4 actually? Or his idea is ef, and then bishop b7, what's the idea? He wants maybe knight g5 or knight c5.
Oh,
I don't
with
know.
the e4 knight.
I have no idea. Seems either way not much to me, but yeah, here I thought you can just take and queen somewhere e7 or b. I don't know.
Ah, you d6
Not,
again.
not d6. Just,
Not
that's the only
d6.
place.
You don't
but-
want to do it.
Yeah, there are a lot of ideas actually.
Oh,
So
sorry. Yeah, went I think a bit to the current position, but yeah, knight.
yeah, maybe knight take f4 should be considered more.
And he didn't go for it. Yeah, knight f4. One more time. Let's probably take a look. Take. So bishop b7.
Yeah. Knight g5, I think g6, right? Just kind of kills the action. Yeah, bishop e4, you can just change queens, and rook c8 is completely fine for black, I think. Yeah,
Yeah, all defended.
you're not really worried about anything with the queens off and bishop pair.
So he decided to go for bishop b7 and...
Yeah, here I think white is doing very nice because you cannot really prevent knight c5 also. Which, like, now you get the bishop pair with knight c5, yes, because you're either forced to take or, yeah, probably you're forced to take simply. And this is more than a symbolic advantage because the position is pretty open and white's bishops are in fact very active. Like if you compare it to Fedoseev's position, the position is more close and the bishops are not very active. So
There is also a bishop pair, but it's different.
yeah, here I really like white's position.
Okay, Daniel, I would like to suggest us to go to the bird's eye view. And when you said you don't want to give a prediction, but what do you expect as for results for each game?
Should I just say my result for every game?
Yes, what do you expect? And then at the end of the stream, we'll see if you are...
Okay, Fedoseev, Murzin, draw.
Okay.
Salem, Aravind. Wait, can I see the position? Because there's a move now.
Oh, yes.
The engine bar made a switch, I don't know.
Oh, Salem against Aravind. Something happened on that board.
And what's the time situation?
It's 40 minutes for Saleh and 1 hour 10 minutes for Aravind.
I don't know. I can say maybe black wins, yeah. Maybe, yeah, I think Aravind has very good chances, so maybe this. Whereas for challengers, Navara against Aram, draw, and Nicolas' game, yeah, I think he will. It's a 2-result game, but perhaps he can even win again. So this would be my prediction for the 4 games, but okay. I hope I get at least 2 of them right.
Yeah, sometimes we were doing some predictions, we were jinxing in a way. But yeah, Daniel, thank you for joining. But I heard that you might even stay longer. So I think
see you.
yes. So now we're going for a very short break, and after that we're going to have even more action from the round 7 of the classical portion at the Grandmaster Triathlon. So stay tuned for more action from Biel.
The action continues here live from Biel, Switzerland, where we're following the games from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The chess summer obviously is continuing. The main event of the festival is the GMT Masters and Challengers. My name is Graham Stratonakshans, and Daniel Darda, one of the tournament players from the Challengers tournament, he's still here. So thank you for staying us.
No, absolutely, my pleasure.
All right, so we are definitely going to follow the action, what's going on in the remaining games. But Daniel, I just noticed one thing. You have something on the table. Just received a gift.
This you mean?
Yeah, the stroopwafels, right?
Yeah, just waffles. Yeah.
Just waffles.
Yeah.
And I was always under the impression that there's like typical Dutch sweets.
Waffles?
Yeah.
No, Belgium.
Belgium.
Yes, it's one of the few Belgian specialties.
I mean, this is probably completely unrelated, right? But I always thought that the stroopwafels is purely Dutch.
Yes, actually you're right about this. Like these stroopwafels are like Dutch thing, but in general, if you think about waffles, it's like one of the Belgian specialties from Liège. Like it's a very, very popular thing actually.
All right.
Not to be confused.
I'm definitely confused, all right? So thank you for clarifying this. Anyway, let's now jump back to the games and see what is happening else in the remaining games. I know that you and Angelica, you were going through every single game. Also, by the way, I noticed a bit oddly that in most of the games, at least from the left part, black appears to be slightly better.
Yes, in the master section, it appears that black is doing quite well. Whereas in the challengers, actually it seems like we have a rather big update on one of the games in the challengers. Like black has pushed his pawn quite far.
Yeah,
I don't know what's going on there, but
Navarra against Jacobi, and that's the game, yeah?
yeah, some new things are happening here. It's getting maybe a bit more, I don't know if intense, but some more things are happening than before. He already pushed f5, f4, it seems.
Right, and I think the last time you and Angelica, you were here, it was somewhere after
Queen e5, yes.
Yeah, Queen e5. I think it would suggest that White wants to go for some kingston attack, and that's why Black responded with f5. Marks.
f5, interesting. Yeah, the engine says it's not so good, yeah?
Yeah, because the bishop at h7 is stuck, but it must be very concrete.
Yes, his plan is just like, I'm threatening to take d6, and if you move the bishop, you go f4, like in the game. I suppose. Yeah, this was the idea.
Right, and probably the logic also follows is, what if I go back bishop d3, which has not yet been played?
Yeah, I would guess he wants to take and try something like rook f8, rook f5, try to find play suddenly on the other side of the board. It's also kind of a must-win game for him, so he's trying to make the necessary concessions to fight on at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is the game that I found it to be very difficult to understand because the one thing I normally try to follow is the rule that if you pick a side, you try to play on one side. Like, for example, at the very beginning after the opening, I would have thought that White's going to focus on the queen side. He has the pawn majority there, but
yes,
he tried to go for the kingston attack. And also, at the same time, he did play this h4, h5. He was hinting towards the play at the both flanks, and now Black is doing exactly the same. So Black is like playing on the pawn minority, and now suddenly playing a 5-4.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. I think it's very unique for this type of position. Like early on in the game, White has the pawn on d6 already, so he establishes like clear like space advantage. But on the other hand, the pawn is also kind of weak, so you need a lot of manpower, let's say, to defend this pawn. Like the queen is clinging onto the pawn with the rook on d1, and this kind of allows Black to play around the pawn. So now he has this flexibility kind of to go rook f8, rook f5, like some ideas.
Yeah.
Eventually maybe round up the pawn or gain space on the other side of the board because he's just down space in the center, let's say.
Do you approve of this? So once again, this position, is this something you would have played yourself? Do you find it interesting, or you think it's a bit too much?
I don't know if I can approve of anything. I'm not sure I'm in the state to really say, but no, I'm not very familiar with this type of position. But of course, I could see myself doing something like this because he's playing just natural moves. He's putting queen in the center, but computer is giving question mark to some moves which I don't know why exactly.
Yeah. All right. Not bishop d3, but rook e to d2. The pawn in d4 is under attack. And I think the logic would follow here is rook f8, rook f5, and maybe this is why he kept the bishop, perhaps.
Yes.
With bishop g4, unexpected bishop e6 ideas. Maybe I'll just put it on the board. So let's say black does something silly, maybe not so silly, just to point a potential idea.
Ah, wow, you can really take, yeah?
I don't know, I just randomly played it, you know, that's...
It looks very interesting. Rook d6 is coming,
That's
d8.
the best part of being the commentator. You can randomly play the moves and they work somehow.
And if you're wrong, you're wrong, but if you're right, you're a genius, yeah? I see.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it looks...
And you see, this is why I'm doing it.
Yeah. Got it. No, yeah, it looks interesting. Black needs to be more careful then, yeah, actually.
Yeah, I think there's some very concrete ideas. Rook d6, queen e6.
Yes.
I can't say I saw it, but now that I put it, I look like a genius.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
No, yeah, actually, black needs to be kind of careful because he has weakened his king side considerably. So, yeah, I think rook f8, bishop g4 is his idea. This is like, is rook f8 on the board yet?
No. Yeah, it's now.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Now it's played, and I think also bishop g4, especially with these double rooks here, I think it gives a pretty clear idea what white wants. And the question is, can black play bishop f5? Is the pawn under attack, or it's not under attack? I think
bishop c2 maybe, or
yeah, it's
is
difficult
it an idea?
to evaluate. Yeah, what on earth is this? Like,
It's very hard to evaluate.
yeah, like even this, and
Bishop
this.
c2, queen e4, yeah, some ideas.
Yeah,
But black can maybe, I don't know, maybe you can find some fast moves like rook f5 and not allow a white to do it on time.
yeah.
I don't know exactly. It's hard to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, the ideas are easy to see, but it's not so easy to calculate. So this game is definitely
Yeah, it's really a three-result
very
game. Like,
exciting, yeah.
it's easy to look with a computer and say 0-0, but I think
Yeah,
it's
but
full of life.
speaking about the tournament, Daniel, maybe you can tell a bit your schedule. How was it looking like? So you're playing here for
Yes.
almost 2 weeks. So how did it look like? The prep, what was the part before the games? What do you do after that? Did you have like a special schedule? Maybe this could be interesting for the viewers.
I mean, I tried to follow routine as usual, just like something normal. I woke up, I ate breakfast, like then I would just go and prepare for the game like pretty seriously, and I was really like I was I was being a bit of a try-hard, let's say. I was trying, but at some point, like it's very typical, things just didn't go my way. I lost 2 positions, which in my opinion I should have not lost. Especially a game against Jumabayev, 3rd round of the classical, was extremely painful for me to lose this type of position. And after this, just something snaps, and it's just impossible to stay rational. Like after such a painful defeat, and it just feels even harder to come back after this sort of thing. Like a win would have just given me, it put me in a pretty decent spot, and just to lose something like this, yeah, it was hard to fight back from there. And I don't really think I had a huge chance in the classical anymore. Like because of course everybody's doing their best, and like I don't know. It just matters also like the chances you get. Like after this, I didn't really have any good winning chances. Like and yeah, it was also hard on a mental note. Like even if the position was good, like it's hard to start believing in yourself again. But you just kind of have to keep on fighting in the spot.
But do you change something in your approach, like maybe prepared slightly less, or a bit more lighter? Or
I was trying to stay equally, like, I was trying to not let this affect anything at all. Like, of course, like, it's impossible to handle, like, emotions perfectly, but routine-wise, I was trying to do the same things, like, just wake up, eat something, prepare seriously for the game still. But, like, I don't know, I wasn't getting all my prep on the board, like, I was getting a bit surprised, so... Yeah, some things affected it as well, and yeah, my self-confidence dropped a bit also, which yeah, I couldn't really handle properly.
Well, I can tell you what I did pretty recently. So the previous World Chess Olympiad in Budapest, I started really terribly. Like after the first 4 rounds, I was like minus 20 ELO points, so I just stopped preparing at all.
Yeah. Okay. Like
so sometimes not doing enough preparation, maybe it's a good thing. You can just save them.
No, yeah, I agree. No, like I wasn't like doing something crazy. I was not doing it for 4 or 5 hours straight, but at least like try to stay a bit professional, kind of, or like. I mean, I believe if you have a same routine, like in the long run, eventually it will work out.
Okay.
Also in November, for example, I was playing great. Like I was having very good tournaments. I was running super hot, and I was doing the same things just so. I think now it's just kind of the variance that's been yeah, going downhill for me. So I believe that if I keep up similar routine, like I should just get back in the future, because Sometimes you just have a bad period, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to just accept it. So
That's-
that it happens to everyone. I mean,
It's
there
really great.
there are a lot of very good players that are just running very badly lately. So
Yeah.
it's just a part of the process, in my opinion.
Yeah, I totally understand it and support it. Okay, let's maybe check the other games
Yes.
and see what else is happening elsewhere. We have 3 more games. So maybe Daniel, you're the one who is going to pick the next game. Do you see something?
I see Fedoseev played f3, yeah?
Yeah, F3. Yeah, sure.
Because when I was speaking with Angelica earlier, I was saying that f3 can be weakening in these type of positions.
Okay.
Like black can go like e5, let's say, and potentially e3 pawn can become weak, let's say. Or sometimes knight can go to f5, I don't know, maybe not here, but like generally I wanted to say that it's not so typical to play f3 here. Because e4 is not really a break you want to make, because d4 is just under attack like 10,000 times basically, so it's just kind of hard to progress with white. And you have these bishops, but nowhere to break, so the position will just kind of remain closed.
Maybe he's provoking black to play e5.
Yeah, could be in his style, I don't know. I've seen him win a lot of positions like this actually, so.
But I have this question to you. So we've been naturally following the progress of all the players and the way they've been performing. And I've noticed one thing, and I theorized this a bit with Angelica early in the broadcast. Do you think I'm right that Fedoseev possibly is hiding his repertoire? That he's prepping something else for the Grand Swiss and the World Cup? And he's playing some offbeat lines to not to show what he has prepared, or maybe this is just a coincidence.
I have actually no idea. I didn't think about this ever at all. But I think Fedoseev playing an offbeat line is nothing that you have to theorize about.
Yeah.
I think he has a very special style. Like he's one of the more special 2700 plus players, in my opinion. And yeah, I think 99% of players, if they do the stuff that he does, it doesn't work out for them at all, but it's something that he can kind of pull off. Like also yesterday, he plays in this very strange, special style, but he just got a bad position, and then he just kind of came back. Like, it's not a strange playing style for him, let's say, to play like this.
How much you were following the other tournament?
The Masters?
The games, yeah.
I think I watched like every game, basically.
Yeah.
Maybe not in very carefully, but I think I've watched all of them.
And do you also like hang out with other players, like in between the rounds, etc., at the hotel, like or just casually meeting at the breakfast?
No, not really breakfast, but like recently, like in the past 3 nights, we've been playing some blitz in the lobby, also with Frederick, Svana.
I saw you yesterday.
Yeah, we were playing a lot of blitz, and yeah, Vladimir was also there, so we're hanging out, and it's a nice company in the evening.
All right, yeah. Maybe I should join you if you still stay here for today.
Yeah, you're very welcome to.
Cool. All right. So what do we have here? F3. F3. Maybe indeed it's the provocation. The big question here is what Volodar is going to continue. This is probably some sort of a classical position, right? I think this knight already was on e4 before, so Murzin decided not to put on d6.
Yeah.
Because there's probably no purpose. White is like getting ready for that.
I have no idea what's good and bad. Like I don't think there's a lot of room to make like big errors with black. I'm not sure it matters even much if you put the knight on d6 and f6.
Okay.
Like white's next move will be very slow. And as I said earlier, I think it will just be a long game, but I cannot really, or relatively long still, some maneuvering moves, but it's hard to imagine really like getting in trouble with black unless you make some big concessions.
Well, I suppose also Kim Murzin needs to make up the mind if he wants to be ambitious or not. Knight b4 could be a move. Is this something I could do?
I think white wants to just take c7 and go bishop b1 to try to preserve 2 bishops. And I feel like white kind of wants to exchange rooks, because that's kind of the thing where black has advantage. Like his rooks are very active on the c file, so and white cannot really move around them. Like if you go queen e2, you run into knight take d4 a lot. So
yeah.
If you try to double on the c file, black is ready with bishop a3. So I feel like white would actually like to change rooks to gain some space, and then maybe his bishops can be more useful.
Also later. Because for white it's a bit difficult to play the next move. I mean, queen e2 doesn't work because of the knight e4.
Yeah, exactly. And if you go queen b1, maybe you do have knight b4, and suddenly like where do you put the bishop? You cannot go to b1.
Actually, that's a fair point. I'm going to make some random move, like bishop e7, and let's say it's your move, mister. And after queen b1, knight b4, takes. Suddenly, black makes some sort of a progress, but to be honest, it just feels really balanced here.
Yeah, it's tough to play. Bishop e2 looks like, I don't know. Maybe it's fine because rook c1 is coming, but it's not really where you want to put your pieces. You have to wonder if stuff like rook c2 is working all the time. Yeah. Probably not here, or maybe even here.
Maybe it works.
Before rook e2, I don't know.
Yeah, that's a weird line.
Yeah. You just have to think about this sort of stuff the whole time, and it's kind of unpractical. But I don't know. Feels like pretty equal to me.
Would you like to play such a position?
No.
No, not your style.
No, like really neither side. Like I don't know. Even with black, if I know that I'm very comfortable, like. No, okay, it's fine. Like I'm not in trouble, but I like some more complicated or potential for dynamic type of positions, I would say.
We noticed.
Yeah, I know.
All right. Okay. So this game definitely still continues. Not in style for Daniel, but quite a big positional struggle. We are gonna go to the overview, see what else is happening. So we have 2 other games.
Ooh, what happened in position of Salem against Aravind? Something went wrong for white, or oof?
Yeah, this bishop d2. It feels that the pawn on e5 probably is dropping.
Wait, can you not just take it?
Oh,
or am I
just
crazy?
Straight. No, you're right.
Yeah, take and just battery on the d file. I don't know if it's a blunder. Maybe it's a blunder. Looks like a blunder, no?
It looks like a blunder because this bishop on d2 is pinned.
Yeah, it's just completely collapsing if you... Wait, knight take d5. What?
Yeah, even either knight. Yeah.
But if you don't go bishop d2, you just don't have this with black. So it seems like a big blunder.
So
okay, it's already slightly better for black, let's say. But if you go some random move, I don't know, you put rook b3 or some move, it's not collapsing yet, I think. Okay, it's pretty bad though, but
it feels that black's gonna put the bishop.
Yeah, okay, yeah, fair, but so not collapsing, just.
So you're discussing this position with Angelique and going through every single move, and I had the impression that maybe the entire idea of this knight h4, knight f5 was, I mean, it was interesting, but not the best, and black played this amazing move.
Yeah, knight c6, knight e7 is very strong, positionally speaking.
Yeah, knight e3 is probably too much, no?
Yeah, I think at some point you have to just kind of accept, like, you have nothing with white, but it feels like kind of defeat, let's say, to take. Like, you just... Like, Salem is also a very ambitious player. Like, he just wants to push with white, of course, so...
Yeah.
And knight e3 feels positionally, like, kind of correct, let's say, in the sense that you don't want to change pieces to give black more... to reduce the gap in terms of space advantage. But yeah, you're just kind of passive with white, and you just... These backward moves really have a bad impact on the position, as we see.
Yeah, I will be really surprised if here Aravind is not going to play knight e5 because feels very straightforward.
Nah, he will play it. Like he sees these tactics, like for sure.
This is like level 1 puzzle, basically.
Yes.
How would you rate it on chess.com? What kind of level I is this?
I don't know. I don't know this stuff, but not that high.
You're doing the puzzles.
I do puzzles, yeah.
On chess.com or Tempo Chess?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. Okay.
I use Chess Tempo a lot, but.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's not hard. Like I don't know. It's not even like a blind spot because you just when you double these rooks, like your only idea is to take the pawn. So it's like it feels pretty obvious, like to take here. Like this is the whole idea with black.
But when speaking about doing the puzzles, maybe you can reveal something a bit yourself if it's not really a big secret.
Yeah, it's not.
How much time do you spend on chess daily, and how much time is puzzles? What's your practice routine?
Yeah, generally I would say like since a young age I'm doing tactics basically every day, like which people underestimate a lot.
Yeah.
I think it's actually one of the most important things to just do tactics every day, like just tactics. Like it keeps you like the whole time kind of alert. And for pattern recognition, I would say it's also very important. Like you just kind of subconsciously remember the patterns, and during real games they come back to you. I think there are a lot of people who underestimate this and they don't do enough tactics, but I think it's important to do tactics at least like every other day. So this is something I do a lot, and I just try to focus on, I mean for myself, this is personal of course, but focus on where I'm the weakest. So for me, I think it's like in the opening phase of the game, I'm clearly weakest, so I'm trying to improve there, but yeah, I just divide my time kind of in the areas where I have to improve, like I was trying to work more on openings and less on like other stuff like middle games in the recent months. So
Yeah. But about the patterns you mentioned,
Yes.
what exactly are you using to improve the patterns? Like certain courses, books, or it's
Um,
like some specialized?
not at all. I was actually just solving a lot of tactics, but at some point I was
From
solving.
there you're taking the patterns.
Yes, but like so many tactics and like how to say, like studies. I also solve a lot of studies, or at least used to. But at some point, like after you solve so many, like you get very good at it, and you just start recognizing some patterns immediately. I remember when I was solving these studies some months back, like every day, like I could really like notice the pattern, like in a snap of a finger at some point.
Okay.
Like now I'm a bit more rusty, to be honest. I haven't done as many, but it's really really helpful, I think. And then also like in time trouble, it can make you like more alert or something, like or just during the game, you just notice stuff immediately. Like it's very very underrated because these simple type of tactics, they cost you like a lot of elo points even.
Sure, absolutely, and I am also agreeing that definitely Aravind should be able to find it though. But I mean, so far in the tournament, he has been a bit struggling. He has been a bit having difficulties to show his A game, because a couple of times he missed very good positions, like yesterday against Fedoseev. But the most notable
Yeah.
game, of course, is against Salem trading the queen. So I was very, very surprised.
Yeah, he shouldn't have lost this position probably. Yeah, he was doing well until then, but then he just kind of collapsed it.
Yeah. All right, so here things don't look really good for Salem, but in the country for Aravind, this is a golden opportunity still to fight for the lead in the Masters tournament. We're still gonna go to the overview and see what else is happening. And there's also the game, of course, of Theodorou against Jumabayev, who, by the way, celebrates today birthday.
Oh, nice, nice.
Yeah. Have you played on your birthdays in tournaments?
Yeah, actually, I have a thing. I score very well on my birthdays
Oh.
even. Yeah.
How was
The
that?
first time when I was 13 years old, I was playing the Olympiad 2018 in Batumi, I guess. And it was my 13th birthday, and I beat this 25-70 guy with black from Cuba. And we won the match. Even Belgium beat Cuba because of this. Like this entire Grandmaster team had this victory with black. And also Club Cup 2 years back on my birthday I played. I won again, so I score well on my birthday in general. Yeah, it's a thing.
Oh, that's nice. I mean, not usually. I'm maybe speaking from my experience. I know that some players have difficulties to concentrate, but yeah, it's.
Birthday is not a very special day, so but winning a chess game can be a special feeling.
Okay, I like that. All right. So what do we have here? A couple of moves have been made, and I think you and Angelica, you left it somewhere.
Yes, here basically
Around.
bishop b7.
Here, yeah, bishop g3 and.
Yeah, here this position he went h4. We're talking like knight c5 would seize the bishop pair, I guess. But maybe he did not like something like take, and now that I'm thinking maybe knight e5 or something he didn't like, but it's probably not working. All right.
The position simplifies a bit too much.
Yes, but I mean, looks good for white, yeah, I guess. But maybe this is something he disliked. I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
it would make sense at least to reject it because of this. But yeah, h4 is actually very typical. Sometimes, like in these positions, you just go for the king. And black goes h6, you can even go bishop b1, queen d3 sometime. Like some. He actually did it, yeah?
Yeah.
But now black probably has something like f5 or I don't know. I mean, the idea is typical, though, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, but this FF also might be a long-term weakness, and maybe he's trying to validate the consequences. For example, f5, I could retreat with, of course, not immediately, maybe, but after knight c3, the pawn on e6, especially with the bishop at a2.
Yeah, especially bishop a2, you're right, yes.
Yeah.
I didn't see this bishop a2 idea right away. Yeah, I was just kind of thinking that black is on time in concrete way with rook fd8 or something that doesn't allow, but...
Yeah, there's no
knight
immediate
d6,
knight
you
f6.
can go like... No, knight d6 doesn't work, you just take it, I guess, yeah. But yeah, you're not really having... Maybe knight c5 or some strange move, I don't know. Can you just sack a piece at somewhere or not at all? No.
Yeah, I mean, the engine says you could do it, but I think for the humans, it's a bit different, yeah? So
I mean, I was just analyzing, I don't know. I really consider moves like this at first, like when I'm playing.
But I think also for black, of course, I mean, or maybe for white, if you play queen d3, you have to make sure it's not a waste of time, because black will play rook d8.
Yeah, and then your queen just looks stupid if you cannot proceed concretely.
Yeah, all right. And that's why Nicholas is thinking here, and queen c2 doesn't really make any sense, because it puts the queen against the rook.
Runs into immediate tactics also, I guess.
Yeah, some knight d4 or something.
Yes.
All right, yeah. So this game is obviously continuing.
Yeah, it will be some game as well. No quick draw, I think. There's still life in the position despite symmetrical pawn, but yeah, I don't know. I felt like maybe he should have taken bishop pair with knight c5, but I don't know. I didn't see what the computer was saying, but then at least you can claim an advantage for a while if this is working out.
Yeah.
Because like this, if black consolidates, like you don't have bishop pair, his king is just kind of safe, and he's developed with black also.
We go back to this position. Yeah, instead of h4, maybe knight c5 was the move. Yeah.
Yeah, or maybe with h4, h6. I have no idea, but or maybe not. I don't know. Knight c5 maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
If take. Maybe it's not.
Are you a bishop's person or you're a knight's person?
Nah, bishop.
Definitely.
No, maybe in blitz knight because tricky, but in general, I think I'm better with bishops.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I definitely know some people like who have jokingly said that I have the bishop pair, and they say, "Great for you, but I have the knight's pair."
Yeah.
They feel pretty comfortable about
Yeah,
it.
Kasparov would disagree probably, right?
Of course, yeah. Yeah. All right. Speaking about the opponents, I also wanted to ask, now that the tournament is over for you, which opponent you felt was the most difficult opponent for you? Or maybe they're like...
I mean, I have no idea. Like the 2 games I lost, I felt like I was actually playing decent, and then just like, I don't know, I completely collapsed it. But yeah, maybe I think Aram and Nicholas were like just tough to play, because with black they're like pretty ambitious and they have a lot of good ideas also. And when they're in shape, it's just kind of tough to face them. But
Yeah, yeah.
and with white, it was hard to get anything about them, because then they were like solid either or well prepared. Like Nicholas played this Petrov against me, and then like I wasn't really well prepared against this in particular. But yeah, then it's just hard to really get something if he plays accurately after. Probably them. And yeah, that's why they're also on first and second place. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so there's no moves. So the question is, how does white continue then? Maybe we can theorize a bit. Just a second, let me see. So, queen d3.
Yes.
The big question. Does rook d8 work or not? We are commentating, we can have some fun.
I mean, I don't see why not. Yeah, knight f6. You cannot really sack the knight, and if you go knight backwards to c3, let's say, black goes knight f6, right? And then you just defend the threat and you attack the queen.
So if you want to get something out of this, there's got to be knight c5. And but then there's knight f6.
Oh, I missed knight f6 even. But can you
did you-
check maybe if bishop takes c5, queen h7 is something there? Or
Yeah, I wanted to check this. Like I was trying to convince myself there might be some big attack. Queen
take
h8.
g7, bishop g6 maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah, but
Rook g8, yeah.
g8.
You don't trap.
There's even some sacrifice on g.
Oh, okay, yeah. This just ends the game, yeah. Queen take h6, rook take g3 is just game over.
Yeah, maybe just put it on the board.
Yeah, and then bishop take e3.
Oh, there's even a queen. I didn't notice the queen. I was looking at the
Doesn't matter. You can take either rook on c1 at this point.
Okay. Okay, so it does work. Maybe queen d3, rook d8. What about knight e6? So the point is now you could have played knight f6. I'm going to take the rook. So it's kind of similar.
You just kind of have to take now, but... And what now? Yes, a question. Like if you take
But it's the
g7,
same.
just bishop take g3 even, yeah. There's not really any attack going on.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel a bit silly very often. You know, I'm showing these lines and the engine says, no, it doesn't work. So maybe actually after queen d3 with the 8, there's...
I mean, for sure he's considering it, yeah. Like you just have to think about these forcing lines first, even if they're complete garbage objectively. Like it looks very interesting.
Okay. Can I play knight d6? Like I noticed there's a weakness and somehow combine it with some...
knight e6 makes a lot of sense, yes.
Yeah.
Bishop take, and then after rook d8, you can try to go bishop c5 maybe, right?
Yeah.
Or somewhere.
And then
And argue you
put
have
the
the
queen
bishop
and
there.
toy with some e4 ideas. I think it looks
Yeah.
pretty human.
This looks normal, I agree.
Probably a queen move to c7 and some queen c2. Now the queen feels safe. The bishop stands on c5.
Yeah, queen c2 or either this or queen e2 somewhere. I don't know, knight f6 and then... Yeah, I don't know, the next move is maybe even b4 or something random.
It's too much, yeah. It doesn't work.
Probably slightly too much. I don't know why exactly, but...
But it would suit your playing style, no? Some attacking chess.
Sure. Knight g5, first move I would consider, even in classical.
All right. It's on the board.
Knight d6, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you should be the guy that does all the predictions, yeah?
No, I'm actually pretty good at this.
Really,
Like, yeah? I'm very often guessing it correctly because we have the spoiler, we have the evaluation bar. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes it's a help, and sometimes I wish it was not actually there because it just.
Yeah, I actually don't check the
interferes.
eval bar much, actually.
Yeah.
It's more funny to think about these tactics on your own because, yeah,
Right.
sometimes it doesn't work at all.
All right. So yeah, bishop c5 might be played. Let's maybe go back to the overview, see what is going on, and here's the confirmation. Aravind found knight x on d5 against
Yeah.
Salem.
Yes, no surprises there, I think.
Wow. Wow, that's going to make a big change for the overall rankings, and
He can be leading, right?
he could be leading.
If the other game is a draw, then it's likely, right?
So it's all about Fedoseev because Fedoseev right now is sharing the lead with Salek,
Yes.
and 1.5 point behind is Aravind. So Aravind wins, that's 4 points. If Fedoseev draws, that's 1.5. So,
You would be 1 point ahead of
ahead.
Fedoseev still, correct.
and then if I'm not terribly mistaken, they still play.
Ah, yes, they're playing the last game, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
If I'm not,
Fedoseev plays
mistaken.
against Salem.
yeah. Could be a crazy finale.
Yeah, this is more neck to neck, yeah?
Yeah. All right, and then we have Navarra against Aram Jacobian. A bishop is now on f3. That's the game, the second game to the right.
Yes.
And Nicholas Theodorou, we just discussed against Jumabayev. It's up to you. Yeah, maybe we go to
I was just,
Fedoseev or Navarra against.
How was the Aram game? Yeah, Navarra against Aram, because did he go for this bishop g4 idea of yours at the end, or?
He did.
He did, in fact, yeah.
And he changed his mind,
He
actually.
did it one move too late, or
Ah,
one move
no, but-
later.
But is it the repetition, actually? Wait.
No, really? It's maybe a transmission bug, no?
Bishop g4, king h8, rooks
Rook c1.
c1.
Okay.
What a strange move, okay.
He wants rook c3, rook f3, maybe, yeah? Maybe not so strange as it seems. Or I don't know.
But, you mean rook c3, rook b3. Okay,
Or rook
that makes
f3,
sense.
I don't know, somewhere.
Somewhere better, yeah?
Yeah, it's maybe actually, it just looks optically a bit weird. Put the rook there.
Do you think this is a hidden draw offer?
Did he?
I mean, at least white is repeating the position. Look at this. So it was rook c1, queen c6, bishop f3, queen b6, bishop g4.
How much time?
29 for white, 45 for black.
And this is move, what move is it?
This is move 30.
Oh, I don't know. Then it could also be to win time, but no, I think I think he would repeat actually. I'm not sure
So
actually.
maybe David would repeat the position, but for Aram, things are a bit different because he's
Yeah,
pretty much
he needs
secured the second place.
Yes.
He's fighting for the win in the
Yes.
tournament.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got to continue. He got to continue because he probably sees that he probably walks past Nicholas's game too many times, and he
Yeah.
definitely follows his action. And
I mean, how can you really win though, right? With
Yeah.
black, it's so tough. White can just prevent this counterplay, it seems.
yeah. But what would you do? I mean, you were in this situation.
Probably I play, but I mean, not probably, but still, like, I would have kind of a disgusting feeling to be on win on demand with black here. Like, I don't know. Because now my king is also a bit opened up, and my opponent can just repeat and restrict all my counterplay. Like, queen c6 runs into bishop f3, so you can never play in the center.
Yeah.
And if you just stay there, what's your idea even with black? Like, how can you ever win? Like, I don't know. Yeah, he repeated.
We might see it actually. So let's imagine this scenario.
Yeah.
You are in a must-win situation. You are playing with the black color. So
Yes.
what would you do? Would you like go for a very sharp, slightly dubious opening choice, or maybe just go for the long game positionally, where white doesn't get to kill the game immediately?
Yeah, I would just play something completely normal. I've had this situation before, like in the open tournament in Sardinia, where I had to win on demand with black the last game, but like at the end I managed and I played just completely like my main lines, like a normal game, just a Sicilian, and like yeah, this was the advice that I always got, like never do anything stupid, just play completely normal.
Yeah.
I learned this lesson the hard way when I needed to win on demand with white, and I just did some complete garbage when you should play like a
Where was
regular
this?
game. It was in Menorca. I was playing last round with white against Maxim Chigaev. If I won the tournament. So I'd play some Carlsbad, a very solid game, and there you can just play for hours. You know, at some point I just go G4. I play some horrible move and just lose in 10 moves with white. Like in 20 moves I was completely lost, and it was like a very painful game to lose like this. I will never forget it. So from there I got this life lesson kind of.
Yeah. Okay. That's a very interesting lesson also for the viewers and the young players who are watching this. There's a very nice GM advice right for you. The big question here, though, is if Navarra is going to repeat the position, because here you go, maybe you can go full screen right now because
Seems so, yeah.
It seems we're seeing a repetition of the games here. Perhaps both players are not really seeing a way to continue the game, even though it kind of feels very unbalanced, but maybe it's sort of like a difficult position to progress for both sides.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's more like a matter of this also. Like the side who will overpush will probably lose the game. It's very typical for these type of positions, in my experience. Yeah, white cannot really do anything. If you break, I think black will just win, and for black the same. Like if you try something too crazy, like either you have too many weaknesses or just some pawns will start to drop. But I don't see how you can really really progress. Maybe out of principle he will continue, but yeah, it's really tough to do anything with black here.
Yeah, and I'm looking at how many times the position has repeated.
Queen b6 would repeat 3 times, I think, right?
So king h8 was played, move 27. 1, 2. Yeah, I usually have problems with these. You know.
Oh, I'm good at repetitions.
Really?
I think maybe I can see. Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I think queen b6 is 3 times, but king h8.
Yeah, we're going to now put the analysis board. So here, king h8. This is the first time.
Bishop was on g4. Okay.
The bishop is on g4.
Yes.
This is the first position. With the rook on
yes.
c1.
Okay.
This is.
Yes. So no.
So it's not yet.
Not yet. No.
Not yet. Yeah.
White is the choice.
Have you ever mixed up truffled repetition? Like
no.
Claiming or not noticing?
No, I've only had like a surprising. I don't think so. No, I only had like a surprisingly good claims of repetition. Like I remember, I had in World Rapid 2023 in Uzbekistan. I was playing against another back, Abdusatorov, and I had a rook against rook bishop. I was on the defending side. And at some point I stopped the clock and I claimed 3-time repetition. But like in blitz, it's very hard to recognize it. But I was like pretty sure. And after we checked on the board, it was correct. So this is like one of the best claims probably to not be under pressure.
Yeah, but it also, of course, makes sense. By the way, bishop g4 is played. We might see the repetition immediately happen.
Wait, but he could have claimed now, no? With bishop g4.
You could see
because rook c1 wasn't rook c1 the first time he got this position.
Maybe. I mean, maybe also David doesn't really mind that black declines the repetition. He's also a pretty big fighter.
Yeah. I don't know.
Some mind games.
Could be.
Technically, they could avoid offering a draw until 5-time repetition because I think according to the rules, this is what
5 times is mandatory to intervene. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the face of someone who's about to make a draw but be annoyed with it, right?
Okay, queen c6, he can't claim a draw here? No? He says, you do it. You do it. I'm not going to do it.
I hope they do it 4 times and someone decides to continue, but...
So who is going to do it?
Now you can definitely claim now.
So David is looking at the score sheet.
We can bet on who will be the first to claim. Okay, it's over.
There we go.
Yeah.
There's that.
Yeah.
Threefold or fourfold even repetition.
Yeah, Aram is not thrilled, I think, but yeah.
Here they made up his mind. Yeah, it's sometimes very interesting how you can see the facial expressions, immediately see how the player is feeling about the game, and the arbiter comes, and of course that's the rule. Before move 40, you cannot agree to a draw. There has to be a truffled repetition. The players also get hand in the score sheets, and it's a draw. There you go. All right. Yeah, it was pretty amazing action here. And as you just saw, dear viewers, the first game just finished. So maybe final words for you, Daniel, like before we go to a break.
Final words about what exactly, or
about what you're seeing here today about the Biel festival. about Switzerland in
Yeah.
general.
Okay. Yeah, it's just it's first of all my first time that I've been actually in Switzerland, which is quite rare because I don't live very far in Belgium. Overall, despite how my tournament went, I was very happy to just have the opportunity to play here. I've really wanted to play here for a long time, so yeah, it's of course a bit upsetting it didn't go my way, but absolutely no regrets. I was happy to be here, and everything was very well organized. So hopefully, I will be able to come back in the future and a little bit stronger.
All right, that's very nice indeed to hear. So this was Daniel Darda, one of the tournament participants of the Challengers tournament. Dear viewers, in the meantime, we're going to make a very short break after a couple of minutes. So the action from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival continues. These are the deciding days. The winners will be crowned either today or tomorrow, depending on the results. But we'll be seeing you after the break. analysis.
Okay.
Just like critical moments.
Okay.
And then I will just slide in.
Yes.
Welcome, everybody.
No, wait.
Okay.
You can say welcome, yeah. I mean,
You can welcome people
people
here.
are watching anyway.
Yes.
I will put it here.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
We're coming back live from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival here in Switzerland, where the deciding days of the Biel GMT Masters and Challengers are being played out. With me here in the studio is David Navarra, one of the players of the Challengers tournament. David, welcome.
Welcome, everybody.
Yeah, so David, you just played this very interesting, unusual game against Ram Jacobian. So maybe we could go through the some of the critical phases of the game, and you could provide some of your insights.
Yes, I played a sharp line and the double-edged position arrows, and basically, I think it was most of the time around equal. I don't know, but it was quite complex, and both sides had some weaknesses. Both sides had active pieces which could not be further improved, or poor pieces which could not be improved either. So.
This is one of the main lines,
Yes.
of course. Yeah, and the bishop b7. I always thought that bishop b7 is like one of the sidelines, or maybe the trend is changing.
Queen c7, f4, queen b6 is the main line, and there are many examples. And I was a bit surprised by this. I had played it against Boris Grachov earlier. I won the game eventually, although after the opening, black was very close to equality. So here, yes, c5 came.
This is still the opening prep. Yeah?
Yes, I mean, it was not my preparation. I noticed that Aram had played it, but I forgot to prepare for this line. So I just played what I knew from earlier, and now knight d6 is what happened in the Navarra-Garchov game. Knight d6, bishop takes, e takes, queen c6, f3, c4, queen d4, I think black castled probably. Bishop takes c4, queen takes d6, and queen b6 followed, and black is quite close to equality, but white still has a bishop pair. There are also other options, and in the game I played c4 because I expected knight e3, after which white takes on e3 and plays bishop f4 with a comfortable position, perhaps with a little edge. Bishop f4 perhaps, and then maybe bishop f3.
And then some pressure against the pawn on d7. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so knight b4 was a bit surprising.
Yes, a bit surprising. So knight d6 is sort of forced, or at least very logical. Queen b6. I mean, bishop e3 looked logical to me, but probably it's not that great.
Yeah, the engine doesn't like it. Here I'm seeing what the engine says. It likes this idea, a3, knight c6, b4. Was this something you considered?
I considered it, but I was not that optimistic. First of all, black was prepared for the game, and I think knight d4 is probably a solid move, and I was not even sure if black could not take on b4.
Sorry? Oh, we just lost a bit of sound here. We're going to resolve this in a moment. No worries about it. We're going to change the mics. We have spare of them. Anyway, here the engine says that there was this opportunity to play a3, b4, but I'm also with David here that bishop e3 looks perfectly reasonable. The idea essentially is to play the same idea, a3, b4, but bishop e4 apparently was a strong move.
Yes, one which I had not expected at all, and because it's surprising, but it works. Black has this knight c2, which is hard to stop, and
yeah. All right.
yes, so I played queen d2, knight c2, then rook a1 was also an option.
Yeah, so just a second. I think we still have the mic problem. One moment. So we're gonna fix it. It doesn't work. The mic doesn't work. doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Sorry about that. Anyway, I'm going to try to, in the meantime, I'm going to show where was the line. What does the engine say here after a3, I believe it was here, yeah, a3, knight c6, b4. So David said there's a knight e4 move possible. Yeah, and here the engine starts to change its mind. It suggests that after rook e1, a knight takes on e2, queen takes on e2. White has some minor pressure, but now it already changed its mind. And it says that c takes on b4, takes on b4, queen c6, or maybe not queen c6 here. Again, queen takes on b4, the game remains balanced.
Yes, but it could even be risky for white because my pawn c4 is sort of backward and unlikely to move forward. And I mean, currently I'm a pawn down, so against a prepared opponent it did not make much sense. But I missed this bishop e4 idea, and now rook ad1 was interesting, but probably not queen d2 and rook ad1.
Yeah.
But probably not that great. Yes.
Maybe we can just focus on the moment where you felt you still had some chances for the advantage and where you felt you have nothing.
I felt that I didn't understand the position at all. It was quite complex.
Right. So after knight c2, knight takes on e3, queen takes on e3, bishop g6. Here, did you feel like including h4 was a good choice?
Yes, because I wanted to play h5 and then I'd protect everything or play bishop d3 later, exchange on h7 and attack black's king.
Right.
But it didn't quite work. Here, actually, bishop f3 was interesting, asking black to clarify his intentions, because if black plays rook b8, I can play rook fd1, and now queen takes b2 is no longer great because I take on c5 and attack d7 and push
right.
c5, c6. So instead, if black castles, I just play b3, and I have achieved a good version maybe, but I mean queen is good on e3, but the bishop is not so great on f3, and it's not clear what can I do next. Black could perhaps play a5, queen b4, and maybe a4 one day, but also e5 is a bit weak, so it was one option.
Yeah, and ultimately here the position remains about balance, so you were trying to go for this king-set attack, as you mentioned, and maybe the question here would be, were you surprised by f5?
I was very surprised. When playing bishop e2, I considered f4 impossible because of bishop d3, but then I realized that black would just play rook f8 and bring the rook to f5 with a promising position. Actually, after f5, I could also play rook c d2 because black has probably nothing better than taking on d6, after which I exchange and play bishop takes f5, rook takes d2, bishop takes h7, rook takes d2 with an equal endgame.
Yeah, and indeed, so that position is equal, and also here, after rook d2, rook f8, the engine also confirms that this position remains very balanced.
Yes, I wanted to keep my queen on e5, and to do that I need to prevent both queen e4 and rook f5. And I mean, if I play f3, I'm losing my main idea, rook c3, rook f3 in these positions. And I mean, after f3 there was an idea of playing king h2, rook g1, g3, but it would take too much time, and my queenside pawns were a bit vulnerable, and black has rook f6 at some point, so I was rather skeptical about it. But by the way, instead of king h8, queen b4 looked like an unpleasant move to face, but maybe I can sacrifice on e6. I don't know. I can take on e6 maybe. No. This way? Really?
Yeah, it
okay,
actually works somehow.
Yes, I saw.
Me how.
Yes, so my idea was to take on e6, play queen e7, d7, and white has compensation.
Right.
So the idea behind king h8 is also that after bishop takes e6, black has rook e8.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, pinning the queen. So ultimately, it was a pretty balanced game. So perhaps a logical outcome. Maybe, David, your feelings about the tournament so far. So, as I understand, maybe the results are not as you were expecting, right? You were looking for something better, but still.
Yes, it's a very interesting tournament, and I'm glad to be here. You are right, my results are not great. I mean, Nicolas Theodorou and Aram Hakobian are both in very good form. They have ideas in the opening. They play well also in other stages of the game, in every time control. So I assume that Nicolas Theodorou will win in our group. Aram Hakobian will finish second, and I will try to push tomorrow. We will see. Currently, I'm fourth. I was lucky actually to get even into top 4 because it was quite balanced. And as for the A tournament, it's going to be very dramatic because there are 3 players who can win the tournament, so it's going to be very interesting.
All right, thank you, David, for joining us. This was David Navarra, one of the tournament players of the Challengers tournament. He still continues to play, so we're going to give you a rest, and thank you once again for joining.
Thank you. Have a good evening or whatever part of the day.
We are definitely going to have it, and in the meantime, Angelika is going to come back and join us here in the studio. But we are getting an update that the tournament leaders, Salem Select's position is becoming worse by the minute because Aravind has a fantastic position. He enjoys already 2 extra pawns. He has pinned the White Knight on F1, and I would actually expect that this game is going to wrap up pretty soon.
Yes, definitely. It looks like this, and on the rest of the games, what we see is in the Nicolas Theodorou against Jumabayev game, I don't see much progress from what I saw when I was last here with Daniel Darda. I see the same pawn structure, but there is a bishop in the very active square for white. And what about Vladimir Fedoseev and Volodar Murzin? Artur, it's a game on the first game on the left. What is going on there?
Yeah, so again, seems to be pretty balanced because they've been shuffling the position here and there for a while. White still enjoys the 2 bishops, and Fedoseev is going for the long game. We discussed this earlier. He already played a couple of times the exchange stuff, set up against Volodar. Probably something he sensed might be the weakest spot in the reigning world champions repertoire. We could go to that game as well, but I have a suspicion that Select's game might finish pretty soon.
Yeah, let's immediately go to the Salem against Aravind. I mean, oh my God, how much of development is here? I see there are 2 extra pawns for black.
Yep.
And yeah, the position looks really massive. I mean, we can see the rooks are on the king side for white, trying to attack the king. But is there anything there, Artur? Is there any chance for a king side attack for white?
Probably no. But of course, this is what white is hoping for because he has all the pieces positioned here. That's a great move. Rook d1, threatening doubling the rooks. And by doing so, I think Aravind also made sure that no sacrifices at a kingside work. So I'm looking at some drastic way for white to crash through, like bishop takes on h6. But even this move, Angelika, I mean, doesn't really force black to take it because I could even here just play rook d1.
And big problems on the f1 square. I mean, how do you stop this nasty pin? I mean, look also at the body language. I'm looking now at Saleh, and he's looking to us right now, and maybe...
That's it. I mean, the game's finished basically here because I think that here you could have played bishop d2 because of rook takes on d2 and bishop h2. This is what Daniel said earlier. Tactics. I mean, you have to do them a lot, and rook d1 is just a killing threat. So I think this is very close to the finish. And maybe we are going to show this now to the analysis board. Once again, black is threatening to double the pieces here. And let me just show you, if white tries to stop this, I could just play rook takes on d2. You can't take with the knight, the king is pinned, and queen takes, bishop h2 check. You see, you cannot take with the knight, king is pinned, king g1, and there's just a mate on the board. So there's just no defense. At least I'm not seeing the way how you can defend against this. Like, it's such a powerful and a simple move. So I'm curious what happened before, because in this game, the tournament leader, Salem, was just outplayed mercilessly. So it started with this blunder, very unfortunate move in an already slightly unpleasant position. There you go, he just resigns.
Oh, the resignation is at the board. We see that Salem has realized that this is the game over for him. Aravind scoring 4 points, super important for him in the current standing. There is still a hope to overtake Vladimir Fedoseev and get the first place. Will we see it? I mean, this might be a huge comeback for the Indian superstar.
And that's also a really terrible game for Salem because he was just not his day. Like, he missed a couple of moves. He missed his bishop d2. Maybe I'll just replay once again this critical moment when he played bishop d2, already in unpleasant position, missing knight e5, which might seem like a fantastic move, but actually it's pretty basic stuff. Knight takes on d5 is met by bishop h2 check. Rook takes on d5, pinning the bishop on d2. So here white played knight f1 followed by bishop e5. Now black has the pawn and the compensation for it, as they say. So he gave another pawn on b2, and from here it was just downhill. So black kept making all of these active moves. The rook penetrated. There you go. It's just a resignation. Complete collapse.
Finally, Aravind managed to score a victory. I mean, he had already so much advantage earlier in the games against Salem. In the first portion of the classical, also against Fedoseev, he was getting this winning position after the opening, and he was not winning them, he was losing. And here we see that Aravind managed to score a victory. That's, of course, a huge result for him. But for Salem, it's going to be a tough one to know, because tomorrow is going to face Vladimir Fedoseev, and with him, he was joint leader before this round. But now everything might change, everything might take a turn. So let's probably take a look at two remaining games which are still ongoing in the Masters and in the Challengers. We see we have already two results. There was a draw of David Navarro, who was in the studio, against Aram Jacoben, and there was just now the result, the Salem lost to Aravind. But we still have Vladimir Fedoseev, who is battling it out against Volodar Murzin on the left. And looks like there has been some improvement for the position, wasn't it?
It's more or less, yeah, the same. I mean, they've been like shuffling the pieces a bit, and none of the sides has made any big decisions so far. All we are seeing is that White does enjoy in the game of Fedoseev against Murzin the bishop pair, and he has a bit more time on the clock. Apart from that, the pawn structure hasn't really changed. And then on the right, Nicholas Theodorou against Jumabayev is the bishop pair, where actually White has the pure bishop pair, but Black's position is rock solid.
I would like to go to the game of Nicholas Theodorou against Jumabayev, because optically the position looks better for White, because there is so many active pieces, but we still see that the evaluation bar is around balanced. And that's what I'm trying to ask. There is a bishop pair, there is active pieces. Is Black having the whole compensation based on the pawn structure of White, or is there something else what Black has in the position?
I mean, White has a weakened king side. The pawn on f3 currently is targeted. Also, Black might be thinking about knight g6. And I'm not so sure that this is really so great for White, because Black has no weaknesses, and maybe this weakened king will play a role ultimately. But what might play a factor, Angelika, is the advantage on the clock that White enjoys. And by the way, during the previous break, we had Aram Jacobian passing us by, and he was interested about his game. So I showed him very quickly what happened there. So he was interested about if he made the right choices. For example, the bishop go to g6 or c6, and he said, he was not really sure where to put the bishop. And yeah, and then he said, of course, he did follow the game of Nicholas Theodorou. And he said, yeah, but Nicholas has this small pressure. What can I do? So he was definitely looking for something sharp against David, but it just quite didn't work.
It didn't work today, but Nicholas is still having this chance of pushing and literally clinching today the victory in the tournament if he doesn't lose this game. So the point is, he already has he had an advantage of 5 points before the round, so now the advantage is 3.5 points. If he's getting a draw, he's going to have 5 points
He's winning
difference,
the
which is
tournament,
not
essentially.
enough. Yeah, absolutely. If he's at least drawing this game, he's clinching the win right here, right now, in the round 7 already.
But maybe here really, this is a very interesting moment. Imagine this, Angelika. So imagine this, you're having this position. A couple of moves ago, about here, right? And you're thinking, okay, I have a small pressure, I'm pressing here, and obviously I'm keeping a close eye on how Aram, my closest follower, is doing, and his position is sharp. So you decide right now, okay, listen, I can't look at the other game. I have to focus on my game, right? So let's go forward. Let's go for a sharper game. You play h4, you play knight e6, you play bishop c5, and these moves we did not really see. Knight e7, queen b2, takes at f3, queen b7, queen e5. And now you see suddenly that Jacobian finishes in a draw. Like, wait. Now for me, double X move, by the way, on the board.
Brilliancy.
For me, a draw would be good enough, but the position is getting really sharp.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the position is getting very sharp. You would love to come back to the position where you went for the sharp approach, but now you cannot anymore. You cannot come back in chess. And we see here, queen f3 has just been played. I'm just wondering, of course, it's because it's leaving the knight on e7 unattended. So that's why it's a brilliant move. So that
And why this is an equal position?
because of knight. So
I'm not
Sorry, I
sure I quite understand. So there's no perpetual, right? So there's no queen g4, queen g3.
queen g3, yeah.
That's pretty much
Is there knight? Oh, no.
clear.
Knight
Knight
h5?
g4 might be a move.
Knight h5? No, knight h5.
But again, I play queen g3. So it's the same move.
Maybe knight h5, stopping queen g3.
Knight h5.
And I want to go queen g4, but it's not
Really?
working. No. Okay, it's
No, I don't believe it.
not
At
working.
least queen e4, trade the queens. It's got to be some quieter move. To be honest, it's not immediately super clear to me.
Rook c1, rook d1.
Oh, rook is under attack.
Rook c1, rook d1.
Oh. Oh, wait. Takes,
Takes.
check. King h2 would be a mate.
You cannot do it, so you gotta take.
You could have played king h2, that's a fork.
So you have to go to g2, and there is queen g4.
No, queen g4, you drop a piece against because of queen
queen
g3.
g3 again.
You
So
take the
have to-
bishop, and it just evaporates to a draw. I mean, maybe not even a draw, but let's put it this way, like a balanced queen endgame. So maybe he's still good.
There is even an intermezzo queen g6 with a check instead of taking on f6. So here. So maybe
Very
it's more
valid point.
accurate.
Very valid point. So white could play bishop g5. f6 is queen e6. You're going to do that. I mean, obviously, the pin is still here. Takes, and black can't do nothing.
Wow.
My hot take is going to finish in a draw.
Really?
I mean,
It's
I
going
could
to
be
go-
wrong, but this is where the variations are leading us, right? I mean, bishop e7. I think Jumabayev went for this line on purpose. Like, he sees this endgame. Like, you don't blunder the knight on e7 on purpose. So bishop takes on e7, rook takes on c1. Once again, Angelika, you showed your tactical skills. Takes, king g2. I mean, unless maybe... No, you can't play knight g4. You're going to blunder like mate in 2. And the only move is queen d8. Not very good. You got to take it.
It's not blunder.
You got to take the knight. I mean, else what? Yeah, you have to take it. You have to... maybe, of course, black has the opportunity to include the check here. So I don't think it even changes a lot. Like this position or the queen g6. Optically, queen g6 feels to be a safer choice. Bishop g5 takes, and it just goes to this. So we might see already the deciding game of the entire Challengers tournament being played right now.
And we might see already the winner, Nicolas Theodorou, of the Challengers tournament, deciding his fate one round before. That's really exciting. But we see that he has 29 minutes in the position. Big question now, will he try to go ambitious, not agreeing on this variation? But if not agreeing on the variation, what can he do in the position? That's rather the bigger question right now for him.
I try to understand if he did it on purpose. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think you can't do this on purpose. You can't go for queen b2, queen e5, expecting that black's going to play queen f3, sacrifice a piece, and you see this endgame. I think this was not the original plan. But at the same time, tournament-wise, looking at the rankings, I don't think that Nicolas should be unhappy about it.
Of course not. I mean, he would be very happy to win the event. But while Nicolas is taking time to think, going for that line or not going, let's take a look, because there is other game which has a very exciting development, which is Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin. Let's go straight away to the game, because it looks like there has been some development on the board. And by the way, during us switching, I saw that bishop e7 was played, so we might see that line, but we'll return to it a bit later.
Yeah, we're going to definitely give you some updates what's happening there. So they're going for exactly that line, and there's going to be this queen endgame, so maybe the game is going to wrap up. Here we are seeing them
Let's go back
full screen. Maybe the game is going to wrap up very quickly, because the players already have made up their mind. The queen endgame is inevitable, so
yeah, we see that.
let's show it.
Yeah, the whole variation is being played, so now black is winning back a piece. Now that looks like bishop takes f6 should be a move, although maybe Nicolas will take time here.
Yeah, but there's no other moves basically here. I mean, what else do you do unless you are playing with fire here, and you want to get some problems? I mean, the king is exposed. Knight g4 might be a problem. The knight on f6 has to be eliminated. So I just don't see any other idea. I mean, queen b8, f8, but this is how you're looking for trouble, really.
Arthur, do you think the tournament situation is right now is Nicolas' head? He knows that if he draws, he's clinching it with Uday.
I think it's in his mind and nothing else, really. So it's a very, very obvious moment for him to consider that, of course, he's ambitious, young player who's playing fantastic chess, but if he plays a draw here, he just clinches the tournament with one round to go. Not really the worst position to be in.
And he takes the knight.
But they cannot agree to a draw just yet.
Of course.
This is move 30.
So they have to play it out till move 40 for a draw agreement, or they can try to find some kind of repetition. We can see some threefold repetition in the position, but not just yet. So queen g6 was played with a check.
And bishop g5 also is very, very logical move. Otherwise, white just loses a pawn. So these moves are really forced. I mean, there's not much to talk about. As you can see, I think the body language also of Theodorou suggests that he is happy with the draw. Like, he looked at the opponent. And the question is, are they going to figure it out how to conclude it? Or perhaps it's still Jumabayev who is going to look for ways to be ambitious. You know, I was looking at maybe there's an opportunity for him to trade the pawns and put the queen somewhere on d3. But with the black king being so exposed, it's unrealistic, really.
Yeah, it doesn't look that it's going to happen. But also for Rinat Jumabayev, if he does agree, I mean, at some moment to either repeat or play for a draw, it would mean that he's 1.5 points in front of David Navarra, which gets him a place on the podium in the top 3. So, of course, super important game for Rinat Jumabayev as well. And yeah, he's definitely had some rough times in the tournament. He had some happy times, some turnarounds, like the game against our special guest from today, Daniel Darda, from the classical portion, was absolutely amazing. And we see it. He takes the bishop. Of course, he has got to do it. 8 minutes only.
I mean, there is a very interesting way how you can force a draw. Like how you can make it happen immediately. You can play king h7.
Oh.
So you play king h7, allow white to give it a check on h2, you play king g8, and after queen b8 check, it's immediately a draw.
Do you think he'll play it?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't look like a very logical move, because maybe suddenly white decides to play something else. Queen d3 is the most logical move. For example, if you play queen d3, why would you play this weird move king h7? And now there's no perpetual, because after queen b8 check, king h7, queen h2 check, suddenly black plays king g6. And the king on g6 stands surprisingly well. And I do see the evaluation bar. It says that this position somehow is equal, but I'm preferring black here. Right? The king on g6 is strong, the pawn on g5 is under attack, and the pawn on a3 is a weakness. So I think that here, king h7 might happen, but queen d3 looks a bit more normal.
Okay, all right, Artus, we have you have this position in this tournament in Biel Chess Festival in the Challengers. You're in the place of Rinat. What are you doing here with black? Are you trying to try something, to play ambitious, queen d3, go forward, or you're playing some calm move, allowing the repetition?
I'm not 100% sure if white wants to draw. Like, that's why. I mean, of course, I would be thinking what probably is happy with a draw because he fixes the victory in the tournament. But at the same time, I'm not sure. Yeah, that's why, of course, you don't make funny moves. You just play queen d3. Just continue playing normal chess because it's been working great for you so far. And then you're going to play king h7, king g6. So the game still continues. It's balanced, but I would say that black here has less risk potentially than white because the pawn on g5 maybe is going to be a target. So I'm pretty sure here Nicholas is going to figure out how to keep it balanced, and maybe we go to the other game.
Yeah, of course. Just shortly to remind our viewers, there is 8 more moves which have to be played in this game, and Rinat has 6 minutes 47 seconds on the clock. Of course, not the most critical position, but it's good for him to keep it fast, like to try to play fast moves and continue.
I think I know how it's going to finish. He's going to play e4. Oh, sorry. I had an idea. I see it's a silly idea. Sorry. I thought there's going to be g6, threading with a mate.
Oh.
And after f takes, I thought there's going to be perpetual. Like, I saw this line, but I noticed what I blundered. That after queen takes on b4, I thought it's impossible, but I blundered queen f8.
Oh.
You have to be a bit careful.
Checkmate.
Yeah, you can't force a draw like this. Immediately e4, g6. I thought disconnect the queen from the king, and then maybe the g6 idea someplace. But no, it's not super obvious yet.
Yeah, but you're right, Artus. While Nicholas Theodorou is taking time, let's take a look. Let's go straight away to the game of Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin, because there the action is evolving. Look at this. We see a pawn structure which resembles some French defense. The pawn is already on e5. White is getting all the space in the world. Meanwhile, Murzin with only 5 seconds, I mean almost 6 seconds on, or 6 minutes on the clock, with 10 more moves to go. What is going on?
I don't like how Volodar played this out. I mean, I think he was a bit too passive in the past couple of moves. And his position is getting pretty dangerous because white now enjoys space advantage. White has a potential for a king-set attack. So again, I'm looking here, I'm seeing some typical king-set attack ideas for white. Either f4, g4, f5, or h4, h5. The pawn on f3, I'm not sure if that stands great, but with the pawn on e5, you have typical kings Indian attack ideas or French defense ideas. There you go, g4 is played. So whatever Volodar did before, I think they were not the right choices. And also look, Angelique, at the clock situation. Here he has only 5 minutes, and this is move 31. So 9 moves to make.
Oh, it's very tough. It's super tough for Volodar in this position. 5.5 minutes on the clock only. And for Vladimir, of course, he was not only playing his game, he was closely following what was going on between Salem and Aravind. And when Aravind won the game, it was like a green light for Vladimir. Like, basically, if he's winning now this game, he's getting a bigger distance from Aravind, who is going to be second. And tomorrow he will have to fight it all for the first place. If Vladimir wins today, there is a huge chance for him winning. And when Daniel Darda was here at the stream, I asked him, who do you think is going to win Challengers and Masters? He said, of course, like in Challengers, Nicholas, it's almost 100%. But in Masters, it was tricky because there are so many players leading, and he still says, there is still a chance of Aravind of coming back, but he still said, well, I still bet on Vladimir Fedoseev, and we might see Vladimir prevailing because of the mistake of the top Emirati Grandmaster, Salem.
Indeed. Queen h3 is played by Volodar, and I would like to go back a bit so that we see How did we get here? And I think it's gonna take us not too far, somewhere around here. So this was right after the opening. Fedoseev was slightly reorganizing the pieces. Rook c2, king h1, bishop d2, f3, knight e7, queen e1, rook c1. There was a lot of shuffling here and there, here and there, and here and there, until the moment struck, e4. So could it be that Volodar simply was playing a bit too cautiously before? Knight x on d4 was not working because of, I'm not even sure why. E takes on d5, white opens up the position. Still, I think this makes sense for black to play. But what Volodar did was knight b6.
Apparently it was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, he got to this position, so he made a lot of moves with those knights. Look at this. So, again, look at this, once again.
He went forward and backwards.
Yeah, knight b6, knight b4, knight e7, knight c6. Like 4 tempis lost on the spot. And this allowed Fedoseev to close the center and go for a kingside attack. And the bar obviously increases with every single move because the king side is where white's action is going to be, and the queen side essentially is closed for business.
It's just 4 extra moves for white. I mean, how can you give up so many moves for free? Of course, there are rooks. There is a battery on the c-file. There are doubled rooks. They're trying to get activity on the c-file. But looks like everything is closed there. And now it's rather a question, how do you defend from attack on the king side? Although I might understand Murzin, there is a bishop pair for white. And if white is closing the position in the center, it might feel like it's not so good for the bishop. Bishops are not working well in the closed positions, but they are good for the attack. And we might see attack on the king side, don't we?
I think he most likely underestimated how strong white's position is. Maybe he felt like this is a pretty safe position. And white doesn't have any kingside attack. If you play f4, I might play f5. And maybe he was hoping that white's idea is going to backfire. Or it was also somehow magnified by miscalculation. But the final result is that it feels like he did waste a lot of time. This knight b6, knight b4, knight e7, knight c6, white is just making a progress, and black is standing. And this counterplay at the queen side might be already too late, because white is going to go very fast forward. For example, bishop b4. Can I trade? I think I can trade. Like trade. Queen takes on b4.
Queen h4.
And just, yeah, queen h4, f5.
Just roll the pawns.
Everything is rolling forward, and white has all the fun. Black has no counterplay at the queen side. Everything is locked away. I think here Fedoseev has really great chances to win the game.
And meanwhile, 4 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock for Volodar Murzin in this position. I mean, it's very tough. f4 is on the board. He's marching forward. Super tough challenge now for Volodar to face in this position. And it's move number 32 for the black. So it means he still has 9 more moves to play.
Can you play f5? Like, can I close the position for good? Like, I don't really see anything good, and f4 to 5 is a typical idea from the French, but this is screaming for some f5 ideas. Open up the position, but this might be the final chance for black. Otherwise, if white will be allowed to play f5 himself, with some queen h4, with the bishop on b1 looking at a king, this might be over. So you gotta do this. And no, bishop b4 was played, and bishop d2, by the way, and not the trade.
Apparently the great move. Trade looked logical, but what is he trying to cook here with the bishop d2 move? I'm just trying to understand. Probably it's some improved version. But now I'm wondering with which piece you are taking, because if you are taking with a rook, it is going to weaken the c1 square, and there could be some opportunities for rook c1, but he's taking with a queen. Yeah, now there is no queen h4.
Yeah, this is a bit
puzzling.
Interesting and puzzling, as you're saying. Like, I would have thought that you can just take on b4. And what's the difference? Maybe black can take with the knight, and now you play f5. Is this not great?
That looks
I think
great.
it's great.
It looks amazing. I mean, the queen on a3 doesn't have way backwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand the engine here. And now it changed its mind. It says it's all good. Yeah, you can play this like this as well. Okay, this excellent move really surprised me. Some accurate move, but no, I think both moves were perfectly playable. And here Murzin retreats. He tries to hold on the position. By the way, dear viewers, this is move 34. Murzin is in a real-time scramble, 3 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and no increment.
It's a very tough situation to be in this. And looking at the pawns coming forward, we see now the f5 pawn, and it's breaking the whole position of black. I mean, black tried to play on the queen side, but unfortunately cannot do. And he's trying to block the way of the pawns with queen h4, targeting now the pawn on g4. What else?
Queen h4 is a nice move because he stops Fedoseev bringing his queen to h6. Like queen on h4 does take care of this queen h6 maneuver, so the queen on h4 prevents it.
Also targeting the pawn on g4.
Yeah, but I mean, here you are having pretty much every single white's piece going for the attack. I mean, the pawn on g4, of course, is also under attack. To be honest, I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, and you know, Arturs, I was told that knights are working well in the close positions. I look at this close center, and the knights...
This is not it.
This is not it. I mean, knight have the only couple of squares. Even, I think, altogether, 2 knights have 3 squares available. It's a7, it's b8, and it's f8. Isn't it? Ah, no, okay, 2 more, okay. But all backwards,
Yeah, and in the meantime, the queen side is closed. The bishop on b1 does a wonderful job. It protects the pawn on a2. It stops any rook c2 ideas. So there's no rook c1. The knight on e2 and bishop b1, wonderful combination. Also, they take care of the defense and allow white to think about going on the offense.
Meanwhile, Arturs, I think we might see the game wrap up between Nicolas Theodorou against Renat Jumabayev, because I see a repetition now. Can we maybe shortly jump there? Because also Renat has 2.5 minutes on the clock. There has been check of queen g1 and queen e1. There has been 2 times repetition, or was it already 3?
No, they're agreeing. They're agreeing to a draw. The game is finished, and I think we can congratulate Nicolas Theodorou with the victory in the Challengers Tournament, because both of the games in the tournament finished in a draw, and this means he keeps the 5-point lead over the second place Aram Jacobian. Every single victory in the classical tournament is worth 4 points, and even 1 round is to be played. But this means nobody can catch him anymore.
What an amazing performance by the Greek Grandmaster. But we also can congratulate Renat Jumabayev, because today is his birthday. He's 36 years old. And by the way, we were told that today is also birthday of the legendary Grandmaster Judith Polgar, one of the best, or we can say the greatest of all times among the female chess players in the world. She was beating the world champions. I mean, true legend in the world. So in case Judith is watching our stream, happy birthday to you, Judith. Thank you so much for being part of the chess world.
Indeed, happy birthday to amazing Polgar. But we have one more game. This game continues. So what's going to happen here? Is Fedoseev going to find a way to crash through? Or Murzin is still going to survive it? It's going to be real difficult for him. And I'm looking at his position. White has a couple of very tempting choices. I think I would want to take on e6, play something like knight f4. Let me just put it on the board so that you see what I'm talking about. Like, this is what I would think about. F takes, knight f4, maybe some sacrifices on e6 or g6, but black plays knight f8. The rook on the 7th rank defends everything, so apparently this is not the way to go.
Yeah, it doesn't look so, but there is a big pressure on the... Oh, he went f6.
f6, okay.
I mean, the computer is saying it's a mistake. It looks like a perfectly logical move, because you're gaining more space and targeting some dark squares. But how do you continue playing this position for an attack on the king side?
So here the engine says black has to play knight e5. I think it's a very difficult move to play. I'm not really sure that's the only move, but knight x on e5, d takes, knight x on e5, there's suddenly knight x on g4, some counterplay, and somehow this is better for white, but it's such a very difficult move to make. And if we would go back a bit, instead of this f6, according to an engine, knight f4 was the correct move. And after knight f8, well, you just play normal chess, like rook g1, maybe hinting at rook g3, rook g1, g5, rook h3 ideas, trap the queen, but not to release the tension. So perhaps Fedoseev missed it, and Murzin did not sacrifice the piece.
Murzin also missed it. He has 1 minute 43 seconds on the clock. He plays h6. He doesn't see this sacrifice. Of course, it's very tough. You're already under a huge attack, and just sacrificing a piece, not knowing where it's going to lead, is very tough, especially the time situation. He still has 5 more moves to be played. Is it 5 or is it 4?
This
4.
is move 36, so it's 4. 4 moves to make. Oh, wow, this is going to be a real-time scramble. So 100 seconds for 4 moves. That's like 25 seconds per move with no increment. The position is pretty difficult. Some of the moves might be incoming easily, so I don't think he's going to flag, but this is also the moment when Fedoseev feels he might finish off the game right now. But speaking about this idea of knight x on e5, if I would go back here, I think it's unrealistic to make this choice. Like sacrificing, being in a time scramble, you've been pressured the entire game, and now suddenly you gather the courage to sacrifice a piece in a time scramble for a very unclear position. That's a very, very difficult choice to make.
This is a super tough choice. Absolutely, I agree, Artur. So that's why we see Volodymyr Murzin not going for it, but he's playing h6. I'm wondering, is he preparing the queen trade? Is he preparing queen g5 idea, or what is this move is implying?
Maybe king h7. Maybe he wants to cover the doctoral weaknesses, but actually this
queen
is shut off. You're right. Yeah, the queen might be getting trapped. So perhaps here Fedoseev is thinking, okay, how do I trap the queen? Do I play rook f3, queen e3, rook h3? Probably the pawn on g4 cannot be accepted. I think this is very dangerous to take. So I would be thinking like this. Can I do this? And if you play queen g5, can I do this? And try to trap it with h4.
Yeah, it does feel tempting.
And if you take it, there's going to be like a mate immediately.
Yeah, you cannot take it.
So you could play perhaps king h7. I could play rook f3. Again, rook h3, big threat. You play queen g5. Feels very close. Like maybe even in some lines I can trade the queens. Like takes and somehow do this.
And just win.
Yeah, but there definitely is going to be sacrifice somewhere on e5. Now there's going to be a sacrifice like knight e5, d takes, knight e5, stopping knight e3. I want to get knight e7, knight f6. This is not so clear.
It is not clear, and I think now that Volodymyr Murzin sees that the knights are not working, he's considering the sacrifice on e5. But at which moment should we be played? It's rather a question. He just had it a move ago, but for now it's not working. There could be also ideas, Artur's knight g1, knight f3 maybe. Just trying to trap the queen like this. But probably have to be careful about the c3 square, because rook potentially could come to the c3.
Maybe. Yeah, knight g1. That's, by the way, a nice idea. Knight g1, queen g2, a knight f3.
Trapping.
I would definitely consider this. And let's say black goes here, king h7. But I think he made a move. Let's focus on that.
He played knight g1 is on the board. And
he called it.
But
Engine doesn't like it. Yeah. And why? Because again of the sacrifice on e5, a second chance for Volodymyr to sacrifice a piece. I would say it's close to impossible.
With 1.5 minutes on the clock,
but he doesn't
not.
Play it, yeah.
Knight f8 is on the board. One more time, another miss. He's not sacrificing. But if not sacrificing now and going knight f8, it looks like he will never sacrifice, right?
Yeah, he already made up his mind. You're right. So queen g2, preparing to play knight f3. Black has to probably escape it here. Knight f3, queen f4. I mean, black is barely holding on here. I mean, there's got to be a way you can hunt down the queen.
Yeah, there should be
h4,
something.
knight g5, rook f3. Let me just put it on the board. Something like this. The queen
doesn't
I don't
have
think is gonna
scores.
make it.
Yeah, it doesn't have any squares, so...
Yeah. So here, why queen g2, by the way? Why not knight f3? Because actually, maybe knight f3 as well. I was thinking not really about queen g4 because that's going to be a mate. But I was thinking there's going to be queen h3. But now that I'm looking at this, I noticed you could play
Queen f4? Or queen e3?
queen e3, rook g1, rook g3. How is this not winning?
Rook c3.
There's your rook c3, Angelika.
Rook c3 is in the board.
Queen
When we
g2 is
see-
played.
We might see this position. So now queen g2, defending the pawn, defending the h3 square. And queen g5 has just been played. 1 minute, 8 seconds for Volodar Murzin in the position. Will we see knight f3 or will it be knight h3 now from Fedoseev? There's also knight h3.
Oh, queen g3, huge move. Top choice.
Queen g3. There are no squares for the rook to go.
H4 is a big threat. So queen g3, black has to play h5, and this is not something he wants to do. He doesn't want to expose his king. Move 38, 2 moves for black to make. But the position looks really bad.
Now let's focus on the current position. We see that Vladimir Fedoseev still has 11 minutes on the clock. He's still trying to figure it all out. He double checks, triple checks, trying not to blunder. But I think it's very tempting in this situation to play against your opponent clock situation. We have 1 minute and 8 seconds for Volodar Murzin. It's move number 39, so 2 more moves have to be played for Vladimir Fedoseev and for Volodar Murzin. So 2 more moves with 1 minute, 8 seconds.
So here's the engine line. Queen g3. You want to trap the queen. Black's only move, h5. You play knight h3. You want to trap the queen, obviously. Queen takes on g4. You're going to play queen e3, threatening to go for the mate. Mate, the queen is trapped, everything. I mean, it's a full package, so to speak. So black going to do that. Otherwise, white just opens up the position. The king's exposed, the queen is trapped, h4. And now I play queen f2, and somehow black is forced to this. So this, I'm afraid, is lost. The pawn at h4 will be gone. Like, white's going to find a way to play rook f4, rook h4, and everything just collapses.
It does look like everything is just falling apart for black, for Murzin, this position. And Vladimir Fedoseev has to try to find a way in this game. And talking about Vladimir, he was the one who made some bailing out in previous games. He bailed out against Aravind. He also held a very tough defense in one of the games in the earlier stage in the classical portion. So it was really exciting, I mean, seeing him battling it out. But now he's getting winning positions. So assuming how great he was playing in the opening and middle game, it looks like he's going to.
Yeah, but I mean, Volodar has been surprisingly passive in this game. And yeah, maybe it's just the huge respect, I think it could be, he might have for Vladimir, naturally. And I would have expected that he should have made some more dynamic choices before. Like, he had no problems in the opening we're looking at, and then he had a couple of times to open up the position with e5 or take the pawn on d4. Yeah, and the shuffling moves here and there, these 4 knight jumps. And again, at the critical phase, like, he could have sacrificed the piece with e5. Okay, I understand it. He was in a time scramble, but he was unusually passive for this game.
But also talking about Murzin performance, currently has absolutely no chance for fight for the top 3. He is 5 points behind, or even more. No, it's now more because Aravind won, so he absolutely has no chance to fight for the top place. So basically for him it's like a game for the owner. He's just playing chess here. He's just trying it out. And as you're mentioning, huge respect for Vladimir Fedoseev, and also they had very tough games earlier in the tournament. Vladimir Fedoseev won many games, like he won in the Rapid. It was 2-0 in the Blitz. And in the classical portion, I believe it was a draw, but it was a pretty eventful draw. It was a very fun one. So yeah, we might see here big result, and of course for the overall standings it means a lot. Arturs, it means that we might have this Vladimir Fedoseev winning the event, but we'll only be able to find out it tomorrow. So there is huge drama happening in the Masters of the Grandmaster Triathlon. But now 6 minutes on the clock for Vladimir. What is he trying to figure out?
2 more moves to make. 2 more moves, and here you can see Voldar very quickly check the score sheet. That's the moment you want to make sure. Are you really 2 moves away? Because I think all of us, we have been in this situation when you skip a move at some point, you don't write down a move, so that's why you double check your score sheet, you have a glance at your opponent's score sheet. By the way, you couldn't really trust your opponent's score sheet because he might be making mistakes as well, so it's important to keep the notation accurate. Either way, here I think White is very close to win this position, and Fedoseev is just trying to figure out where is it. Is it knight f3 here with the knight immediately target a queen, or is it queen g3?
Arturs, you touched the topic about the 40th move and the score sheet. Recently at the Women's World Cup, which is taking place in Batumi, there was this problem with the 40th move. It was a game of Nana Dzagnidze against Leighton Z, and it was Nana who was playing white. Meanwhile, we have knight f3 on the board. Probably I'll tell the story shortly later. But queen f4 is played.
Actually, here Fedoseev can repeat the position.
He can
Knight g1, queen g5, and just solve the problem in the next time control. That would be pretty smart. Like, even though Murzin is lower in time, he probably is sure that he's going to make it. So going back, knight g1 would make perfect sense. Just to make sure that you get extra time and then you figure out details, because you don't want to make a very big decision, move 40, when you're not sure about the win.
Definitely, and now queen f4 is on the board. h4 has been played, so now it's a final move now for black. Murzin has to find the best continuation now. It's a move 40. He has under 1 minute on the clock. What will he do? Queen e3 is played. Queen e3 trying to get away from all the knight g5 moves. We just reached move 40. The players got extra time, and they're also having an increment. And it's a great moment for us to go on a short break while the players are also trying to figure out what to do next. We are going to be back with a very special guest, so please stay tuned for more in our broadcast here from Biel. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we have here in the studio the winner of 58th International Biel Chess Festival Grandmaster Triathlon Challenger Edition, Grandmaster from Greece, Nicholas Theodorou. Nicholas, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you expected to win the tournament before it even reaches the end?
I mean, I didn't expect to win with round to spare, let's say, but I had trust in my own strength.
You had also recently quite good results in other events. You were mentioning the Greek League you won with your team. You also won in the Chess Challengers Cup. Now coming here and making it hat-trick, basically one after another, how does it feel for you?
It feels amazing. I mean, winning 3 tournaments in a row, I don't think I've ever done that before. And I mean, there are 2 very strong tournaments coming up for me, so if I can keep it up, I'll be really thrilled.
Yeah, your performance has been really amazing. Also, your rating is rising, amazing. But today's game, you played against Jumabayev. You were dominating against him in other games. You won against him in the classical portion as well, also in the rapid. And you were having white pieces. Have you expected this game to go ambitious in this game?
I was definitely keeping an eye on the Jacobian game, but it didn't really affect my play in any way. I mean, I just did my own thing, and I tried to put some pressure, but it didn't really work out in the end. So I'm fine with a draw.
So let's probably go through your game just shortly, maybe some highlights from the game.
Sure.
You can help us and you can choose whichever moment. So your opening, you went for the London. So why did you decided to go for it? Did you want to try something new because you had other openings against Renat early in the tournament?
Yeah, I've played the London before, but it probably came as a surprise for him, and I wanted to play something slow and steady, so it felt like a good choice.
Yeah, and we also saw this Bishop E2, very interesting choice.
I think this was actually featured in the Dingukesh match, but I'm not sure if it's this exact variation. So.
Oh, very nice. And yeah, here then you went for the take and C4 immediately. So here, have you thought about it, or it was still part of your preparation?
I think I've had a classical game in this line before, and knight c6, bishop d6 isn't considered amazing for black, because after dc5, bishop c5, c4, we have transposed to a bishop e7, queen's gambit declined, I guess. So it's definitely quite pleasant for white.
Yeah, so here you were already satisfied with your position, you can say.
Yes, and I think, at this point, bishop takes c4, and I'm pretty sure that Gukesh went knight h5 in the match, but I could be wrong, instead of a6.
So here, knight h5.
I think so.
I was trying to check very quickly, but there are too many games in this position, but probably. So a6 was played and a3. So yeah, we have this position, which also typical for the queen's gambit accepted, so you kind of transpose it in a way. And we saw that none of you wanted to trade the queens, so you were trying to keep an eye on the Aram's game at the same time to use the queen for potential attack, or how was it in your head?
Well, trading the queens is a small concession for either side, really, because then the other player gets the rook to the open d file. So yeah, just
it would be great, basically, for you if he trades, and it would be great for him if
exactly. Yeah.
All right, so there was no trade, and yeah, b5. So
Yeah, this whole b5, bishop e7 felt a bit loose, but I didn't see anything concrete for me, so it's probably fine objectively.
have you considered at some moment to go for this e4, e5 variation? I mean, of course, probably it's not working right away, but did you have any ideas which are connected with the e4, e5 push?
I didn't really consider e5 in this position, but I know that it's an idea in some queen's gambit accepted lines. So yeah, it's definitely possible, but it felt like knight e4 is more ambitious in a way.
And you're also flexible. You still keep this e4, e5 for the future, potentially. But yeah, knight d5 was played, and now rook c1, bishop g3.
So instead of bishop g3, I guess I could have also tried knight c5.
Ah, yes, we were, I think, discussing.
He probably has to take on f4 and then take on c5. I
it's
mean,
take,
ef4,
take,
yes. And yes, he can either play g6 or h6 here, and I don't see how I can really put pressure. I mean, after bishop e4, he's ready to meet that with knight a5.
Ah, sorry, it was,
Oh, it's okay.
yeah. No, so knight is 6 here, knight f4, bishop takes, so h6 or?
Yeah, or g6. And bishop e4, he can always go knight a5.
Oh yeah, you can always
So-
defend.
Yeah, it's just equal.
And here, when you played rook c1, have you considered also this knight f4 variation? Because it looks like he has this intermezzo knight f4.
Yeah, so I take back, and then bishop b7. I can transpose back into the R line we just talked about with knight c5. But h4 also looked interesting. Or I can even start with knight eg5 and then h4. But it's probably not very threatening for black.
But yeah, this pawn on f4 probably is also, it's not so clear to say, I mean, it's a double pawn, but it looks like it supports you and also holds the e5 square, so probably not the best for black. So he went for bishop b7 immediately. And here, so bishop g3, you didn't allow it go for this knight c5 idea, now rook c8. h4. Yeah, so we were talking about this moment, so was this decision of h4, of going and trying to be more ambitious, was influenced also by what is happening on Aram's board, or it was just...
Not really, that's just the way I play chess usually. I mean, h4 is pretty typical in these structures, and I saw that he was getting a bit low on time, so I tried to complicate things a bit.
Yeah, so h6, he's trying to stop all kind of knight g5 ideas.
And it's really hard to suggest a useful move for black, let's say. So queen b6 does give up the bishop pair, but I didn't see what else he could do.
So now you have a bishop pair in the position, but of course there is like some pressure because of the rooks. But your bishop looked very nice on the c5. And looking also optically, and later when we went to the position, I believe when the queen was already on e5 and you have the bishop pair, it looks like very good position, but still evaluation bar always said, oh, it's all equal. Black is still holding.
That's the way chess works.
So knight f6 coming back. So of course you have to stop the queen h7.
Yeah, so here I could try something like bishop d4, let's say, but even if he goes queen e7 and bishop f6, queen f6, I can give a check on h7, but it doesn't really achieve anything because you can just sidestep with king f8.
Yeah, there is not much. You cannot check here, and
There's no way to follow up.
So
So
you went b4.
b4, and now my point was that if he goes a5, I think now I can go bishop d4, and in the same line, after queen e7, bishop f6 takes queen h7, king f8, I can go bishop e4, I thought.
Ah, no, there is no knight a5.
And after king e7, threatening to trap the queen with rook h8, I can take on c6 probably. And it looks a bit scary for black, especially with no time on the clock.
Yeah, with the king in the center, definitely. And yeah, so he went knight e7, trying to bring more pieces to the king side to defend.
And also possibly threatening bishop e4 in some cases to trade off the bishop on b1. Yeah, so queen b2 looked logical. Opening the rook on the c file.
Yeah, and there was a trade on f3. Was there some moment at the game where you were like very ambitious, or where you could say that you want to try something? Was it the moment you got the bishop pair, or is there any moment?
Well, I was ambitious once he played knight c6, bishop d6 in the opening, because I know it's not the best line, but after that I didn't see anything clear cut for me.
Yeah.
And queen b7 is a strong move, I think.
It was very strong, yeah, I agree. I think looking at this position optically, it does look like it's such a great position for whites, but just looking at the evaluation, very just equal.
Yeah, and I did see queen takes f3 before going queen e5, but I thought I'm not risking much.
So you calculated this variation with the takes. So, and is there anything else that you can try here, or you have to?
I don't think
trade,
so. I can't really let him get a free move here. I need to take the knight.
Yeah, you have to take.
And then, yeah, instead of rook takes c1,
So,
I could.
So instead of here?
Yeah, I could take the rook on d8, but then at the very least he can take on f1 and go queen d1, queen takes d8. So that's.
Oh, and here there is knight and the queen and also extra pawn.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why I have to take on c1.
Better not to. Yes, yes. So it was very, very precise calculation. Very nice. And king g2. Yeah, and we had this position, and we're talking here that what if Renat is going to play something like king h7? You know, just offering in a way a repetition like this. But of course, you might mess up everything. And he was also low on the clock, that position. So he played pretty much correctly, queen d3. And now he's threatening at some moment some perpetuals in this position.
Yeah, king f3 is basically a draw offer. He could take on a3, and then I was going to go queen b8, king h7, g6.
So, for example, in this position...
yeah, king f3.
King f3.
Queen takes a3, check, and then g6. And he can't escape the checks.
Yeah, if you take with a pawn, there is going to be this way, and... with the king, he's also, again, cannot escape all your checks. Okay, so...
For some reason, he gave a check on d1, which is also just a draw. But
yeah, and you just repeat it here, and it all finished in a draw, and of course, a great result for you. So now, basically, 5 points in front of Aram Hakobian. Doesn't matter what tomorrow is going to happen, you're the winner, which is extremely nice, Nicholas. But still, you know, like tomorrow you're facing against Aram, who is the second place of you. Do you still have some motivation to prove something tomorrow, or?
Well, I know he's a very dangerous player, especially with the white pieces. So I'll try to, you know, keep playing the way I have, and we'll see what happens.
And it's your first time in the Biel Chess Festival. You're really winning the challengers, which says that winning the challengers, you're getting the ticket also in the Masters next year. So how has been this experience for you in these 2 weeks? Because it was a very tough tournament.
It's definitely one of the longest tournaments I've played, and I really enjoyed the format, all the rapid, blitz, classical. I didn't really enjoy the 960, to be fair, because I didn't do that great. But other than that, it's been an amazing tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nicholas, for your time. One more time, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow. It was an incredible comeback from the first, getting the last in the tie breaks, and then deciding to get the first place, not even to have opportunities for any tie breaks. It was Nicholas Theodorou in the studio, grandmaster from Greece, who is with hat trick of the amazing events, was here. Thank you so much, Nicholas. And we still have one more game ongoing. It's Vladimir Fedoseev against Volodar Murzin. We see Volodar is thinking right now, but it looks like there has been some huge turnaround in the position, because looking at the computer evaluation, I see that something has changed. I see that there is an equality which computer is showing. I don't really understand what is going on there, but for sure there has been some major development in the game. And I see rook d1 was played as the last move in the position. Queen is still, by the way, on the e4 square, looks pretty much trapped. And I have Artur's back here with me in the studio. Artur's What has happened? I mean, I just had for a few minutes Nicholas in the studio and something happened.
Yeah, I mean, while you were doing the interview, there was a major development in the game of Fedoseev versus Murzin, where Fedoseev rushed, and I think he miscalculated the duration, giving the reigning world rapid champion Murzin to get a shot to get back in the game. So we're going to break it down exactly what happened, and I think I know what was missed by Fedoseev. So this is the current position here after Rook D1 played. So we're going to go back to this position right after the end of the first time control, after H4 here was played. So Fedoseev was trying to trap the queen. Queen E3 was played, and now Rook D3, Queen E4, it feels it's this close. The Queen in E4 is somehow dropping, and here Fedoseev played Queen G1. Now, look at this position, and I think the key square is going to be the D4 square. So how many pieces are defending the D4 square? 1, 2, 3. So I think what Fedoseev was expecting is that the next move is going to be Rook E3, attack the queen, then move the knight, target a queen with the Rook at F1, and the queen is trapped. However, after Knight B4, I think he realized that the original idea of Rook E3 doesn't work, because after Queen F4, you can't move the knight because you dropped the pawn on D4. It's no longer defended.
Ooh.
I think so. I mean, otherwise, it's very hard to explain, because in this position, after Queen G1, the only active move for black, it's Knight B4. There's literally nothing else. Like, I don't see, it's not this move, not knight, not the rooks on C7 and C8.
There is only one knight.
Only one move, Knight B4. So I was pretty sure that he had figured it out, and he was definitely planning to target a queen, because, again, black is coming in very quickly with moves like Rook C3 and Knight C2. So I think he miscalculated. And now he changed his mind, because you could clearly see him on the camera while doing the interview. I was following his facial expression, like you could see in his face, like he realized what he has done.
And Volodar has just played a move. Knight C2 is on the board. He's blocking the way from an attack. So that's what Vladimir realized. Rook E3 is not really working. He's trying Rook D1, but now Knight is on C2. And that's what we were discussing earlier, Arturs. If White will not be able to find precise moves, the C file is going to be a huge problem for White. You can have Rook C3 coming anytime. Now Knight C2 is on the board. There might be black who is attacking white. Just look at the king on h1. There is a pin. Queen is pinning the knight to the king. There might be rook c3 moves. I mean, it might all turn around.
It's a very, very difficult moment for Fedoseev to be in, because there's a very famous saying, mistakes come in pairs. So I think that Fedoseev was absolutely sure he has done it. He has won the game. He is gaining the control of the tournament, becoming the leader, because you don't play these moves if you're not really sure that you are winning. And now comes this. So I think the first thing that most likely he needs to do, he needs to find a way to recover. How easy it's to be done, it remains to be seen. For me personally, if I would have to mention some recent moments when I have made a very huge mistake, being from a position where I think I'm totally in charge, or when I realize I'm the one who has to make a draw. Recently, I spent like 40 minutes just to recover. And it really depends on the player. It's really so hard, especially when you have convinced yourself the job is done. That's it. I mean, it's done. I'm going to make a couple of moves. There's going to be resignation. It's over. And here we see Rook F2 is played, and the bar keeps shifting in favor for black.
Arturs, I've just realized something. Because if this game finishes in a draw, it means Fedoseev is getting 1.5 points. Earlier, Aravind was 1.5 point behind, but now he wins. So we will see Aravind leading the event. If Vladimir is not winning this game, we will have Aravind leading the event with 1 point.
Yeah, but I think it's very early to tell here, because I'm not really sure that Fedoseev is right now in the best state of mind, because he definitely feels very vulnerable right now. He missed this move, and now black is taking over the game. Like here, the best move is Rook C3, targeting the knight on F3, and also, as you can see, the evaluation bar says that black is doing really well. I feel like we have to go back once again. You know, it's very easy when you're looking at this from the commentator's desk, but I feel that this was the critical phase of the game. this knight f3, queen f4, and h4. So Fedoseev played this because he was sure he has done it. While we're doing the commentary, we're suggesting maybe it was a better idea to repeat the position a couple of times, play knight g1, queen g5, get move 40, get the extra 30 minutes on the clock, and then figure it out. But apparently Fedoseev has figured it out, but not quite.
Not till the end, for sure. And here is where mistakes come, and he made this very big mistake. I mean, after rook d3.
And here the engine still says there's a win after queen g3. Queen g3 was strictly the best move.
Rook fe1 is a big threat.
Yeah, and after knight b4,
rook fe1,
rook fe1, queen c3, and I suppose just play chess. Rook e2, queen f4, go for the attack, don't trap the queen. But it's very difficult. Like, you see the queen is almost trapped. How can you let it go?
Yeah, it feels like there is a way to trap it. And that's what Vladimir was trying to do. But this big power on the c file, this knight on c6, which was doing nothing, has found the only job defending the queen. And that's what Volodar found in the position. And just looking at every move of white, it looks like it just stepped backwards.
This one blunder might have a major repercussions on the final standings. Yeah, because, I mean, Fedoseev already was this close to win it. And now I think it's not even a 2-result game, it's a 3-result game. Because for Murzin, this is also, even you can see in the body language, the way he sits, he feels like he is suddenly back in the game. He has a realistic shot here to make something work. So White has a pretty disorganized army. The king on h1 is pinned by the queen on e4. The knight on c2 successfully blocks the bishop on b1. So you see there's rook c3 incoming here, and this is where you definitely want to spend quite a bit of time.
Yeah, and we see that Vladimir is at the board. He was in the shock earlier this happened, but of course this is a new position, has to try to figure it all out. And the queen on e4 might be not a disadvantage for Volodar Murzin, but rather a strength, huge attack. I mean, it was, when we had the earlier position, it felt like white is attacking the king on the king side. But now it looks completely differently. Now it all changed. Now it's black is the one who is attacking. The black is the one who is pinning the knight. The black the one who has the doubled rooks on the c-file. Rook c3 is incoming, targeting the knight on f3. There might be also a way to include the other knight into attack, but also knight on c2 is paralyzing the bishop on b1. I mean, definitely many more moves are possible, but no realistic way of trapping the queen on e4.
No, I think Fedoseev already gave it up. I mean, he gave it up when he played rook d1 because now none of the white's pieces are seriously threatening it. Like, there's no rook e1. The rook would be under attack. There's no rook e2, so white is at least 2 moves away from attacking the queen. So that suggests that black is going to save it. Let's pull up the analysis board and try to figure out what here Murzin has to do. So I'm thinking, what about rook c3 here? That's the most active move, pinning the knight on f3. So the question is how white plans to continue. So obviously you need to save somehow the pin. Rook takes on f3 is a deadly threat. What about queen g2?
Queen g2, defending on f3 at the same time, targeting the knight on c2.
Can I play knight e3? Like, this is like, I don't know what is this. I'm forking many pieces, but I'm leaving the queen under attack. And I take it.
You take.
And take it.
And suddenly we get some very tricky endgame. And look at this position. The rooks are occupying fully the c-file.
Rooks. Yeah, but does it matter? That's the question.
But first you have to play. You have to move the knight. Probably knight e1 to stop rook c2, or not?
I won't play knight g1 maybe. Maybe knight d1. Is this a threat? I'm not sure. Maybe it is a threat, actually. But I think this knight on f8, it wants to go to d5. It's too far. That's why Murzin is not making this move. Because if you misevaluate this position, the pawn on e4 will be lost. Like, white's going to figure out something like rook e1, rook d2, knight h3, knight f2. The pawns are going to be dropping. So I'm pretty sure he's somewhere here. And then looking at this knight e7, knight b6, knight e5. If you don't play rook c3, what do? Maybe you stop at knight e7. Maybe knight e7 also looks perfectly reasonable. Yeah, but the engine doesn't like it.
Yeah, for some reason. I mean, there are some concrete ideas. Of course, black has to make sure that the queen is not trapped and the knight is pinned at the same time.
Yeah, this rook d2
yeah.
d2 looks very dangerous. I mean, the spin, queen d1 or something, pinning the knight on c2. I think that rook c3 makes perfect sense. I mean, out of necessity, you have to do it. Rook c3, queen g2, or maybe something here. Maybe not knight e3. Knight e3 might be crazy. But maybe now you play... but again, I mean, rook d2 is a threat. If you play knight e7, there's going to be rook d2. That's a problem. So you have to address it, and most likely it's got to be knight e3.
It looks like it.
Yeah, but even... and it also hits the queen and the pawn on g4. You could play queen g3, so you got to take it.
Take. So it looks
And
like take.
Yeah, the knight is getting to f4, e3. You got to kill the knight. No, I think it's more or less forced. It's not obvious, but when you look at this position, and then wherever this knight goes, I'm not sure.
Of course, not on d2 because of e3, but knight e1 or g1? It's a question. So if knight g1, what about e3 move? And after rook e2, rook c2?
Yeah, I'm collect the pawn, yeah. So takes, and I think this is not going to work. You're playing without the knight. So you need the knight quickly. You need the knight quickly to join the game.
Maybe there could play something like...
No, just play knight e7 right now. No?
I was thinking maybe first play g5. So my
That also makes sense, yeah.
My idea is that I want also to separate the pawns a little bit.
That is a very logical move. So I'm going to play h5 to shut it out. And now, maybe now, I think you need this knight either way. So you need to play knight e7, but you might drop the pawn on e4. And also this g5, by the way, is a great move because once you put the knight on d5, you're going to get the f4 square for the knight.
Yeah, and also g4, potentially it could be a weak pawn, so it's good to separate the pawns a little bit. So
I'm picking black here. Absolutely. Let's say rook e2, knight b6, rook e4, knight e5. Such an easy position. So black has wonderful pieces. The king's going to go to d7, advance these pawns. There's some knight e4 tricks. For Fedoseev, this could become a very difficult position to play.
And we see also in the body language, suddenly Volodar is being fully locked in. He's understanding, by the way, he's not looking at the board right now. He's probably trying to figure it all out in his head. He's trying to calculate all these lines. It's extremely tough to understand what's happening at the end game in the position. But these rooks on the c file, we might see them playing a huge role in the position.
Yeah, and I would like to pull up a very nice example that's unfortunately it's not advertised but not really talked a lot about. How do chess players and professionals at the highest level they handle the stress? And I had this opportunity once to follow live one of the World Championship match games between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. This was year 2018, game 10, 11, I don't remember, one of the late games, where Magnus was playing with a black color. It was a really great Sicilian Sveshnikov. With black, he was pushing against Fabi, and then he miscalculated. Like pretty similarly here. He miscalculated. He missed something. I mean, they're human beings after all, even being the best in the world. And he miscalculated. And then it was very interesting for me also as a chess professional to see how Magnus himself is going to handle the pressure. Because once you make a mistake, it's like you're not yourself. It's like you're in a boxing match, your opponent's direct punch comes through, and you're not the same anymore. Like, it's very difficult for you to show the same strength, the same composure you had before. So I was watching him. How is he going to behave? And what happened next was really amazing. So first, naturally, Magnus was not really expressing any emotions, and Fabi did find a move. And then, of course, every emotion was flying, really. Of course, Carlsen was incredibly unhappy. Like, he missed this move. He's not losing, but he's no longer in control. And this was going on for about 5 minutes. I was watching this live. Like, this was one of the coverages. I don't remember, was it on chess.com or chess24 or FIDE? It doesn't really matter. So there was very nice angle on Magnus's facial expressions. And then after 5 minutes, something happened. There was like a switch. Like, he started to think again. And I think this is where your training kicks in, and you just treat the position, this is a brand new, fresh position. So nothing that happened before matters. Everything matters from here, this moment. And he made a draw with no issues. Absolutely no issues. Like, for him, it was a completely new moment, and he saved the position with no issues whatsoever. And I think this is also undeservedly not was well documented also, because I felt from a just psychology point of view, it was a very wonderful moment also for professionals, for kids to show this moment. This is how the best players in the world, they recover. And also here for Fedoseev, this might be also a very difficult moment. So he missed this move. He definitely miscalculated. He was thinking he was winning. And now maybe the realization sets in that he has to fight for equality. It's very difficult. So how do you convince your mind that this is a brand new position, nothing that was happening before matters? It's so difficult, but either you can do it or you can't.
It's extremely tough. Because also from my own experience, whenever I play, of course, I'm not such a strong player like you, Arturs, like the players which are facing each other, of course, like Magnus Carlsen. But playing some position and then you miss one move, you blunder, let's say, a pawn. And then you have to try to put yourself together and say, all right, this is the starting position. There was nothing happening before, and extremely tough psychologically, because I know the players who have, whenever they lose some or blunder or there is some miss, they cannot forget it. It's still in the memory, and this is, I think, the most important trait of the character of the chess player is to find this switch, to just switch. Okay, doesn't matter what happened before. Vladimir was completely winning. Now this is the position. Now I have to fight, maybe at some moment, for inequality. Maybe I have to go to some endgame to save this game.
I'm not even sure this is a trainable skill. Like, how do you train that? Maybe you train it specifically with chess psychologists, but how do you recreate these difficult psychological moments in a training session? I think it's literally impossible. So it's got to be either you have it or you don't have it. It's something to do with your mindset. And for Magnus, maybe it just works somehow more naturally, but for others, it's becoming more difficult. Like I already mentioned, Angelica, this one moment I had it myself. For me, it took exactly 40 minutes to recover because I just cannot get it out of my mind.
What I can recall from my experience, so what I did when this happened, okay, for me it was different. I had an advantage. I was playing against international master, strong player. I had an extra pawn. I had great position. And then suddenly I blundered my extra pawn. So I was very, feeling very good about my position. I lose my extra pawn, and suddenly it's all equal. Of course, at the end I lost this game, but it doesn't matter. But what I did, I played my next move. Of course, I tried to focus, I tried to play. I just stood up from the game right away, went outside, I breathed fresh air. I just was walking here and there, just trying, to get my body in shape. Because I think it's very important. I mean, even though chess is a game of the minds, chess is a game of the brains, it's super important to keep your body fit, to get enough exercises, to breathe fresh air all the time, to eat healthy, because it all kicks in. Like if your organism, if your body is not feeling good, it also is going to be influenced on the chessboard. And that's why sometimes you just need this extra air, extra air for your brain. And that's what I can advise. Just try to not to look at the position. If you ever are in this situation, you just get off the board whenever you're available. Yeah. Just go, maybe just go to the bathroom. Just wash your face with a cold water. Just try to wake up and
I can
continue.
definitely tell it's easier said than done.
Of course.
It's so easy to give these advices, but once you're there, it's so tough. But speaking about Murzin, he is thinking here for the 40 minutes. He is not really also posing a lot of confidence, so he feels this is a very, very critical moment. He definitely senses that for Fedoseev things went wrong, and in the beginning he was very excited about it because you could definitely tell from his body language. By the time it's taken, he's not making the move. So right now already he's down on 11 minutes, 40 seconds, and with every single minute I think also for Fedoseev he calms down a bit more. Right, he regains the composure. So chess is a huge psychological battle, and that's what we are seeing here.
Yeah, but I see that he cannot sit on this chair. Arturs, just look at him. He was sitting from one side and from another. Now he's sitting on his leg. I don't think that he's regaining some psychological solidity in this case, thinking for 16 minutes more time that he has on the clock right now. By the way, dear viewers, we have this very nice feature. Our best producer, Bic, has done this move counter and also the time which you think, which the opponent was thinking at this moment. So it is on the top left corner. So just any time you can see how much time the opponent saw. Thank you so much, Bic, for that. And we see that Volodar cannot find a place on the chair. Like, did you see? He was looking to the left and to the right.
I mean, these lines are not really easy, and we have the extra support of the evaluation bar, and occasionally we switch on sometimes the engines. I mean, this entire sequence of what was it, Rook C3. Queen G2, Knight A3 is pretty insane, right? Because you'll leave your queen under attack, and maybe he's somewhere stuck in these lines, and he cannot really work it out. I mean, for us, it's easy. We just shuffle the move and see if it works.
He was reaching for a piece just now. Just this moment, he was reaching, but then he stopped. Let's probably zoom in on the player and see. Okay, now he again looks away. 17 minutes he thought at this move, and he's under 10 minutes in this moment. Of course, now there is an increment. Per each move, he's getting 30 seconds. But still, having under 10 minutes against Vladimir's 20 minutes is not helping. He has to make a decision. Arturs, do you think he already knows the line? And we see it on the board. Rook C3.
And there you go. He was just, I think, finalizing the details, and I think the next moves, they're going to be incoming pretty quickly. So Rook C3 forces White's hand. The Knight on F3 is under attack. And finally, Volodar gets up. He can stretch his legs. He probably has figured out the forcing sequence, and I think, Angelika, you're right. You're going to see this G5 included. Very, very important accuracy, and once we're going to see Vladimir make the move, we're going to go back again to this moment. And now, yeah, here there's already no question about if White is trapping the Black Queen. I think here White is just trying to stay in the game. Yeah, so this Knight on F3 is a big problem.
But it's incredible for Volodar, someone who is not now fighting for much in the tournament standings, because he was 5 points before 5 points behind Aravind. So Aravind won, so there is no chance even to catch up with him. But okay, maybe he still can catch up with Salem if he wins both games, but it's definitely going to be tough. He was on the last place, on the 4th place out of 4, and he's still playing this game. He's trying his best, even though getting very tough position, but at the right moment finding this way. I think it deserves a huge shout out to like how incredible it is at some moment just to find the right decision. And the game of Vladimir Fedoseev is changing drastically. Now it's him who has to try to find the only moves.
All right, let's try something else. Let's try play Queen G3. Can I do that? Maybe it's not Queen G2. Maybe we've been overly fixated on Queen G2 and there might be something else. But now I think I can walk away from the pin. So with a Queen on G2, by the way, the thing is, Queen on G2 would apply pressure against the Knight. And that's why we were looking at this line. But there's another move, Queen G3. So Queen G3 doesn't really walk into Knight E3, but the problem is you apply no longer any pressure. So I think Black will play here and threaten to remove the Knight. And the Queen on E3 stands surprisingly well because you cannot target it in any way. So I don't think that this is better. And if not this, what other moves can you even make? Like, the spin looks terrible. The Knight is under attack. Rook F1 is just plain wrong. Like, every single piece for White is in a passive defense. King G2 walks into Knight E3. Again, not great. It's got to be Queen G2 here. I mean, what else?
Is there Queen H2? The idea is after Rook F3.
But you leave the Knight under attack.
But there will be Bishop C2.
Yeah, but I can take it.
And then there will be Rook. Checkmate, very beautiful.
Checkmate, yeah. So there's not really a great choice. So I'm pretty sure that Vladimir, I think he's somewhere here. Queen G2, Knight E3. Maybe here. But there's, again, I think I already mentioned this. Queen G3 is at least Queen G4, so no good. Yeah, so this is a forcing line. Maybe he keeps the bishop alive, but having such a knight on a 4 e3 is just big no-no.
No, it doesn't
Takes.
look good.
And wherever the knight goes, g5. Is it knight e1 or knight g1? I can't understand it. So g5 with knight g6, h5, knight e7, the knight is getting here. I mean, Volodar, I'm sure he has figured it out.
And we have a move on the board.
There you go.
Queen g2 is on the board. Will we see this line? Volodar is sitting instantly. And he's still taking time, but we might see a move any moment because it's the only way to continue.
Maybe, you know, all of these, how many minutes was it? 70 minutes or so he spent. Maybe most of this time was emotions anyway. Because it's so difficult to recover when mentally you're like thinking, okay, I'm like close to busted here, to a situation where you realize, oh, actually, you know, maybe I'm not even worse here in this position at all. And then you have these conflicted feelings, emotions, and everything. It's really, really complicated. Maybe most of the time he's like battling with his emotions or whatever is going on, and the least amount of time is for calculating. How do I know this? I mean, I've done this myself. Not at this high level, but pretty close.
Artus, you know, I mean, what I'm thinking right now about, it's Aravind, who is now in the hotel room probably preparing for tomorrow against Volodar Murzin. He's just enjoying this show because in case Vladimir Fedoseev would have won, he would still have one extra point in front of Aravind. He would still be in front, but now Aravind is so much rooting for Volodar in this game. He is rooting a lot for him now. We might even see Volodar winning. I mean, it's possible. Like, there are all three results in this game are possible. It can be draw, it can be win for the both sides. Knight e3 is on the board, meanwhile.
Yeah, it's a very difficult line, and now I think we're going to see a lot of forcing moves. There you go. Both players have figured it out. I think the key question here is if Murzin is going to include g5. I think he's going to find it. There you go, knight x on g2. You got to eliminate the knights. So here again, Fedoseev reevaluates. This is always a good trade for a good player. Before you make the move, you always check. You have fresh set of eyes on the position, and you know you want to take on g2, but is there something else? No, there's nothing else, so you take on g2. D takes on e4, and the question is where Fedoseev has decided to put the knight.
Yeah, there are not so many squares. There are 2 squares I would consider off because there are 4 altogether, but knight e2 is failing to the fork. And knight h2 doesn't look right. Knight h2 looks...
It's got to be knight g1.
It has to be, yes.
Knight g1. Knight e1 might be a move because it's a very concrete idea, like stop rook c2 and prepare rook e2, rook e4. But the knight on e1 itself is feeling quite silly, and that's why I don't like it, because I don't see what else do you do. With the knight on g1, at least I'm seeing the knight is heading somewhere. Yellow, knight e4 and knight e6, and knight on h2 also, as you said. It just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, absolutely. And knight e2 doesn't work tactically because of the fork. So we expect knight g1 or knight e1, probably knight g1. And this is a moment where knight goes backwards to its starting position. And I think it's a good moment one more time to highlight to everyone who loves chess, or everyone who is playing chess, that moves which are coming back, it's not always a bad move, because sometimes people, we have knight e1. So he went for my move.
I don't like it.
Because I suggested it.
No, I just don't like it how it looks. It has nothing to do with that you suggested. I just don't like what it does. Because once again, so we talked about g5. I mean, it's the most natural move in the world. The knight goes to g6, knight f4. So here, I think you gotta play h5. And I'm thinking from black's perspective. My knight on f8 doesn't do anything. Let me play knight e7. The knight is getting to f4. How do you stop me actually here? Do you take the pawn on e4? Are you in time? I think you have to do it. Wait. Maybe he wants to be aggressive with d5, but it cannot work. Takes, and takes. This would be in the spirit of Fedoseev, but as you can see, it just doesn't work. Black is controlling the thing. So, I mean, what do you do? h5, knight e7, rook e2, knight b6. I don't care about a pawn. And we briefly saw this position before. It just looks so ugly. Like there's not a 4. Maybe it's holdable. Like this, or rook d2 something. And we have a ward. There's another move. It's not the only g5. Okay, I think g5 has to be included, but also rook e3 is a good move.
Including the idea of rook c coming to east to c3 square.
But it doesn't look right to me again, especially since White might be playing some d5 ideas. I think we are heading for this forcing line, but this knight on e1 doesn't feel right.
But look at Wolodar's body language. He cannot sit on this chair. I mean, he cannot do it. He has now under 8 minutes on the clock, considering right now for roughly 2.5 minutes, trying to figure out. But look at him. He's sitting on his leg. He cannot.
He's thinking I haven't had this great position the entire day, really, right? So suddenly I'm in charge here, and he had like pretty okay position after the opening, and he's like, okay, look at that. What do I have here?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's reaching.
He's got to
for
play
a move.
g5. You got to play g5, and he does.
He does. He goes for it.
That's a move Fedoseev didn't want to see. I mean, he expected it, but he wished secretly that Murzin is not going to play it, because it gives black the vital control of the f4 square.
Yeah, now there is going to be a way for the knight to jump to the f4. Either the short way, knight g6, knight f4, or long way, knight d7, knight b6, knight d5, and then knight f4, but knight will reach that square. That's the most important moment. And if knight is going to get there, I mean, there is just 1, 2, 3, 4 tempies right now for white. And white has to use them wisely before knight reaches the square.
But there's not so many things that white can do. That's the point, right? After knight e7, you could have played e5. We showed these lines. You could have played rook d2, rook c2 because you're jumping under e3. You could have moved the knight.
Yeah, let's pull up the analysis board so that we can go.
So once again, this is the starting position here. After g5, I think knight g6 has to be stopped. So this line is pretty forcing. Here, if white is going to play h5, I'm pretty sure it's going to happen. After h5, knight e7, rook e2, knight b6. You can't stop knight e5, so you take it. Knight e5, and the critical moment is what happens here. So what happens in this position? So white is up a pawn, but black has all the fun. And also in this position, black's moves are incoming very easily. Like, I would say king f2 looks very reasonable to me. And the engine hates it because of some rook h3 and knight c3, but they're very easy to miss. And the other rook is coming to c3 as well.
But Arturs, what a heartbroken moment now, I believe, for Vladimir in this position. Just realizing that he could have trapped the queen earlier, and it just slipped away. It just slipped away. He rushed. He rushed too much.
I think the answer is really simple, and he knows it, and Murzin knows it, and we know it. He rushed.
And meanwhile, look at this. We keep on seeing in the camera footage Murzin walking from one side to another. He's being really nervous in this position.
Like a shark.
He is like a shark.
I have done this, playing a tournament game, and you feel your opponent is like a prey, you keep circling him around. So keep circling him. So look at the position from all kinds of angles. You're so nervous. You gotta move. You gotta, make some steps, compose your emotions, etc.
Yeah, on some of the events, the players are getting, this some belts or some bracelet which measure the pulse of the players, so the heartbeat, how much heartbeat was what it made. I wish there was also something which could measure the distance which players played.
Because he comes again. Can we maybe get the full overview of the huge call? Because I don't think there's so many games going on right now. Because from the main events, Masters and Challengers, it's just this game, and there's nobody else. So. Yeah. In the open tournament, of course, there's this big hall, as you can see. not in this camera, but in the other view. There you go. There you get it.
We have still MTO games
The players are-
ongoing.
Yeah, they're still playing.
So just to remind to our viewers, there are a lot of tournaments in the Biel Chess Festival, altogether over 15 tournaments. I don't know exact number, but there are really a lot. There is Open Rapid, Open Blitz, Chess 960, the Youth Tournament, the Doctors Tournament, and we have, of course, on the stage, we have Grandmaster Triathlon, now the finals already. We see Volodar Murzin.
I mean, Volodar could circle the board if he could, but unfortunately he can't do it. Yeah, there's a wall. So he's got to use what he can.
Yeah, and meanwhile, still see some games ongoing in the MTO tournament. We see also Arbiter's team. You can see them with a red T-shirt, and it's written Arbiter, so that you cannot miss him with anyone else. And one of the boards in the MTO.
And as I understand, there we had...
Oh, it's Benjamin Bock.
Oh, okay.
Against
A fellow
Dao-
chess content creator from Netherlands. There you go.
Dao Quan Dui
Yeah, he's playing here.
against Vietnamese player.
But as I understand, Angelique, we have some interesting data about the players who have played in most events. Do you have this data? We were discussing this before.
There have been a few players. The data is still gathered,
Okay.
but there are a few players. So I think one of the players played in 9 tournaments. So imagine 9 tournaments. I just want to, find out the information how many games altogether was played, because there was Blitz, there was Rapid, there was Chess 960, there was Classical, all kinds of event, there was Youth, there was also problem solving, by the way. There was also during the battles were in the playing hall on the afternoon, where we mostly are here, but also not only the games were happening in the afternoon, but also till noon. The first week of the event, there was a freestyle chess tournament. Players were battling it out there, and currently there is a week's tournament. And I think also maybe this week's tournament is a very nice addition to event, because it's basically if you don't have time for the whole 2 weeks, because it's a very long event, it's very tiring, but you still want to experience Biel. This WTO tournament, the week's tournament, open tournament, it's a very good idea to come here to have a nice chess vacation, to play 5 rounds, to experience Biel, beautiful Switzerland, and experience all the action in the Grandmaster Triathlon, where the best players from all over the world are coming to battle it out. So definitely, in case you're considering the plans for the next year, consider the Biel Chess Festival. And if you don't have so much time, this 5-day event, 5-round event is something what you can do. Or maybe you can play tournament till noon, then in the afternoon. We have many players who do this. I mean, it's like huge shout out to those players. I know one of my friends from Ukraine, Evgenia Dolokhanova, she was playing MTO.
I know that our producer is playing every morning in the chess tournament, actually. And then he comes and produces the tournament here.
Half day of playing chess, the second half day is working hours. I mean, absolutely, truly admire the people who do this, and yeah, amazing.
In the meantime, Rookie 2 has been played, and the engine marks this as a mistake because of
something.
Let me show you the line. That's not a great move. Black, according to an engine, can play g takes on h4, not really a difficult move. I mean, it's a pawn after all. And after rook takes on e4, suddenly there is not knight g6, you would think, but knight h7. And this pawn suddenly becomes really strong, because knight g5, and you see rook g3, you see h3, you see all kinds of ideas, and you need to be careful here not to blunder some tactical tricks. So after knight f3, there's rook c2 check. On top of those things, I'm seeing h3, king g3, knight g5 idea. So there's all kinds of things gone wrong for white. I mean, there's got to be already a way to finish off the game, something like h2, or even double the rooks here at the 3rd rank.
You know, Arturas, I was told about such moves, because I used to make a few such ideas of just sacrificing a pawn, because... Oh, and we see the take is on the board.
It's on the board. It's happening right now.
Rook
takes on e4 is played, and now the question is, does Murzin see knight h7, knight g5, or he's going to go for knight g6? Very big moment here.
7 minutes.
White's position is collapsing.
Oh my God, absolutely incredible. Rook e4 is on the board. Now it's Volodar's turn. He has to try to figure it out, but I think he
has figured it out. I mean, if you take on h4, he's figured out. There you go, knight h7 is played, and that's also the move that maybe from afar Fedoseev didn't really quite see. And it's yet again being a very terrible position to be in, because you miss one move, you miss the second move, like, okay, listen, I'm in that situation, right? So I'm missing moves, one after another. So we already saw this happening several times in the tournament. I could just bring up the example of Aravind. For example, Aravind's game against Salem, you start missing moves, it's so difficult to recover. One mistake, sure, but second mistake, you feel really vulnerable.
It's absolutely card-breaking moment right now for Vladimir Fedoseev, and we see Volodar Murzin standing up, is still walking around like a shark. I mean, he feels the blood in the position. He feels he has a huge chance. I mean, he couldn't believe it. The whole game, he was extremely passive. He was waiting for this chance to strike. And this is where Vladimir Fedoseev is making a mistake. First to equality, and now he's making a second mistake, getting such a tough position to face because of this h-pawns.
I think Murzin is going to win it. Like, it looks like it goes, everything goes to this. Like, every single decision that Fedoseev is taking, it goes the wrong direction. And already by now, you can see the emotions from Murzin. He's very nervous walking here and there. And also for Fedoseev, obviously, we've been talking in circles about this, how tough moment this is, but it feels like Murzin feels he's got this.
We've been talking in circles, and Murzin is walking in circles around the board. I mean, absolutely incredible moment right now for Vladimir Fedoseev, trying to gather his last powers to try.
So what does it mean for the rankings? What does it mean for the rankings? So it means that if this indeed happens and Fedoseev in this game throw away a sure victory, instead of 4 points, he would getting 0 points. This means that Aravind is going to keep the lead of the overall rankings before the final round.
Yes, Aravind can win it all. I mean, absolutely unbelievable. Aravind has had huge chances earlier in the classical portion. He was getting winning positions against Vladimir Fedoseev. He was getting winning positions against Salem, but he was not winning those games. He didn't finish them till the end, and it was so unexpected to see today one more time him finally scoring a victory, getting those 4 points. Before the round, he was having the 1.5 points less than Fedoseev and Salem, and then he gets these 4 points. So now he's in front of Salem. Now he will be in front of Vladimir Fedoseev if Murzin will win. And tomorrow it's going to be a huge battle of Vladimir Fedoseev, Aravind against Volodar Murzin. They're going to face tomorrow. And if Aravind wins against Murzin, he's going to be the first. And it's going to be really
also
incredible.
For Murzin, this game is going to mean really a lot, like increase his confidence levels to new heights, absolutely. Because he knows he played pretty badly the first half of the game, and now he's suddenly coming back. So nothing is really given for, even if this game is going to finish how it's going to finish. Obviously, it still continues, but everything is going to and leading to this. And finally, here, Fedoseev does make the move. It's king f2. The bar drops even lower here. Knight g5 is going to be incoming, and the pawn on h4 that Fedoseev gave up willingly, I think is going to become the deciding force in this game.
Yeah, such pawns, you know, I used to give up my pawn, like to have a double pawn for the opponent, but I was always told by my coach, please consider that the pawn in the endgame, I mean, it means a lot. The pawn, even though in this position, of course, there is an equal amount of pawns, but this pawn on e4 would fall anyway at some moment. This voluntarily giving up this h-pawn and allowing black to have the passer, this is just, I cannot explain why would Vladimir do it, because how can he win the pawn back? How can he stop
Let's go back a bit. Let's go back a bit and talk about it. So here after g5, the point is why he played this rook e2. I think he simply missed this idea of g takes on h4, knight h7. Maybe he had to play h takes on g5, h takes on g5, and now play rook e2. knight g6, and rook takes on e4. So the position is still not great. Black gets the knight at f4, but he probably felt he could hold it. And for some reason, yeah, he decided to include this. I wonder why. So maybe he felt that this position is somehow giving him more options, having the pawn on h4 and h6. Maybe he felt that Black doesn't have the opportunity to include king h7, king g6 because he can close the position with h5, and Black will always have problems with the king. So, but this was simply, again, based on miscalculation. He missed the g takes on
But Black
h4.
could have taken on h4 with a check, with a knight. Like one move earlier, like if you get even to this, like just take
even
with a
here,
check
yeah.
and then come back to f4.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just
This is
trying to
shocking.
understand. I try to understand why he did this. This is the current position now for rook g3. Great move.
Rook g3, and now all the white pieces look clumsy. Rook on e4 doesn't have squares, while black pieces are the one who are very active. Knight is jumping forward to g5. There is going to be second rook joining the third rank. Rook c to c3 might be played, although maybe the rook will be needed on the back rank just in case to make sure there are no d5 breaks. Probably that.
I
would be
think you
safe.
got to play d5 at some point. I'm thinking like, I would want to do this. Rook e3, you take on g4, I play d5. I mean, okay, whatever. If I'm in trouble, at least I'm going down with the music. So let me just organize some counterplay here. I see the bar hates it, but from a human's perspective, it makes sense. The rook in the third rank keeps the pawn on h3. Maybe you take on d5, I take on d5, or perhaps even include some e6 at some point. Let's not write down Fedoseev's chances here, but to be honest, yeah, it looks like it's going in Murzin's favor.
And look at this. He goes for the g5 move. Incredible idea from Vladimir. He's still trying. He's still trying to find the way, but what does it mean? So he wants to force black to take with a pawn so that knight doesn't get out. But it means an extra pawn for black. And these are connected passers, the G and H passers, which might decide the game. And this is absolutely incredible.
This is really great stuff. I mean, a very, very great imagination here. Maybe for Murzin, the better idea was to play knight g5 first to make sure the knight is joining the game. So he played this rook g3 and then thinking, I'm going to play knight g5 later, but g5. The point is after knight takes on g5, there's going to be rook takes on h4 suddenly. And white is very much in the game, kills the pawn. After h takes on g5, yeah, I mean, as you said, the knight is out of the game.
But pawn is the pawn. I mean, it's extra pawn for black. And these are two connected passers, Arthurs. I don't think that there is a big compensation for this pawns, because anytime the h pawn can march and also g pawn, how can you stop those two pawns? Of course, for now, they're not marching. The rook on g3 needs protection.
I mean, I have some ideas, like maybe there could be a moment when, if executed correctly, I could play knight f3 and sacrifice the knight on h4. Your king is a bit exposed, and having two rooks. Let me just show you some silly line, which doesn't make any sense. Let's say knight f3, I'm going to make some waste of the time, like this. Look at this, yeah? I'm down a piece, but suddenly I'm threatening to kill the rook on g3. I want to play rook h1, and the knight on h7 is just barely holding black from being checkmated. Of course, a5 just makes no sense. And a knight f3 allows the check on c2. So that's why I'm thinking, if I could put the knight on f3 and sacrifice it on h4, I could start with something like
Rook d2?
rook d2, and then I could play knight f3 and knight h4. Probably I don't have the time, but I mean, what else?
Yeah, that's the only way to try. This pawn on f6 is breaking the black's position, so there could be the ideas of some h8 checkmate, or at least threatening that checkmate.
Do not forget knight f8, knight g6 might go back.
And knight f4.
Yeah,
Going forward.
Yeah,
oh
so
my God.
I think here d5.
Yeah.
I mean, rook d3 might be a move, but black could. Maybe actually rook d3 is a move with the idea if black trades it, then a pawn on g5 becomes a bit less supported, like knight f8, rook g4. These pawns are becoming quite vulnerable, but there's a very important accuracy. Black can play rook c2 check, very important.
Wow, very nice. So now after knight takes, rook takes d3, the pawns are in control for black. And there is also a threat of rook d2.
But I still think the game continues. It's not over yet. Like Fedoseev is going to find something here.
And look at this, 3 minutes, 40 seconds right now for Vladimir in this position. Almost twice less than Volodar Murzin. Earlier we had Volodar, who was down on the clock. Now it's Vladimir Fedoseev. He has only 3.5 moments at this position. What a tough moment for him. And he goes rook d3. Will we see the nice and simple move?
Huge
rook
moment
c2.
here. Yeah, this rook d3, I think it's a move you could also not really expect. I'm not really sure what Murzin is expecting from white, but rook d3 is something he could easily have missed, because I think he was thinking, okay, if white does something else, I'm going to play knight f8, knight g6. Now suddenly white trades the rooks. And here in this position to spot that there's this check, it's not easy. Once again, let's just put it on the board. If black goes for the obvious move, rook takes and knight takes, it feels natural. Like, you keep the pawn actually even more. You could give a check on c2, rook c2 check, king f3, there's h3 move. You want to check these things. Like, this definitely makes sense. Look at this, h3 and king g3 and h2 seems to be winning. So why not go here?
Yeah, probably there could be some knight f2 move.
I think it's actually rook e1. Rook e1, rook h1, knight f2. Wait, I mean, this game is not over. And in this position, to understand that rook c2 is the best move, that's going to take some skill.
Volodar Murzin under 5 minutes in this position. Will he find rook c2 or will he trade the rooks in the position? Because he has to do something. The rook on g3 is a target in this position. White is threatening to take on g3 and win the pawn back. You have to make a choice. Is it going to be rook d3? Or, by the way, Arturs, is there rook c3 in the position? Rook c3?
Rook
Not
c3
rook c2?
also might be a move, yeah.
Apparently.
Also might be. Engine doesn't like it because of takes, and rook g4, and because of knight f3, the position remains level. Black is playing without the knight.
Yeah. Okay.
So I think it's safe to say that Fedoseev has found a very good practical resource. This is how top GMs are playing.
Yeah, rook d3 is on the board. Volodar Murzin is taking time. It's 4 minutes for him right away. We're having around equal time in the position. It's move 53. He's thinking now for over 2 minutes in this position. He's trying to find a way. He's trying to see the move, but maybe it's rook c2, which he missed earlier. Look at his body language, Arturs.
Yeah, I'm not sure he sees the move. Like, this is not the move that, by the way, even if you see it, like rook c2, let's say if I take it, rook takes on d3, how obvious is this position? Let's imagine he sees this, right? Even here you have to see some lines, like for example, I play knight e3, knight g4, watch out for knight h6. Can you actually do that? Let's say I improve the knight, knight g4, knight g6, I'm seeing knight h6, king f8, I'm seeing all kinds of threats like rook e1, rook c1, rook c8. You know, it's really difficult here. I mean, we are armed with an engine evaluation bar here, but for a human being, this is good luck.
Yeah, definitely. Good luck finding the move rook c2. Good luck finding all the variations. We already had such complex positions earlier in the game, and this is no easy one.
I think it's going to be totally crazy finish here. I think it's not going to finish the way we expected, the way we were thinking, and there's going to be definitely some twists coming here.
Look at this. Volodar Murzin is just shaking the position. 2 minutes, 40 seconds for him to play a move. Of course, there is still an increment always. With every move, the players are getting 30 seconds on the clock. But you don't want to go down on the seconds. You don't want to let yourself play on the increment. So you have to keep at least some minutes on the clock. Will we see a rook c2 on the board?
Fedoseev is back. This is clear. This is clear. He has managed to overcome the shock. This is the good old Fedoseev, and he has regained his focus. I mean, he was definitely in shock, knockdown, but with this move g5, rook d3, he has picked up some very good practical moves, and Murzin is not sure and only has 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes only for Volodar Murzin. Will he be able to find it or not? This is a big question. Will he be able to win this game? And this is a bigger question, of course, for the overall standings. A huge impact, because right now it's Aravind who is leading the event. And in case Vladimir Fedoseev will not be able to win this game, he will not be the first anymore. He will not be joined first. He will not be first
He
at
takes,
all.
he takes on D3. There you go. This is the first mistake here, and suddenly the bar again goes slightly up in White's favor. White is alive. So I'm thinking here, okay, Rook C3 is the follow-up. I guess still a pretty decent move.
So his idea is, of course, to bring the other rook to the third rank. But I'm wondering, cannot we have some d5 action at some moment? Cannot there be any d5 move? But
The knight is currently under attack. You got to take care of it.
of course, yes, you have to play maybe king e2 defending the knight.
King E2, then the H-pawn goes forward.
It goes forward.
I think you got to play something like knight C5. Maybe this is actually still pretty good. So Rook C3, let's say I play knight C5. The pawns on B7, A6 don't really matter. You got to push these pawns. But if you play knight f8, there's going to be Rook G4.
You have to be really careful here as black. We see the move on the board, and it was knight e1 coming backwards. It was a miss, apparently. There was a better option for white. Was it knight c5?
I think Fedoseev also realizes these pawns don't matter really here. The big action is happening here. The big action happening here, and Rook G3 is the only move here for black to keep the advantage. Otherwise, white's going to play knight f3 or Rook G4. These pawns become really big targets. And I think with every single move, Murzin is becoming more and more nervous because, I mean, this knight on h7 is out of the game the entire game. He wants to bring it in the game, but he just doesn't have the time.
But what a position here. I mean, if you play Rook G3, you have to make sure there is no d5 break, because if you allow white to go for d5, I mean, at some moment there might be some ideas.
He's reaching it, and he does it. He finds it.
Place Rook G3.
That makes, of course,
my
perfect
God.
sense. It perhaps knight f8, knight g6. Great move. Great find. It's still not over. I mean, I think white is going to go for this d5 and rook d4, rook d5 idea. But
Okay.
this is going to allow black to rearrange the knight.
Yes, and also at some moment there will be a push of the H pawn. This is the hope of black in the position. The H and G pawns, both pawns can be promoting very strong passers. Absolutely incredible game. Crazy action here in Biel. I mean, Arthur is absolutely amazing what we see.
Yeah, maybe this knight e1 was... Yeah, I mean, I'm going to agree with Angel. With the knight on c5, perhaps there were more opportunities, like with these d5, e6 ideas. But again, what's done is done. You got to focus what you have here. The rook at e4 doesn't do anything. You have to find a way to bring it to the game. So what do you do? What do you do?
And
Only
he
3 minutes?
he was reaching out for a move. He was reaching out, but he's unsure. 3 minutes on the clock for Vladimir Fedoseev, 2 minutes for Volodar Murzin.
Can he try to block these pawns? Knight g2, knight e3, knight g4. It makes sense, but this is going to allow black to rearrange his own knight on g6, and Fedoseev wants to do something, but he's missing the other rook. I mean, this entire idea of knight h3, knight h4 no longer works because he doesn't have 2 heavy pieces anymore.
You know, it's a completely different story. He cannot go for the line. He cannot sacrifice this knight. But is there still d5 idea? I think what he's looking now at d5, or will it be rearrangement of the knight?
Yeah, but with the knight on e1, this d5 just doesn't make any sense. Maybe now he's right now thinking, oh, I made another mistake. How many of them am I going to get here? So this with the knight on e1, he's going for this knight f3. Now it just doesn't work. And d5 would have made more sense with the knight on c5.
2 minutes, 10 seconds for Vladimir Fedoseev in this position. He has to figure out, he has to make a decision. He's thinking now for 2 minutes at this moment.
I don't see a move, to be honest. So is it knight f3 and block? I mean, you got to do that.
He's reaching out. He goes for knight f3. It's on the board. We might see it.
Yeah, I think he's going for the block. And knight f8 immediately is played by Murzin.
Knight f8 is the only move apparently in the position.
Okay.
A4. Okay, completely different side of the board.
I think I know what he wants. He wants to play d5 and rook b4. So go after the pawn on b7 after all. And this is also a move that Murzin definitely didn't expect. So he wants to play knight g6. There's no g4. Pawn on h4 is hanging. There's no h3. The rook is hanging. You got to play knight g6. Or maybe he suddenly plays something like a5 just in case to secure the queen side. Also, yeah.
And look at this, Artur's knight f3 move is blocking the attack on the pawn on b3. So that was the key move in this position, that the rook on g3 is standing beautifully, but it's not attacking the pawns.
A very important detail also is if white plays d5 too early and plays rook b4, black has knight e6. So maybe here Murzin could instead play king h7. Wait, king h7 is going to be knight takes on h4, g takes on h4, rook takes on h4, the rook on g3 is under attack.
Ooh.
Maybe you can still go here. King h7, knight h4, rook takes on b3. But do you want to give up the pawn on h4? I'm not sure you want to do that.
No, absolutely not sure, for sure. This looks like a line you should calculate. Meanwhile, 1 minute, 20 seconds for Murzin. We see he's incomplete nervous. Now knight g6 is on the board.
It's
Will
got to
we
be
see
d5.
d5?
It's got to be d5 now, or knight h2. Knight h2 is the other move.
But knight h2 is dropping b3 pawn.
Well, I'm out of good suggestions, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be d5.
I think if you say A, you say B, and he said A4, so he has to follow up with D5. Doesn't look like giving up a B3 pawn would make sense. So we are seeing him reaching out for the pawn. Vladimir?
There might be still some tricks here. I think it's going to be d5, d5, no,
D5.
a5.
Oh, A5 first. Okay, what he's trying to do, he's fixing the weakness on B7.
Now I understand. He's trying to set up some kind of a Zugzwang position, like if you play knight f4, I might play either knight g5 or knight h4. If you play g4, I'm going to play knight h4. You can't play h3. If you play king h7, then I'm going to play d5, e takes to d5, and rook b4, rook b7. A pawn and f7 remains under attack. Fedoseev is so tricky.
It's very complicated endgame. Looking at the evaluation bar, computer says it's all easy here. It's black who is better, but it's not easy at all in this position. It's maybe, I mean, the game can go all ways. So, like, it can go all three ways in this.
And just as king h7 is the best move.
Ooh.
King h7, I mean, knight f4 is jumping under some shots like knight x on g5. So knight f4, knight x on g5, I'm not sure you can do that. There's all kinds of future checks like on d3, king e2, the line continues,
40 seconds,
etc.
40 seconds.
This is where you show your calculation skills.
And we know that Volodymyr Murzin is running rapid world champion. Meanwhile, he was also in the top 8 finishers in the Blitz World Championship. So
23 seconds.
20 seconds. He has to play a move. He has to make a decision now.
We are heading for a dramatic finish here. There's no way it's going to finish the way you expected.
10 seconds on the clock. He has to make a move. He has to make
the nerves are starting to kick in. You got to make a move. You got to make a move. I mean, king h7. No, king f8. There you go. King f8 is, according to an engine, a playable move. But now I'm pretty sure d5 is going to follow. d5, rook b4.
With 4 seconds on the clock, Volodymyr Murzin is playing a move. But now it's Vladimir Fedoseev who has 2 extra minutes on the clock. Will he be able to use it wisely in the position? Will he be able to try create more chances for him? Will we see d5, Arturs? What do you think? Will he go for it?
What does he want? Actually, I'm trying to understand. So definitely d5 has got to happen. But also for Fedoseev, this is like, wait, he played king f8. So I'm pretty sure he expects d5. So d5, e takes on d5, rook b4. What does he want to do? Definitely not exchange sacrifice. I think that doesn't make any sense. So what is it? d5, e takes on d5, rook b4. What do you play? What do you play? Why would you do this, actually? I mean, king e8, rook takes on b7. And then maybe g4 or something.
But there could be already ideas to give checks on the last rank because the f7 is going to be a weakness. Maybe.
I'm not sure we have the time to show all these lines.
Let's maybe focus on the last
players
position.
are on the last seconds. D5 on the board.
D5 has just been played. Vladimir Fedoseev is going for it. Take immediately by Volodymyr Murzin. Rook b4 is on the board. Pawn on b7 cannot be defended. What will be the next move of Volodymyr? Because rook b7 is the next for white.
The top choice of engine is king g8, which literally makes no sense. So that's why I think Murzin is going to play something else, like king e8, to walk with the king closer to the queen side. Also, knight f4. Maybe knight f4 is a move here, because knight x on g5 no longer is a thing, because there's going to be fork. So knight f4, watch out, rook b7, rook b8, checkmate. I think knight f4 is going to happen. Knight f4, rook b7, and something like king e8.
You have to be careful in this position for both sides. I mean, for black, it's a checkmate which might happen on the back.
Oh, wait, Angelica,
Knight
I see
F4?
an idea. I see an idea. There's going to be rook takes on b7, e6, and knight e5 idea.
Wait, and rook b7 evaluation bar goes immediately down. What was the move, Arturs? Can we quickly check?
Instead of rook b7, knight takes on h4.
Oh, knight takes on h4, the same idea we were discussing before. Oh my god. If pawn takes, the knight would fall on the 4.
And now the king goes back on g8, but can you play now e5, e6, and knight e5? No, you cannot, because there's going to be a check on d3.
What a big miss now by Vladimir.
I'm not sure. It still remains very complex. What about b4, b5 here?
And just pushing forward the a pawn. Who is going to be faster? I mean, we might see the marathon in this game. Who is going to be faster? Will it be the h pawn of black or will it be a pawn for white? I mean, it remains to be seen.
This is the engine choice. e6, disconnect the king, f takes on e6, and then play b4. So according to the engine, white is somehow not convincingly winning. But, I mean, the king is cut off, and you're going to have to keep a close eye on knight e5. Black has only 1 minute. I'm pretty sure e6 is going to happen here because the e-pawn doesn't really matter. It creates a strong passer here. This is still a 3-result game here.
It is, but there was this knight h4 miss. There was this knight h4 miss by Vladimir Fedoseev, which could have probably made his way easier, but maybe he saw it, maybe he didn't like some line, but we see him reaching out, he plays e6.
is a great move, so in the spirit of Fedoseev, very, very practical, very annoying move. So knight x on e6 allows white to play knight e5, and this king is not where it's supposed to be. These pawns are not rolling forward. The white pawn is f takes on e6, this king is disconnected. You gotta start to see ghosts right now. b4, b5, a6, a7. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? I'm gonna lose this.
Only 40 seconds for Volodar. Has to figure out how to do, what to take, and how to continue. And you see, knight takes on e6 has just been played. Wait a moment.
Knight e6 is a good move. Yeah, I was thinking there's gonna be knight e5 here.
Yes, I was also considering knight e5 because there was a problem with the f7 pawn, but apparently it works well.
Engine's suggestion is b4, b5.
Just going forward, just marching forward. But now, on the good note, there is no knight e3. We might see knight e5. He's reaching for knight. Vladimir is reaching for the knight.
I think it's going to happen. There it goes. And now, it's strictly knight c5.
The evaluation bar goes all the way down and...
Where's he? Oh, wow, he finds it. Wait, how is this even winning? Rook takes on f7. How is this?
There is knight d3. Knight d3 check.
Oh, knight e3.
Ooh, very.
Knight e3. Fedoseev missed this. I think he wanted to take on f7. Rook takes on f7. He thought this is good. He thought there's going to be check on e4. There's knight d3 check, and the rook on f7 is left hanging. He cannot do that.
Oh my God. He has 2 minutes on the clock. He has to figure out what to do in the position. Will he play rook b8 check? Will he take on f7 with a knight? Rook b8, knight f7?
I'm sorry, the rook is hanging?
Yeah, rook b8. Rook b8 check and knight f7.
Knight f7, king g6 is coming in. This pawn is not going to stay alive anymore. I think here Fedoseev realizes, this is not part of the plan. I mean, now I think it's just dead loss because rook a7 is at least knight e3. Now these pawns are going to matter. Rook b8, king f7. The rook is not where it's supposed to be, and there's no more checkmate ideas. Okay, you can still play rook f8 maybe.
But you can take the pawn, knight f7. I mean, rook
but
b8.
Knight f7 is king g6. You drop the pawn on f6. With this, you lose any hope. I think now he realizes that's it. The final blunder.
Oh my God, we see it live on the board. What is he going to do? He goes for rook a7, but we might see now knight d3.
I think knight e3 is the safe move here.
Oh
I mean, no need for knight e4, knight f6. Why would you complicate matters? Just trade off the knights. Knight e3 takes here. Just to rely on this pawn, but these pawns are rolling forward much faster. I think right now Murzin's got to realize he's got this.
1 minute for Volodar Murzin now to find the best approach. He's reaching for the knight. He's reaching for the knight. Will we see it? Will he take on b3, or will it be knight d3, or will it be check on e4?
It's got to be knight e3. I mean, knight e4. According to an engine, it's a great move, but I mean, knight e3 just is a very human move. Of
course, he goes for it. He goes for the trade of the knights. We will see the rook endgame with 2 passers, protected passers. on the king side.
I mean, Fedoseev almost made it. Like, he was this close. He was this close. Like, he literally did impossible. And at some point, it really felt like it's still a 3-result game. But here, this is just technically winning. So king h7, king g6, unless something really crazy is going to happen here, maybe take the pawn on b3. The black pawns are marching forward also pretty fast.
Yeah, it's not going to be enough for white to get. So we will see. Is there going to be now g4 or h3? How do you proceed? We see rook b3. He just takes. He doesn't want to risk it.
Rook d6 makes sense, so that a6, the pawn goes forward. I think after rook d6, the safest move is king h7, and that's it. Yeah, so king h7, king g6, the king is always going to be safe. This pawn on d5 doesn't really matter. I mean, you can play rook b5, rook a5. There's nothing wrong with that, but I would just play king h7, king g6, to be honest.
Rook d6 is on the board right now. What we will see, will king h7 be played 1 minute, 1.5 minutes on the clock of Volodar Murzin?
I think the first thing he needs to do is calm down. Just calm down finally, because at some point he felt like, very similarly to Fedoseev, he's got this, and then Fedoseev came back with a counter-strike. I think king h7 is going to go. There you go.
Yeah, and we see it on the board. King h7 has been played. We see that he's going for a save. He's just going for the f-pawn. This is going to be game over for Vladimir Fedoseev.
What's the final trick here? The final trick is maybe take the pawn, put the rook on d8, a8, push a6, a7. But ultimately, Fedoseev is running out of ideas. So here you can see he checks the score sheet. He's like, I think this is usually the side you're trying to understand. Where did I go wrong? Right? Where did I still have my chance? And sometimes I'm doing this also myself. I just check the score sheet. What happened? I felt I was this close to save the game. Did I really blew it with one of these last moves?
And first he was completely winning. I mean, he was winning. He was almost trapping the queen. And it's like the whole game is just in front of his eyes right now. I mean, he had this opportunity to trap the queen, to win the game right there. That moment was around move 40. No, he didn't make it. Then he blundered a move. He missed the option of Volodar Murzin. We see rook d5 is on the board. Super tough for him to admit what has just happened in the game.
That's the professional sport to you. Chess sometimes can be very cruel. And this time it was Vladimir's unfortunate day. That's what happens, unfortunately, when you relax too early. Like this finish of the first time control, he was winning clearly at the beginning of the second time control, thought it's done, missed one move, and never recovered after that. The position was still level, but psychologically it was so difficult for him to recover, and he almost did it, so it's going to hurt twice.
It's going to be for sure. There was a moment where he missed knight takes on h4, and I think that was the final moment where he was trying, but he was trying his best. He was using all the bullets he had in his gun. I mean, he was using all of his brain power in the game to try to stay in it, but rook g6, king g6 is on the board. Now f6 is a problem. You cannot stop the 3 pawns coming. And
for black, it's a very easy setup. Put the rook behind the passed pawn. For white, so yeah, Fedoseev is going to try the final chance, something, rook a8, a6, a7, and hope for some check, but there's nothing to be done. King f6, you can just take the third pawn, king f6, king f5, f6. This is a completely lost position, and Fedoseev knows it.
Hey, if you just had 3 pawns on the king side, then you could hold it, but unfortunately white doesn't have the pawns, so king f6 is on the board. We might see a resignation after a couple of moves because pawn is marching now to a7, and from there will be...
Just try one more final trick. What if, maybe your opponent does something crazy? King f5, you can trade the a pawn for the f pawn, but it doesn't really matter. f6, h3, g4, king f, a lot of easy moves here.
If you could trade the a pawn for the g pawn, though...
It's never going to happen.
Yeah, it's never going to happen.
Scenario how to do it.
Of course. I mean, king goes forward to g4. Of course, there is
That's
no
the final
check.
move. And there's the resignation. Fedoseev resigns with an absolutely crazy game. Really heartbreaking moment here for Vladimir. It's very tough to see, but I'm also very happy for Volodar. He fought back. It was a very, very big moment for him, so congratulations.
Yeah, huge chance which was taken, and we have all the games concluded in the round 7 of the Grandmaster Triathlon Masters and Challengers. Let's take a look at the results we see in the Challengers. It was both games which were drawn, which concluded the winner of the Challengers Grandmaster Triathlon, Nicolas Theodorou. And in the Masters, we have both decisive results. Aravind winning against Salem and Volodar Murzin, who has just won against Vladimir Fedoseev. Arturs, does it mean that we have a new leader in the current standings?
Yes, we do. And his name is Aravind. He's leading the tournament with 27 points, 2.5 points ahead of Salem, who lost today against the new leader. For Vladimir Fedoseev, this loss is hurting because he could have been leading the tournament with 28.5 points. Alas, no points today. And for Volodar, it means he's now at 22 points and some theoretical chances to finish in top 3.
Yeah, very huge performance for Challengers. We were mentioning already, there is no way to catch up with Nicolas Theodorou. He's the winner.
But look at the emotions.
Oh,
Look at the emotions. At least it's very nice to see that Vladimir is smiling and they're keeping good spirits. Of course, they have good relationship and they're just laughing about, okay, look at this. We had this crazy game. How could have that happened? So it's really great to see this.
it's great to see them, obviously, because both of the players had different body language throughout the whole game. But here are the pairings for the final round of tomorrow. We're going to see very exciting matchups because it's Volodar Murzin, who has just beat Fedoseev, will face against Aravind, who is current leader of the standings. In case Aravind will be able to win, he will be the winner of the 2025 Grandmaster Triathlon here in Biel. And meanwhile, Vladimir Fedoseev is going to face against Salem. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be not only a fight for the second place, but for potentially also for the first place. So in Masters, the drama is keep on going. Meanwhile, in the Challengers, David Navarro with white pieces will face against Jumabayev. So it's a fight between fourth and the third place. Still, will we see David Navarro scoring a victory and getting the third place? And Aram Hakobian will try to play for an honor against Nicolas Theodorou because it's all settled. Nicolas is the first, Aram Hakobian is the second. Arturs, what a day we had today. I mean, absolutely incredible. What was the highlight for you?
I mean, absolutely, this game, yeah, absolutely. We would have thought that Fedoseev is going to do it, and then the crazy turnaround at the beginning of the second time control. This was not the time scramble. I think he relaxed, unfortunately, at the wrong moment. But also, I noticed one thing, that even though we know the winner of the Challengers tournament, his name is Nicolas Theodorou, we might potentially have one out of the 3 winners because we don't know who it is. So even though Aravind is leading the tournament, it still could be Salem or Vladimir Fedoseev. So everything is still wide open.
Absolutely. Anything can happen tomorrow because everything will depend on the final round of the Grandmaster Triathlon here at the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. Who is it going to be? Who will be the winner of this year's Grandmaster Triathlon? You'll have to find out tomorrow. Please come back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time for more action from Biel to find out who will be the first out of the best. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great evening and see you tomorrow.